fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
Having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a very special day, folks.
You said it.
That's right. Today is a phenomenal day. It's yet another banger, absolute slapper. It's 62 degrees here in sunny California, Los Angeles, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful one. Of course, I'm a little late, and I apologize. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, and I will dive right into that. But let's talk about the importance of the day today.
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right?
You already know what
it's
it is.
Friday then.
Juma Mubarak is right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Friday, more like Fry Slay. It's Friday, more like Fry Slay. What is happening with my audio levels? I feel like it's lower than usual, but regardless, ladies and gentlemen, it's Fucked Up Friday. It's Fuck-a-Fans Mom's Friday. It's immaculate vibes on this beautiful, wonderful, fantastic Friday. Friday, more like Fry Slay, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, that's right. It's freaking Friday, more like Fry Gay. Happy Friday, y'all. Amazing Friday. I'm quitting my job. Congratulations to that chatter. But yes, he did. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, is Friday. More like Fry Slay, more like Fry Yay, or Fry Gay. Let me tell you what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Okay, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. You might have noticed that there's a second chair here. That's because I have a wonderful guest coming in a brief moment. But before we do that, of course, I want to get started on the broadcast of my personal news about what's going on in my life. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let's bring him in here. Let's bring the guest in. Austin, you want to come on? Are you ready to come on? All right, folks, we're going to do the personal news with the personal news man himself. Told you it was not just Friday, but Fry Gay, if you know what I mean. Wow, showing a little bit of meat right off the jump.
Hello, everybody.
That's right. We got
Good
Austin
evening.
show in the building, folks.
Hello, I'm back from my cruise vacation.
Austin had to take a vacation from his vacation.
I did. I thought, you know what? I need to work. I need to disconnect from life for a minute. So I decided I'd sail in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
And I had a wonderful time. A little sun-kissed. I'm not sun-kissed. I use a sunless tanner. Sunless tanning sunscreen, which is why I'm sun-kissed. It's a tinted sunscreen that I use, and so it's.
Did you get any color whatsoever on your cruise?
So this is what pisses me off. Okay,
because you don't look like you got even remotely tan.
I went to the Caribbean. Okay?
I do like the 5 o'clock shadow, by the way. Can I just say?
Yeah, this is literally just one day more than I normally go.
I'm so happy that you're finally doing all of the things that I've been telling you to do, including growing out your beard a little bit. You look better with the beard.
You think so? I mean, this is not really that much.
It's male makeup, brother. That's like the biggest makeup that dudes can take. That dudes can.
Somebody said I look like
wear.
Vivek Ramaswamy. How the fuck did you get
What?
that?
Don't say that, guys. He's so freaking. He is so goddamn sensitive. Don't say that. He's going to be thinking about that now.
No, I'm not. I don't think I look anything close to Vivek. I'm used to it now because I get, it seems like anytime there's somebody with brown hair or brown eyes, they're like, you look like him.
White. Yeah, they're white. They're anti-white racist.
Yeah. Brown hair, brown eyes. You look like that guy. Doesn't this kind of look like Austin? But anyway, I'm the only man to go to the Bahamas. I went to Haiti. I went to Jamaica. I went to a private island in Coco Cay that Royal Caribbean does.
They just own it by themselves.
Yeah. And I went to Nassau in probably the whitest vacation I have ever taken in my life. Okay. But by the way, I haven't even talked about the cruise on the podcast. Should I save the cruise content for the podcast?
Yeah, I mean, save some of it.
I'll save some of it. I'll repeat some of it on the podcast because y'all don't watch the fucking podcast, do you? You don't have time to watch 10 hours of Hasan and then watch an hour.
Said I was on that cruise.
You were on that cruise?
I don't know if they're lying.
No, I got recognized on the cruise.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, somebody in their family wanted to take a photo with me.
Was it
either getting recognized or on the verge of being hate crime?
Wait,
there was one or the other.
Did they recognize you off of the HasanAbi broadcast? Or
I don't know, but it was.
Or was it like you're the twink guy? You're the twink blaster.
They didn't say that. I don't think they didn't say that. But anyway, the whitest vacation. Look, Hasan, you gave me shit about going on a cruise. I didn't understand it until I went on a cruise.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to. I will do it again.
You're going to do it again?
I will do it again, but it was probably the most disgusting representation of America I have ever experienced in my life.
Dude, oh my God.
It was the most disgusting representation of America I have ever.
Disgusting.
Yes.
That's crazy.
I saw some of the grossest shit I think I've ever seen in my life. Some of the grossest
why'd
people
you do it?
I have ever seen in my life exist on a cruise. And you know what? I was one of them. I was one of them. We fucking sailed in a fucking cruise ship polluting the entire earth to Haiti on a private island in Haiti. Like, we weren't even in Haiti. It was like a private island because we couldn't go to Haiti because they told us it was too dangerous. We were on a private island in Haiti.
Yeah.
Like, it was like the most whitewashed version of every country that we went to. It was the food. So so I want to take you guys back. I took a cruise 10 years ago when I was younger.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, and that's why I want to go on a cruise because it was awesome. 10 years ago, it was
floating
awesome.
porta potty, and it makes sense.
It was
think that's
awesome
exactly
10 years
what
ago.
happened.
And so I had the expectation that when I go on a cruise now, it was going to be sort of the same situation. Well, in 10 years, I've traveled to some of the most beautiful countries in the world, like England, and eaten some of the finest cuisine in Los Angeles. And I'm kidding, all right? Not England, Italy. I've been to Italy. I've been to Japan. I've been to Korea. I've been to a lot of these places, and I've experienced some of the finest cuisine. I've You know, I've met.
You're
I'm
more
cultured.
worldly person.
Dare I say I'm cultured? I'm gay now. You know, I've done
gay now.
a lot of different things that I've experienced. And so my perception of a cruise was like 18, 19-year-old Austin. Now I'm older now. Now I'm 23. And, you know, my perception and perspective of the world has changed completely. So my expectation for the food was a lot higher. The food sucked. It was the worst. I was waiting for food on land.
At this point, you have to understand that like all inclusive resorts are always going to have dog water food. I don't know why you think that it's gonna be. Austin is 23. Yeah,
yes,
Austin.
You should know this.
Austin actually leaked his age on the podcast earlier.
I did. But we're bleeping it out.
Yeah, we're gonna bleep it out. But he leaked his real age for a moment, and it shocked me to my core.
Yeah. I did. Yeah.
It was shocking.
Yeah. Okay, 43. Give me a fucking break. All right, y'all haven't seen 43. Okay, I'll show it to you in 20 years. Okay, what 43 looks like.
Oh, in 20 years.
Yeah, 20 years. Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
That makes it. Math checks out.
In 20 years, I'll show you what 43 looks like.
I know Austin's age, chatter. I'm saying he doesn't reveal it, and it's a big meme, and he accidentally revealed it, and
guys,
that's what
it's
shocked me.
online. It's not that far off of the real one online. Okay.
Wait, what is it? Wikipedia says it's 29. Wait,
yeah, it's not far off. Okay, give or take a year.
Wait, why is your age wrong online?
I don't know why. Somebody put that as my age, and I was like, all right, fuck it. I don't give a shit.
You know, what's gonna happen next year when you're like, you know, when you hit the fake age?
When I say it's off by maybe 11 months. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. Maybe it's off by 11 months. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah,
God knows what it could be. It's off by 11 months.
Yeah. Wait, older or younger?
Younger actually, which it's so awful that they would put me as older online. Somebody changed my age to.
Oh, so you're saying you're younger than the age that is.
Somebody changed my age to 47 years old, and it stood on Wikipedia for
Tiggy867, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, by the way.
But anyway, the food was garbage.
I'm gonna blast off, by the way, chat. Let's do it while Austin's talking about it. Happy Friday, Austin on Twitter is here. Uvalde PD. DOJ report shows police incompetence. Alec Baldwin indicted. Georgia DA drama. Hogwash, TikTok watch, meme review, and more. Get in now. Now, I have something to. I have a gripe with you.
Okay.
I have something I'm mad about.
Yeah.
You selfishly took time out from like your very limited obligations.
Yeah.
Which include going on the podcast, which is fine.
Yeah.
Sure. But also sometimes appearing on the show.
Yeah.
At a time, and to be fair, you did not know that this was going to happen, where aviation news was more important than ever. Your expertise was needed.
Yeah.
Your expertise was needed because, like, when I saw Tim Pool and all of these Republicans,
oh no, they chimed in,
start talking about how like it's actually because airlines are hiring like gay people and black people and like women.
They were saying that?
They were saying DEI is the reason why airplanes are crashing.
What?
Or just like, you know, the
diverse hiring practices.
Yes. And
brother, have you flown on a plane and met the flight attendants?
I'm so mad that you were not here for it. Like, as soon as I saw that, I literally was like, I have to tell Austin because he's going to lose his mind. Same with Murat. I immediately hit up Murat too. But like you not being on the pod, on the last episode of the pod where we discussed like cruises and also, you know, plane related shit. It's frustrating.
Okay, aviation. Let me tell you something, Tim Pool. Aviation is one of the gayest.
Well, you haven't even seen it.
No. Aviation is one of the gayest industries on the planet.
They were more so talking about DEI as in like not just gay people, but like women.
But let me finish. Let me just assume they said gay people because I want to get this point out and make it sound good. Aviation is one of the gayest industries on the planet. Not just the flight attendants, the pilots, okay? Let me tell you something, all right? One of my first bouts with homosexuality, all right? One of my first times experimenting with homosexuality was when I was a teenager. I had this flight simulator group, right? And we would play flight simulator, right, together. And we were all in the closet. We would talk about girls, and then after we landed, we'd all go jerk off together. Like that was what we did. Turns out, All the people I used to play online with, they're all gay. Some are married to men. Like it was a crazy time.
This is new. Like this is new revelations about your life that even I didn't know.
Well, no,
about.
I actually did. I had a little period of like I had a fling with a guy that I used to play Flight Simulator with, and then
Someone said I've personally fucked a lot of straight in air quotes pilots.
I had a fling with a guy I used to play Flight Simulator with, but then I felt so guilty. I like shoved myself back in the closet for probably 5 to 7 years after that.
Damn, this guy fucked you up, huh?
Yeah, no. I remember, and I actually kind of remember being disgusted by his penis, and I think that was like it was a little too much for me. I was like, wow, that's, I don't know.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. Okay.
I'm just kidding.
This
I wasn't disgusted.
is like there's a lot going on in the world of gayviation.
Yeah, gayviation.
And
What's going on?
I can't believe that you would selfishly, like the selfish top that you are, chose to take time off in the midst of like one of the most heated
out of my home airport.
Yeah, one of the most. Yeah, that's the other part. Like you have direct involvement.
It was in my home airport, the airport that I fly out of.
Of course, and let me pull this up real quick. We're of course talking about the Boeing 737
Max.
Boeing 737 Max fiasco that took place. Okay. For those of you who still don't know exactly what happened, okay, let me see if I can find the video real quick. Okay, I'm gonna. Oh God, I can't find anything like this. It's like not easy. Twitter has gotten so much worse. It's like impossible to find shit. You know what I mean? Like I can't find anything. Like this sucks. Like it just the Tim Pool DEI. Like you'd be able to search it and then find the video quickly back in the day. Anyway, that's a totally irrelevant thing.
I flew on the 737 MAX 9 the day before that incident. On Alaska Airlines. The day before I flew the MAX 9
from that airport.
No, not from that airport.
Oh,
I flew. I would have never. So that flight was an Alaska Airlines flight from Portland to Los Angeles, a route that I frequent. But this particular plane, I would have never been on. I would have never been on that plane. I would have never been sitting there. And also, I would have never been flying to Ontario. So I would have probably never been on that plane.
Okay, well, regardless, the Boeing 737 MAX 9 is what we're talking about. Specifically because the Boeing 737 MAX 9...
Yep.
which gets outsourced by Boeing, for the record, to other, I guess, lesser build quality outsourcers that are much cheaper, right? Had an issue from the flight that you were talking about, right? The flight that you were talking about took off, and very quickly the door, where there was supposed to be a door,
yes, I know what happened.
Exploded, basically.
Didn't
just
explode.
like flew out.
Just flew out.
Now, normally there's an emergency door there
Not necessarily.
on some of the planes, but obviously some commercial airliners choose not to put a door there. So they put what is known as a door plug in that space, right? So there's no like connection from the pilot from the pilot to that area. It's just a part of the plane functionally, right? And turns out, yeah, it gives them extra seats. That's a big reason why they do it. Whatever. Okay. Classic shit. Now, the plane didn't crash. However, they immediately landed all the 737
They grounded them, yep.
MAX 9s.
Plane didn't crash.
Yeah.
It was a cabin depressurization.
Yeah.
The pilots immediately acted swiftly and landed the plane safely.
This is your thoughts. It seems as looser than the door on a 737 MAX 9.
I was stoned.
This is on the 16th. This is 3 days ago. Were you still on the cruise? How could you have been stoned on the cruise? Did you bring drugs on the cruise?
Look,
what?
I didn't bring drugs on the cruise.
You're an international criminal.
No. I didn't bring drugs on the cruise.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I would have never brought drugs on the cruise. There's no way.
Oh, wow.
Not something that I would do.
Yeah, that's because that would be international drug trafficking and like very illegal.
No, I just don't do that.
Wow, smuggling drugs on international waters. Well, technically, there's no there's no real regulation.
No, I didn't
right?
do it. I didn't do it. Prove it.
Okay. Well, regardless, we're digressing. Let's get back to the main story at hand here.
Mm-hmm.
So, conservatives saw this as an opportunity to do what they do best, which is yell about, non-white, non-straight, non-male people. And quickly, the aviation experts over at Tim Pool decided, and does anyone have the clip that I'm looking for? Quickly, Tim Pool decided this is DEI. That is the reason why this airplane crashed here. Or not crashed, but was forcibly landed. Here, let's take a look at what he had to say. I want your take on this. And this is like now the meta. Everyone is saying that it is DEI initiatives, diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives that these massive companies are taking on.
Why is he wearing a beanie? It must be so cold in his room.
Yeah. Well, that's also DEI, being bald.
Voice
All right,
recorder on that flight was erased. The question is why? Now they'll come on and say, oh, it's just an accident. It's an accident. But I wonder if there's actually some malfeasance in that right now it's an argument that the planes are no good. Following this report, we've got new information that loose bolts are found on door plugs on grounded United Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 9 jets. These door plugs are areas of the plane. They're not emergency exits. They're optional. Some they do use, some they don't. I'm wondering how much of this is actually the planes are bad, or are we looking at a diversity hire problem where we have these pilots who are incapable of doing their jobs?
Oh my God.
And so you're getting pilot error.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I knew you would love this.
Oh my God.
This is such a good story.
Wait. I thought he was going to go the route. Of saying that, like, the manufacturer diversity hire.
Yeah.
He went the pilot route?
Yeah.
Because I know the pilot was a woman. This is why he's going that route.
Yeah.
The pilot was a woman.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
No, but what's
That's
really
insane.
What's really
pilot
funny?
error?
What's
That
really
the door
funny?
blew off?
It's hilarious because let's just say on background got information that is still publicly accessible.
Oh my God.
To see if there was any physical way that pilot error could have contributed to this.
No, I could have told you that right now. No.
There is no physical way that the pilot error could have contributed to this manufacturing failure.
Of course not. Of course not.
But that didn't stop Timothy Pool from fucking making this assertion.
There's no physical possibility that the plane could be. Oh my God.
It's so stupid. But like, here's the thing. These guys are obviously incredibly dumb and incredibly fucking like bigoted.
Are you fucking stupid?
And that's why it doesn't matter. The truth does not matter. It's ironic because he's looking at an actual story, right, that covers what the real issue is. The real issue is corner cutting. The real issue is a lack of quality assurance that Boeing utilizes in its other subsidiaries and third-party contractors that they work with. You could find this out if you investigated it even a little bit, if you were like a little curious.
Also, the pilots don't, the flight attendants have to lock the doors manually. And first of all, this door
is not a door.
You can't even see it. It's not even, there's no button or lever or anything. It's just, it's plugged. Right?
Yeah.
Let's see what he says.
Maybe the cabin was pressurized incorrectly, causing the door to blow out. They're then yelling in the cockpit.
He's saying the cabin was pressurized incorrectly, Austin. The pilot did not pressurize the cabin correctly.
You don't manually pressurize the cabin.
No, you don't understand.
You don't manually pressurize the cabin.
He has to bring it back to the woman, dog. You don't get it. Like, it's the woman pilot.
What does that even mean?
I think even his co-hosts are like, bro, you're stretching a little bit. Like his co-hosts are like, dog, I'm racist as shit, but like even I feel like you're
Dude,
a little off
come
base
on.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
What did you do? What did you press? Oh no, I pressed the wrong button, and then they realize
they pressed the ejecto button. they pressed the fake door that's supposed to be a fucking panel button.
But it's not a button. What the fuck is this guy talking about?
There is no ejection.
There's no ejection button at
we
all.
will get in trouble and be sued if people find out what we admitted to here. So they erase the black box voice recorder.
Or the black box voice recorder only has a 2-hour limitation, and they accidentally kept recording over it, and that's why it doesn't have exactly the same, like the point of impact, I guess, or the point where like the door blew off.
Oh my god. Okay, here, let's keep watching him.
There's also air control audio apparently.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, well, let's go down. Last aircraft, say again. Center, Alaska. Trouble to declare an emergency. We're descending down to 10,000.
Yeah, so here, pause. The standard operating procedure is to immediately descend to 10,000 feet where you have breathable air. Until that point, the pilots will have their oxygen mask. So the reason you hear her voice constricted is she's got, I don't know if you guys ever watched my flight streams, but we actually put on the oxygen mask. So her voice sounds like, because she's got an oxygen mask on.
Yeah.
And she's following the proper procedure. To go down to 10,000 feet, right now they're at 14,500, whatever. The procedure is to immediately descend rapidly to 10,000 feet upon a depressurization.
Yeah.
So, and she's wearing an oxygen mask. I speculate that once they hit 10,000 feet, her oxygen mask came off and she was probably more audible after they got to 10,000 feet.
This is awesome. There's a guy who's still pushing this. The fact that they are, with extremely high probability, toying with people's lives and now trying to hide the truth of what happened is something that needs to be 100% investigated and the public being informed. So what I love about this guy's speculation is that he thinks like the National Transportation Board does not exist, right?
Yeah.
Like in his mind, he thinks like plane crashes are rare or these kinds of accidents are phenomenally rare just by sheer luck. Like there isn't an entire group of individuals, insurers, on the corporation side, Boeing, on the Boeing side, people looking into it, investigating it, on the third-party contractors that they work with, investigating it, on the airliner side, like the Alaska Air is not investigating this matter separately. The FAA is not investigating it separately. The NTSB is not investigating this separately. Like, there are probably, right off the top of my dome, I gave you what, like 6, 7 different agencies, both regulators and also internally conducting investigations into the matter. This guy thinks none of that exists and can't even apply critical thinking, which would allow you to actually
go to that clip.
Even without recognizing it. Here's an example of this happening.
Max, you're not. I turned the oxygen on. All right, so just.
So this is what happens when a
Flight
cabin
attendants,
depressurizes. So here, stop. So this is what happened in Flight Simulator when I failed to turn on the what they call them the packs. I forgot to turn them on, which is what provides oxygen to the cabin.
Austin, this is you're ruining the argument I'm trying to make by being a bad gay pilot.
Well, I know, but this is what I'm trying to say is,
Austin, the argument I was making is that gay pilots are just as good as straight.
No, I know, but what I'm trying to say is that this was not a case of this is not a case.
If Tim Pool sees this video, it's over.
I know, but this is not, you don't, but hold on. If you turn those off during flight, first of all, you wouldn't. The plane would notify you and you wouldn't rapidly decompress. It would be a slow. This is what happened. This is what people alleged happened on MH370, right? The Malaysian airline plane, the ghost plane disappeared, right? They allege, right, that there's a theory out there that the pilot suffocated the cabin by turning off those packs, what they call them, like the packs.
Don't worry, it's gonna be okay. Right? The beeping,
slowly,
you're not
the cabin
dead.
Would depressurize. There would be alerts in the cockpit, but everybody else would slowly lose consciousness and pass out and eventually die.
Okay. Thank God I didn't. Thank God I didn't say I'd gift Hasan 100 subs this time. You're not dead. Let me tell you why.
Wait, on your streams, you make challenges where you're supposed to give me subs?
Well, I basically said that if you survive the flight, I will give the 100 subs. But everybody survived because we're at 17,000 feet. Everybody would have lived. Right? Like I wasn't doing it right. Like you definitely should have descended. I wasn't following procedure because it was a simulator. But anyway, go back to the thing. This is irrelevant.
17,000 feet. You can
see. You can kind of breathe. At
okay, so proper protocol, as Austin pointed out, but did not follow through on his own.
Yeah. Okay. But
was
Flight Simulator.
was in Flight Simulator is immediately descending down to 10,000 so that you no longer need oxygen. But like you don't need assisted oxygen, I guess.
But that would be the alert that they would hear in the cockpit. That's what they heard when the cabin depressurized.
Yeah,
is when they heard that alert and immediately get oxygen mask on and then immediate descent.
Yeah. So, here, let's watch this. Let's keep going.
Roger. Descend and maintain 10,000, and when able, give me the nature of the emergency and your intentions. Portland, Alaska, or Seattle, Alaska. 1282, we just depressurized. We're declaring emergency. We need to descend down to 10,000. Alaska 1282, Roger. Descend and maintain 10,000, 10,000, and when able, state your nature of emergency and your intentions. We just depressurized, descend and maintain 10,000, and we need to return back to Portland. 1282, Roger. Descend and maintain 10,000, and the Portland Hospital.
Yeah.
3023, flight pivot heading to Alaska 1282. And Portland,
Notice how the air traffic control is also a woman. I feel like DEI is taking over everywhere. You know what I mean?
It is incredibly hard to speak with those masks on. They're incredibly suffocating. And everybody sounds like that when they talk into them.
Yeah. I think this is another testament that we've devolved into we've descended into madness, complete madness on this, where as things like marginally get worse and worse due to the obvious fault of capitalist corner cutting, like a constant necessity for cost cutting measures being implemented, which of course eliminates redundancies like quality assurance in an industry that is supposed to have redundancies because they're fail safes, right? All of that is the real reason. I can tell you what the actual reason is. These are faulty door plugs that were installed by a third-party contractor that Boeing very likely hired specifically because they didn't, have the same they didn't put in the same measures, like the same quality assurance measures that you normally would have. This is my speculation. This is what it basically is pointing to, the problem itself. Yeah.
It looks like they took off from one-way 28 left, right at Portland right there. You see that? Took off from 28 left.
But of course, the irony is that, you don't want to think about that. Okay, you don't want to think about that. You don't want to think. You don't want to think about the fact that like Boeing's profit seeking is putting passengers in danger because they're spending more of their capital on stock buybacks rather than actual implementation of quality assurance measures or manufacturing this stuff in house. And boom, what do you know it? Lo and behold, Boeing is no longer a real manufacturer of things. Okay, manufacturer of planes or any kind of like new tech or even old tech. It's basically just a what the hell is this? It's basically just a financial corporation. That's it. It's basically doing finance capitalism to a T. And obviously another byproduct of this is the fact that it's losing out to Airbus big time. Airbus and Boeing are basically the only two major airplane creators, right? I mean, the two companies that make airplanes on this planet.
Pretty much.
Airbus is the French, the French company.
French European.
And Boeing is the American corporation. And Boeing has implemented and been able to like successfully deregulate and implemented significantly worse cost-cutting measures than Airbus seemingly. And that's why we are at this.
It's interesting to me
in the
because
situation we're in.
Airbuses on paper make me a little. I think anybody that were to objectively look at Airbuses on paper versus Boeing's on paper, it seems to me that I would feel more safe in a Boeing because of the fact that there's if all your hydraulics go out, there's a pulley from the yoke that goes to the back of the plane and to the wings that you can actually physically fly the plane when you lose all power. You can hand fly the plane technically. With an Airbus, if you lose all that, it's like it's a fly-by-wire system. So if you have an electrical fire of some sort, and I'm sure there's redundancies and things like that, the Airbuses are a lot more difficult to. I don't even know how they would be recovered if you had some sort of catastrophic fire or failure of the electrical system. Which I don't. So on paper, you would think that a Boeing would be safer. Also, I will say, due to the fact that of the systems of the Airbus is much easier objectively to fly than the Boeing. The Airbus is, and I've flown both of them. I've flown the Airbus full flight simulator and the Boeing simulator. The Airbus is much easier to fly, which probably makes it more efficient for airlines to train their pilots on. The entry level to fly an Airbus is a lot easier than a Boeing. I'm guessing probably the training is still as sophisticated, but it's much easier to fly an Airbus. The plane does a lot of the things for you that a Boeing won't do. So they're probably getting their ass kicked on that front, and then also the fact that Boeing keeps having these missteps. So it's interesting to me because, I've always held the, not saying that Airbus pilots are bad pilots, but I've always held the belief that I think that Boeing pilots, generally speaking, they're flying a plane more and they're a little bit more, they're able to keep I'm not saying they're more skilled necessarily, but their skill set is a little bit more polished because they're actually flying the plane more than the Airbus pilots. The Airbus pilots, a lot of it's controlled for you. The plane trims for you. It balances itself out for you. The Boeing, you have to do a lot of that stuff manually. So your skills, I think, stay a little bit more polished as a Boeing pilot. I don't know, just
someone is trying to say Boeing had to cancel certain quality specs because the guy who oversighted them during COVID died during COVID and no one knew what he did, so they just cut out the requirement. I don't know. I mean, I'd have to look into that a little bit further. I believe it, but that seems a little too insane. But yeah, ultimately, chat.
Scroll up. There's a real pilot wanted to say something.
What?
Go up. Scroll up.
As an airline pilot, it's so funny how Austin knows more about airplanes than some real pilots. Yeah, he has a plane autism. It's the only.
It's the only thing I'm smart about.
Yeah, that's why I was frustrated that he selfishly went on a cruise in the middle of
Well, I think that was I cursed the aviation industry by going on a boat.
When the world needed him the most, he vanished. Yeah, you cursed the aviation industry by quitting your usage of the aviation industry.
And I want to say this to Tim Pool. 2 recent catastrophic depressurizations that potentially catastrophic depressurizations. The first one was a Southwest Airlines plane that happened, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, right? That happened 2 or 3 years ago. And then this most recent one, both times, women captains, both times, heroic efforts by the pilots to land the plane safely.
Yeah.
The unfortunate situation in the Southwest Sun, there was 1 life lost because they got sucked out of the plane. But both times, women pilots, and both times successful, and they did everything they were supposed to do, and everything they could.
Women pilots are 2 for 2.
No. What I'm trying to say
saying.
is what I'm trying to say is
2 for 2 on depressurization.
No, you guys are taking it the wrong way. I'm not saying
maybe women are at fault here.
No, women aren't the problem. I'm just saying 2 times at which it has happened, women were in control and they handled the situation perfectly.
Yeah. You have the same curse. To be fair, some big happens whenever you go off stream. That's true. All right, so let's finish this.
So then it's oops, we have no idea. It must just be the planes are no good.
Keep going. Like that he's trying to defend Boeing here. Now, remember when I was kind of making fun of that gray name chatter who was like, oh, well, an investigation must be conducted, right? The reason why I made fun of that chatter is because a critical thinker in this circumstance would do one of 2 things. Maybe you're unfamiliar with the NTSB, the FAA, and numerous other regulatory agencies that ensure that fatalities in commercial air travel are kept to a minimum. Maybe you're unfamiliar with that. But you can just think about it a little bit critically and realize, perhaps in your mind's eye, that there are numerous corporations involved in this process. And there's going to be a lot of people who are personally invested inside of those corporations, inside of those companies, that are going to want to ensure that they keep their blame to a minimum. Self-interest. Boeing is self-interested in this and wants to ensure that they are not at fault. So there's going to be a personal investigation internally into who is responsible for this. United is going to investigate. Alaska Air is going to do an investigation. Every part of this process is going to have an investigation. Everyone that's like tangentially related is going to look at this to see where they can shift the blame. This is what a critical thinker would do, even if you're completely oblivious to the regulatory mechanisms at play here. Okay? And that's what conservatives fail to do every step of the way. They want neat, comfortable narratives that they can land on. And there is no more comfortable a narrative that you can land on than the oldest narrative. It must be someone who is a non-white male. That's got to be the reason. Now, Tim Pool looks at a story that directly counters that, okay, with facts, and says, no, I don't believe it. But then he does something that I find very funny, which is at least a little bit more convenient of an argument because it directly physically involves the person that is on the manufacturing side, and goes, maybe it's because Boeing is doing DEI hires in their
that's
facilities.
what I thought he was going to do.
Yes,
originally,
which is like still a stupid fucking argument, but at least it's a little bit smarter than
makes
like
a little bit more
immediately blaming the pilot in a situation that is completely outside of the control of the pilot.
Ashley St. Clair was tweeting about a flight that landed from Newark, New Jersey, and it bounced on the runway, hard landing, nearly totaling the plane. I think the plane is disabled. The fuselage looks like it was bent and cracked up.
It's not true.
And according to Ashley St. Clair, or I should say, she asked,
not true,
whether or not this was a diversity hire who was fired and then rehired.
I love that he's like making up a fantasy here where he's like, I saw a plane land really hard and I assumed in my mind that it was maybe like a DEI hire that was fired, that was hired again, and like that's the person who's responsible. I'm imagining a situation where like, what if the plane actually landed really hard? What if that plane had a woman pilot or a black pilot or something? And what if that black pilot previously was fired because they were bad, obviously, and then they were rehired because of diversity?
But you know what makes it even more funny about this that Tim is failing to understand? I've been told by numerous pilots that within reason, a hard landing is actually good for the plane. It's good for the plane.
What? The plane likes it?
I don't know why, but I've been told by numerous pilots, like
it feels good as fuck.
A firm landing.
It feels good as fuck for the plane when it lands firmly.
A firm landing is good for the struts and the landing gear. It's good for the plane. And look, it may sound ridiculous, and I don't understand the reasoning by it, but it's a good solid landing. Also, the planes are built and designed to take a tremendous amount of stress when they hit the ground. Planes bounce all the time. I've been on a plane that bounces when it lands. It's perfectly normal. It's perfectly okay. Nobody's getting fired. It's fine. So, yeah.
Yeah, but what if in the hypothetical situation that I made up that perfectly corresponds to my personal biases about like non-white, non-male people, they were at fault for a thing that didn't even happen? This is no different than being like, I mean, he just imagined something. Like, it's the perfect conservative narrative, chat. This is why I wanted to show this video. I've showed it already, but I wanted to look at this video one more time because there's like very obvious facts that are very quickly assessed in this situation, right? And the investigation will continue. But I'm sorry, there is nothing funnier to me about the conservative mind than looking at an article, refusing to read any of it, immediately cooking up a narrative that you built in your mind, and then creating a hypothetical scenario where you got scared, okay, and then being afraid of the being afraid of the hypothetical situation that you made up in your mind.
Also, fuselage cracked. That doesn't even like from landing. From
he
bouncing,
said it was bent. The plane was bent because it landed too hard,
and they fired them. What the fuck is going on?
He's right. I did stress analysis on airplane struts and landing gear, but it's basically an IRL testing of the shear force on many of the rods that hold it together in different directions. People think landing gear are like our legs and might buckle in a different direction, basically anisotropic, whereas landing gear are meant to be isotropic and take forces in all directions, which is why a 90-degree turn landing never buckled once.
So see, that's the actual. I didn't know why, but that person came with the actual explanation for why these pilots were saying a good solid landing is good for the plane. Within reason, of course. I'm sure at a certain point you would fucking be crashing, but a good hard landing is good. And like you guys ever heard of Ryanair? Right?
Yeah, that's a European. Isn't Ryanair the European
but you know how
budget?
They're notorious for hard landings, right? Like always, like hard landings. Well, I was with when we did the flight simulator thing in London or England. The pilot that was training us or that helping us, he was a pilot. He was a former captain for Ryanair, and he told me the reason why Ryanair landings are so firm is because the standard operating procedure for Ryanair tells the pilots they have to land within the early part of the threshold of the runway. So the pilots have to put the plane down quickly because in Europe and a lot of the destinations that Ryanair flies to, the runways aren't 10,000 feet long like the United States. They're a lot shorter. So it's safer to put the plane down firmly with these hard landings earlier on in the threshold and land in a firm way because it's completely safe and good for the plane.
It's good for the plane. I love the way you say that.
Then try to, like in the U.S., they'll like try to kiss the runway because they're so long.
A good solid landing hits the plane's G spot. It feels good. It probably feels good as fuck for the plane.
Yeah.
Landing hard, dude. The plane loves it. Goes, oh,
yeah,
nice.
Yeah.
Land firmly in the plane.
Oh, I love talking about planes. It's the only time I can look semi-intelligent. I love it so much.
Even though they shouldn't have been.
Going.
We got a pilot shortage. Flight cancellations like crazy. Are these airlines hiring in large numbers, and are they hiring for diversity? Because we know Boeing's all about it. Take a look at this. Global Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Report. I'm wondering if what's really happening is the infrastructure failures we're seeing are due to the fact that all of these companies for the past decade plus have been prioritizing hiring based on ideology instead of meritocracy.
This is also so funny. Like the notion that they're just like automatically hiring people that would be otherwise disqualified. DEI initiatives are not created specifically so you hire like black people or brown people instead of white people. First of all, really funny, especially on the engineering side. I mean, I at least know from like the engineers that I've met. This is anecdotal, but like, you know, white people are.
Yeah, exactly.
This is one of the few places where white people are the fucking minority. Okay,
Exactly.
And that's not because of DEI, homie. That's not. Okay, you go to a trading floor, a lot of white guys. You go to a financial institution, a lot of white dudes. You go to the executive level, a lot of white guys. You look at the fucking actual engineering floor, not a lot of white guys there. Okay.
Nope.
And that's not because of the fucking DEI measures. Let me tell you. Now, they need the DEI white guys for engineers. Yeah, literally. They did a diversity measure so they could have more white engineers.
And maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's why the door failed.
Yeah. So the funny part about this is that like DEI measures across the board are not like racial quotas. That is illegal.
Smells like white man door installation.
Yeah. That's number one. Number two, DEI simply opens up the pool of candidates that you are looking at that you normally, I guess, somehow avoid looking at because maybe you're a little bit more interested in having a predominantly white workforce. That's it. This does not mean that the qualifications of a black or brown engineer, which is hilarious to think about, that like, you know, especially like brown people, brown engineers being worse somehow. and not like, you know, being overrepresented in the engineering field. It's not about that at all. And it has everything to do with opening up the hiring pool to a broader subsect of society. That's it. DEI is the new affirmative action neoliberal band-aid solution that hogs pretend is anti-white racism. But it's like, the thing about DEI is that, or all of these things are that they simply are there for marketing purposes. That's it. It's for liberals to feel good about what they did. It doesn't mean that you're actually fucking hiring people that are less qualified for a position and like overlooking white people.
I just can't.
It just automatically comes with the assumption that like white people are just going to be better at everything because it's a white supremacist value.
It was just so immediately a lot of the comments on the video of the air traffic control were going after the pilot for being a woman, and you know, a lot of sexist related remarks. You know, these people that could never even, you know, begin to understand anything about a plane.
Yeah.
I can't believe he went after the pilots.
Yeah, it's also additionally funny considering that, like, I would say that aviation has probably year over year gotten significantly safer in comparison to like the fucking 60s.
Yes.
When everyone was like, by definition, a white guy doing every aspect of the craft.
Yes.
So if anything, if I were to be a dumb guy who thinks correlation equals causation, I would look at that and go, more black and brown people on every aspect of the engineering, on the building side and also on the piloting side, and it's become safer.
Wasn't in 2023, I don't think there was a commercial jet crash, a fatal commercial. Wait, the Air China one, was that, or China Airlines, was that 2022? But I don't think there was a fatal one in 2023. Somebody sent that to me on Instagram.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's really
of a commercial
funny.
airline.
What my ex's dad is a civil engineer, and he once told me he had to choose a less qualified black guy over a more qualified white guy because of these policies. Yeah, brother, that's the racist assumption that the black guy is automatically less qualified. Here's why it's impossible to. Here is why it is literally impossible to argue on this point with people who maintain this position, because in their minds, they think the white guy is always more qualified. Okay? So yeah, in his mind, the white guy is way more qualified than the black guy. So, oh man, DEI is forcing me to hire this black guy. That's it. That's the whole point. White guy had an internship at the country club, but the black guy didn't. Yeah, shit like that as well. Anyway, big companies don't just do DEI for their reputation. Research shows that companies with more diverse workforces are more successful because they bring in more varied perspectives and prevent groupthink. That is also true. I am no big city capitalist lawyer myself, but I know that companies with more diverse boards, right? More diverse boards of executives unironically yield better profits year over year. And once that information is out, these guys don't care. Nobody at the tippy top gives a shit. They just want their bottom line to be better. So they see that and go, okay, great. Boom. Come on, hire a couple hire a couple people to spice it up a little bit. And that's it.
It's sad though what happened.
What?
I really want Boeing to be good. As an American.
Yeah.
I want the company to be good and safe. Because I've flown on the MAX several times. And I love that plane as a passenger. It's a beautiful plane. The passenger experience is great. It's sad that that shit keeps happening.
We got to go back to the 70s when it was all white guys drunk as fuck flying the planes because it was significantly safer. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Make airplanes great again, baby. Just, people falling asleep on the wheel, basically, because they're fucking hammered. You know what the biggest tragedy in this Boeing cutting corners? I don't even want to get into it. I like, look, I already covered it extensively. I think it's silly, and there's more to talk about. Terror in the skies after diversity hire takes over. So now this is Lauren Witzke.
Yeah, I know, but
who is literally she says she's a Christian nationalist. Like, she is literally a white supremacist. Okay? I love the notion that you look at anything that is going on in the world and immediately the first thing you think of is like, oh, something bad is happening. It must be like a non-white person that was hired. Like, oh man, top of the hour ad break came 3 minutes before the top of the hour. Must be a diversity hire. Oh, I stepped on a Lego. Must be a diversity hire. It's just such a comfortable narrative to constantly repackage. Okay? So that you can feel comfortable knowing that you won't see the top of the hour ad break, but you will. So prepare for it. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Prepare for it by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? Prepare for it by hoping that you'll get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Okay? That's it. And then you won't have to sit there, their dick in your hand, complaining about diversity hires. Okay?
Oh, this is so stupid. How do you argue with these people?
Here's the 3-minute ad break now. A Cat for Cutie, thank you for the 5-tier-1 gift sub. You can't argue with someone that literally looks at something that's happening in the wild, has no other contextual clues into what is actually the responsible party, and immediately goes, black people. You can't do that. It's just, you can't argue with this person.
Also, it wasn't terror in the skies. A 747 has 4 engines.
Oh my God, it's on fire.
Like, imagine she's the one who filmed it. Oh my God, it's on fire. Must be black people.
They landed. Yeah, they landed safely.
Yeah. Borlo, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Oh my God. Sorry. It's on fire. Mom.
Yeah, and then it's not, because they probably put the engine out
Holy shit.
by calmly following the standard operating procedure, and then had 3 other working
No,
engines,
it's still doing it.
and then landed safely. Is that what happened, Hasan?
I don't know the details. This just happened.
I think that's what happened.
She goes, look. Diversity hires now checking for fuel lines. Diversity hires now performing the safety checks. Diversity hires teaching you how to use an oxygen mask. Diversity hires in the driver's seat. The glory days of flying are over. Time to get an RV. All right, bitch, get a fucking RV then, okay? Take your dumbass into RV town, okay? Instead of flying everywhere, take an RV. I don't want to sit next to your nasty white supremacist ass on the fucking plane anyway, okay? Take your dumb ass down to the fucking RV store and get one, okay?
Dude, it kills me. Scroll down. Miami Airport. As if the airport hiring has anything to do with what happened.
Yeah.
Number one. Number 2, have you seen Miami? It's like a... Have you seen the demographic of Miami? Of course. It's a diverse Miami's incredibly diverse.
Okay, talking about, but Miami also is like, they move at a different speed over there, so maybe I wouldn't bring up that they're all diverse there.
Wait, what do you mean? Did I say something wrong?
No, I'm just making a Florida joke.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, there's other things you could say.
No, the better example would be like, looking at like Turkish Airlines, right? And being like, wow, look at all these fucking diversity hires.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what about other countries that fly planes?
I can't believe that, in every other country, there are diversity hires everywhere.
Yeah.
George Santos' campaign funds, thank you for the 5 gifted. My Bourbon Gamer, more up dog, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. Lots of gifts coming in. A lot of diversity gifts.
Hasan, I have to go.
You have to leave?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Did you want to cover anything else with me?
No, it's all good. It's just like a lot of
you
DEI.
Want to go back to...
This is in the pocket of like everything you care about. An American Eagle jet slid off the runway of Rochester International Airport in New York, causing a stir among emergency personnel and various agencies. The incident occurred at Frederick Douglass Greater Rochester Airport, where an American Eagle flight operated by Piedmont experienced a slide off.
It was a diversity hire who was de-icing the runway, obviously.
Yeah, with 53 passengers on board, no injuries have been reported so far, and crews are actively working to remove the aircraft off the runway.
They were probably gay, using gay de-icing equipment. They're actually using. You know what? I got it, Hasan. They've been hiring these gay de-icers, right? These gay de-icing drivers.
And they want to skate on it.
No, but more importantly, they've been mixing up lube with de-icing equipment.
Yeah.
And they've actually been laying down Swiss Navy
That must
lubricant
be the
on
that
the
must be it.
runway, which is leading to the planes sliding off.
Yeah.
That's
They just, you know,
what I
those
think is
damn
happening.
gays, they can't control the ice, man. They see the ice
they
and they're
can't
like,
help it.
I'm a figure skater.
Yes.
That's the gayest thing one can do.
Yep.
So that's it.
Lubed, I don't know if lube freezes. I have no idea. All I know is it's impossible to get off your dick after. All right. Sorry. But it is really difficult to get off. It's water resistant. Like, how the fuck are you supposed to wash that shit off? You know what I mean? Like, is anybody with me? Huh? It's fucking. I need
Austin is misogynist against bottoms.
I need to invent lube remover.
Answer for your
that would
crimes.
sell. Lube remover. Okay? Where you apply the lube remover, one swipe of the towel, it's all gone.
I am shocked at how pale you are still after
Dude,
coming off of a
Can I
goddamn
tell you
cruise.
something?
What?
I went to Jamaica, Haiti, private island in the Bahamas. Okay? I suntanned. I put on only 30 SPF. I used suntan oil also to tan. I was out in the sun for probably 4 to 5 hours a day. I did my absolute very best. Okay? I did my best. You know what I ended up with?
What?
A fucking sun rash. I went to Jamaica for like 2 or 3 hours on some beach, and I ended the day with a fucking rash everywhere. Like a sunburn. I got sun poisoning, and I was using 30 SPF sunscreen the entire time.
Because you've never see the sun. That's it.
But
That's
what am
like
I
the whole
supposed to
point.
do? What am I supposed to do? Tell me what I'm supposed to do.
You have to train your body to see more. Of
Where
the
am
sun.
I going to go?
Los Angeles here today.
There's no sun here. Dude, if I can't tan in Jamaica, where the UV index is like 11, there's no tanning anywhere.
I think you just got to keep training.
I Googled it.
Especially during the summers. Like, you got to keep training.
I Googled it.
Train your body. To see
I
the sun
Googled
more.
it. Some people just don't produce melanin.
That's not a thing.
They know it is a thing. Some
What?
people just can't produce it.
There's just people that no matter how much sun they see,
They just can't
don't
produce it as much.
Wouldn't they get like sunburnt
Yeah,
immediately
they get
and
burnt,
peel off
but
or
they don't
something?
really get tan. My
But
face
you don't
gets
even
a little
get
sun
But you don't even get sunburnt. Like how does
I
that
got
fucking
burnt.
work?
I got burnt. Right
I
now.
don't see
You
it.
can't see it right now, but because it's kind of healed already. But I got burnt. I don't know. I'm Lebanese too. What the fuck is that shit? Or where the fuck is those genes? My dad gets fucking dark as shit. My mom does too, and she's Irish. She's actually Algonquin Indian a little bit. That's why she can tan really well. My dad can tan really well. Maybe I was fucking adopted.
Yeah, you're the milkman. You're the milkman's child. They left you. The milkman
Did
left
I
you.
mispronounce that?
What, Algonquin?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I think I did.
I don't know.
I am Irish too. I'm
Wow,
Irish.
you're indigenous in every different direction, it seems.
Yeah, that must have been a crazy. I don't know how the fuck. You know
Yeah.
where? You know what I found out? Where my family originally immigrated to from Lebanon,
Where?
Iowa,
That's so. I mean,
and
you are
also
white.
part of my family went to Haiti. Evidently, they went to Iowa and then Haiti.
Wait, why Haiti?
So part of the family went to Haiti. Well, because think if you're fleeing Lebanon or whatever, and you're immigrating somewhere else, you want a climate that is a little bit closer to.
Maybe we need to shut down immigration in Iowa until we figure out what's going on.
This was a long time ago.
Okay. All right.
But
Anyway,
I
this is the
gotta
last
run.
one. This is the last one.
Okay,
Breaking
okay.
news.
Okay.
Plane crash. We're gonna cover this and then you can get
We've
out
got
of
some
here.
dramatic images coming out of Virginia where the video is showing what appears to be a small plane making an emergency landing on the highway there. The single-engine plane blocking all lanes right now. It's
This isn't as
unclear
interesting to me
at
'cause
this
it's not a
time how many
commercial jet,
people
but
were
I'm
on
in on
board
it.
that plane. Emergency crews say no injuries were.
Oh, was
were
it a private
reported.
jet?
We'll
It is a
follow
private
the
plane, yeah.
Details via
Ball
B.
plane.
there.
This happens all the time.
PJ.
It happens all the time.
Significantly less safe than like commercial
Yeah,
airliners.
which is
for
why
the
I don't
record.
fly private.
Yeah. Oh, that's the reason. That's
Yeah.
what's stopping you.
Yeah, I actually don't fly private. I got offered to fly private a couple times. I don't. I like the bigger planes. That's my
Yeah.
thing. But
Anyway.
anyway, well, hey,
All right.
look, I appreciate you having me on.
Of course. Thanks for coming on.
expect a lot of content out of me. I'm starting a new series called In the Tub with Austin Show, where it'll be me in a bathtub, charcuterie board, wine, and then that series will spin off into a touring series called Austin Show in Your Tub, where I'll be traveling to people's tubs and taking over their bathrooms and forcing them to sit and bathe with me. I anticipate it's going to be Twitch's new hit show. And it's not a hot tub; it's a bathtub. I will be in their bathtub. I'll be raiding their bathtubs. I'll be taking phone calls. I'll be eating charcuterie
and
I'll be
unsustainable. But
unsustainable. What?
We'll
Why
see.
not?
Well, how are you going to get every single person? Like, how are you going to bring camera equipment to other people's like houses and then stream?
You'd let me in your bathroom.
But how are you going to set up? Do you have any idea what it takes to be able to set up a?
I hired a producer. He seems to know what he's doing.
On the go, you need to first of all you need to hardwire your Ethernet cable for consistent bandwidth.
Okay, yeah. Right.
When you go into someone's bathroom.
No,
that's my first thing. That is the first thing that I thought
streamed
about.
out of a flight simulator in a fucking warehouse. Okay,
Yeah, but that was an IRL stream.
Yeah, no, it would. Yeah, no, we streamed from a laptop. It was from a laptop.
Okay,
so we could, if I could somehow figure out, it'll be easy. Come on, I stream from Wi-Fi at my house. Okay,
really?
Yeah, that's why I never can hold a connection.
Okay.
All right. But let me tell you, don't listen to Hasan. He just doesn't want it to happen because he's first up on the guest list for In Your Tub with Austin show.
Oh, am I? That's crazy.
Yeah, we're going to have twink men delivering charcuterie and wine. And I don't know what we're talking about, but let me tell you, it's going to be great. It's intimate. It's one-on-one. It's perfect. I'm in your tub. It's a little bit invasive, I understand, but I think it's a good way to break down walls.
This guy's at regular poor people stream from their every day from their house. What do you mean? What are you talking about? I was a regular poor person.
Thank you so much for
I was
recognizing
a poor person streaming from my house.
Thank you so much for recognizing that I'm regular and poor.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
He's not regular, nor is he poor.
No, I'm very poor. I don't have a job. I went on vacation for free. It was I had to. It was they donated it to me.
Yeah, that's
because
nice,
they felt
dude.
bad.
Yeah, poor
That's
people
right.
can't. Famously, poor people don't have access to an Ethernet cable.
Yeah, well, look, I also just want to let you know I represent you guys more than
Austin
Hasan.
was literally on a private island.
That was
okay.
Yeah, but it was a shared private island. It was a socialist private island.
Oh,
Okay,
that's nice.
We all shared it. Okay, we all swam up to the pool bar as one collective. It was almost like it was like a union almost. It was a socialist island. Not Epstein's island. It was Royal Caribbean's island. Okay? It was a socialist
It's quite
island.
difficult for me not to make fun of anarchists like No Gods, Ken Masters here when like they so dramatically missed the point that I was making. My point is that you can't stream from other people's houses. My point is that the bandwidth necessary, okay, and the background necessary for consistent upload speeds, I as a streamer know this, you do not, is going to be really hard to do in every random person's house from the bathroom. They might not even have a bathtub. That's one thing. But beyond that, it is very difficult as far as like the production side goes to be able to consistently put out a quality product.
I'm not going to random people's houses. I'm going to streamer houses that are equipped for this sort of thing.
Yeah, we'll see.
I mean, what do you think? I'm just going to some random dude's house, you know?
I will not be doing it from my bathtub. I'll tell you that much.
Well, we'll rent a bathtub. Come on, quit being a bitch.
Okay.
We'll do it. Your bathtub's big enough for two. I've taken a bath in there.
All right. I'm a streamer on my private account.
Okay. All right. Well, look, you know what? I don't need anybody in my tub. I'm just going to do it alone. All right. There you go.
All right.
I'm going to do it alone in my tub, and then Hasan's going to join me. I'm going to raid his bathroom. He won't even notice.
All right.
By the way, thanks for the jewelry.
That's crazy.
All right. Okay.
Wait, did you take more?
No, of course
You
not.
fucking better not have. I can't believe you.
See you.
All right. All right. Bye, Austin. Austin will be back for our Sunday special. We're doing 2 podcasts this week, but I don't know when we're gonna upload it or how we're gonna upload it. But anyway, regardless, I don't understand why I'm being mocked. You're being mocked because you didn't understand what I was saying. You did not understand what I was saying. What I'm saying is that in order to make a consistent product, there is a lot of difficulties with, like, one, getting people comfortable enough to, like, show their bathrooms. Two, getting people shirtless in this process, like on their own streams or on someone else's streams. But more importantly, tried to make a joke then took it personally. Yeah. Or more importantly than that, being able to stream from not your streaming room, not your bedroom where you have your streaming set up, but from a random room in the house a bathroom specifically, is going to be quite the difficult endeavor. That's it. I know this because I have tried to set up different types of streams all around my house, not in the bathroom, but, you know, it's still applicable to the bathroom as well. All right, Little Espresso, thank you for the 10 gift to subs. We're going to move on from this. All right. No, son, you just hate poor people. Exactly. That's probably what it is. A YouTuber by the name of, oh my God, it's Firefox, already did the tub, I think. I mean, theoretically, it's not easy to interview somebody while they're eating spicy wings. True. I think if there's one person who can pull it off, is Austin. What? Yeah, I am. Yeah, he says, I'm bought and sold by the powerful shower lobby, which is true. That's why I tell Anarchist to shower all the time. I'm always telling him to take a shower. All the time. All right. Okay. Hasan, do you see the Yemeni kid got interviewed by the BBC? I doubt anyone accuses the BBC of platforming terrorists, though. Wait, no way? Show me the interview. When are you gonna have me on the show? What? Okay. So, do you have your playlist? I do. Is it on there? I haven't looked at it. Is it on the playlist? Or where is it? Oh, it's in Arabic though? It's in Arabic. I need to see it in English. Is it BBC? Is it Arabic BBC? I'm not going to translate it piece by piece. I want to see it. We'll see it when it like makes its way to other channels. But cool that they have, you know, that they're doing this. That's one. And I wonder if people will be very upset about that, platforming a terrorist. I'm sure they won't, because, you know, it's not me. Speaking of it's not me, in another long and convoluted saga, I almost lost my mind this morning when I woke up to, once again, another incredibly, profoundly annoying, like unimaginably annoying new Twitter moment. Okay. Community notes. Okay. Community notes on first this, which I guess didn't take. They took it down. So they tried to community note this. This morning when I woke up, I saw this. Visegrad24, the Polish government-backed right-wing fascist account that became a prominent fixture on Twitter for its loyalty to the NATO adjacent struggles that were going on. They were doing like a lot of coverage in Ukraine, and it gained a lot of prominence, right? It's a frequent misinformer. Like, everybody with a little bit of know-how understands that it is just a rampant misinformer, abuser of like other people's content. Okay, they do a lot of fake news, right-wing slanted fake news. I'll cover this part in a second. Now, one of the things that they did as a idiotic, here's the Nazi community note here that they deleted, but they were so these fucking losers on Twitter are so unimaginably bent out of shape that they community noted this, and then they tried to community note this one as well, which apparently, because like the other one got taken down, so they tried to community note this one. So Visegrad24 posted, example of U.S. air superiority from Operation Desert Storm. The Houthis would benefit from not pushing buttons. First of all, you're Polish. Okay? What are you talking about? Like, there is no it's not Polish air superiority, my friend. It's American forces. These were coalition forces. You had nothing to do with it. Okay? How about you calm the fuck down? That's number one. And number two, it's a war crime. You have posted a war crime. Just because it is not considered a war crime because America did it does not change that reality. So here's the thing. I said this was an American war crime on retreating forces and civilians called Highway of Death, where A-6 intruder jets bombed the front of the vehicle column to cause a pileup, boxing in thousands of cars. They kept bombing for 10 hours straight. You Polish government-funded fascist freak. Then I said, I hate these animals so much. They have nothing to look forward to other than fantasize about America doing war crimes to victims of colonial violence with funds that could instead go to paying for hospitals, roads, and schools. Which was a broader point, not specifically about the Highway of Death in general. Okay? And he said, enjoy your community note, which is funny because, once again, the second community note just was entered when the first one was taken down. So that's the other funny part. And I can't even see it, which is also ridiculous. But it's like, also, the rule about retreating militants is that they are fair game under international law. We can say that international law is fucking wrong and that bombing the fuck out of retreating troops is a war crime. Yes. Here's why. Okay? The notion that you can blow up retreating troops unless they are literally retreating to a better position is that, yes, under international law, that's a position that is, that goes back and forth. If America does it, obviously, everyone, if America does it, they can do it, right? That's allowed. That's how international law works. Other countries, they do that. When the Russians do it, that's a war crime. So just remember that, okay? Now, having said that, the reason why this is a particularly egregious war crime that these fucking animals are posturing about and fantasizing about, right? And again, this is the maximum copium because this first thing that I mentioned was directly a war crime that they added this community note to originally. Okay? Here's the community note. I tweeted about it as well. I said, I love the community noters on this app because just not reading their own links, I suppose. The Wikipedia page they source from actually agrees with me. Because notice I said it's a war crime on retreating forces and civilians called the Highway of Death. They linked Wikipedia and the International Human Law databases. Okay? The Wikipedia page they linked to tell me that this is not a war crime, actually, and totally just, actually says that it is very likely to be a war crime. The attacks were controversial, with some commentators arguing that they represented a disproportionate use of force, saying that the Iraqi forces were retreating from Kuwait in compliance with the original UN Resolution 660 of August 2nd, 1990. Okay? And that the column included Kuwaiti hostages and civilian refugees. The refugees were reported to have included women and children, family members of the pro-Iraqi PLO-aligned Palestinian militants, and Kuwaiti collaborators who fled shortly before the returning Kuwaiti authorities pressured nearly 200,000 Palestinians to leave Kuwait. Activist and former United States Attorney General Ramsey Clark argued that these attacks violated the Third Geneva Convention, Common Article 3, which outlaws the killing of soldiers who are out of combat. Clark included in his 1991 report, War Crimes, a report on the United States war crimes against Iraq to the Commission of Inquiry for the International War Crimes Tribunal. Okay? Every community note on here just going forward is literally this. It's 100% correct. Every community note is like, yeah, it says that it's really interesting that you're saying that this was a war crime, but what if I think it was cool? Because I'm a neck-bearded, mouth-breathing racist. Here's another absolute psychopath. Lamau, bombing retreating military forces is not a war crime, you bootlicking authoritarian clown. You think the retreating invasion forces are to be treated like non-combatants under Geneva Conventions? That's absurd. Read a book, you fucking moron. I'm begging American leftists, please learn what a war crime is before opening your stupid mouths. The first Geneva Convention was signed in 1949. There's generally no excuse for your ignorance. Hasan says Wikipedia agrees with him because it cites the opinion of Check Notes Saddam Hussein's lawyer. Oh shit, dude. I didn't realize that automatically made me go, oh, Saddam's a bad guy. We agree. Which means that automatically everyone that was killed in that process was a valid kill. The only reason why I posted the Wikipedia note is not because I learned from Wikipedia that the highway of death was a war crime that was never prosecuted. The reason why I posted the Wikipedia page is because that's what they posted. The inherent irony of posting a Wikipedia link that blatantly undermines the position that you have is the hilarity here. Not that it's like the most reliable source. Which, by the way, I, of course, mentioned in the tweet. So the question here is, are you that fucking brain dead? Are you that stupid? Or are you maliciously presenting this in a way that you can channel all of the frustrations that many liberals have on Twitter, where they want to turn around and claim that, like, no, this is another American bombing that was perfectly valid. You did just say they were fleeing when the law, Adam's lawyer says they explicitly can't carry firearms if fleeing, which they did. You need to stop screaming people are idiots when they're explaining how you're wrong. Once again, retreating forces, which included refugees and other civilians, retreating forces in civilian vehicles with refugees and other civilians after a suspension of hostilities is being followed on is not an appropriate bombing target. The fact that Americans knew that, still blew up the front of the column and boxed people in and simultaneously continued to bomb them, okay, is completely unacceptable. The notion that this is actually perfectly valid of a target, in my opinion, the fact that, like, many liberals, like this fucking moron, okay, like this fucking moron is doing, shows me that the liberals have lost it completely. The anti-war liberals, was it for 10 hours the bombing happened? For 10 hours, they were bombed and also shot at by ground forces as well. There has to be a Russian-Ukrainian version of this that Russia did, okay? Because Russia does a lot of America shit. I suspect that there has to be a Russian version of this that this fucking dumbass 1,000,000% correctly called a war crime. Okay? That's it. Bad legal takes jumps on the dum-dum train. This is not a bad legal take. What the fuck? Oh my God, I'm losing my mind. Control F highways for the section on this. Middle East Watch obtained eyewitness testimony about apparently indiscriminate attacks on civilian vehicles on highways in Iraq, with the exception of one attack on a bus traveling from Kuwait to Iraq, in which 31 civilians were killed. These accounts described incidents that took place on the Baghdad-Amman International Highway in western Iraq, from which missiles were being launched into Israel. Civilian vehicles on other highways in Iraq were also destroyed in Allied attacks. Is this Highway 8 and 80 or not? Yeah, they use cluster bombs, by the way. That was the other thing, which is insane. But, you know. They are going to say you hope for a Russian version of the Highway of Death. That's going to happen 100% because they're disingenuous. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Russia operates in a very similar capacity to the United States of America. So the likelihood that Russia has conducted similar war crimes is very high. And that person very clearly, if said thing did occur, would absolutely call it a war crime because it did. Because, I mean, it is a war crime. That's it. You want to know why I know that? Because in the popular Call of Duty franchise, one of the last games, they did actually attribute the Highway of Death to Russia. And they, of course, called it a war crime because it was. Yeah. U.S. scrambled to shape the view of Highway of Death. The U.S. Navy Silver Fox bombing squadron snooped beneath low clouds north of Kuwait City in the early hours of February 26 and suddenly found itself overlooking an attack pilot's dreamscape. More than 1,500 Iraqi tanks, armored vehicles, jeeps, water and fuel tankers, ambulances, tractor trailers, and passenger cars clogged in a traffic jam on a six-lane highway headed north. First of all, it wasn't even a fucking traffic jam. They caused the traffic jam personally. Fire and shrapnel exploded on the highway as bombs fell from the Silver Fox Squadron's A6E, which I also mentioned. Okay. The Baku-Rostov highway bombing was an incident which occurred in the village of Xiaomanyc in Chechnya. Two low-flying Russian aircraft carried out repeated rocket attacks on a large convoy of refugees trying to enter the Russian Republic of Ingushetia through a supposed safe exit route. The attacks killed or injured scores of people. Russia surrounded and killed retreating Ukrainian troops at the Battle of Iovaisk in 2014. It is very often cited by Ukrainian nationalists as an example of Russian brutality. Ukraine, Russian assault kills fleeing civilians. Continuous shelling. No, they're going to say that the guys are not actually fleeing civilians. They're Arabs, so they're all enemy combatants. That's the point here. The major point of contention is that it's not just an entire column of military members. There are literal civilians. There were refugees. That's the whole point. He's not gonna care about Chechnya. Yeah, you hate on Russia for no reason. He's not gonna care about Chechnya. No, I know. I said that I'm sure Russia has done something similar to retreating forces in Ukraine. Okay. Anyway. And therefore, if there is such a thing, which I'm sure has probably happened, he would absolutely present that as a war crime because it is. Okay? Anyway. The notion that people are defending this is genuinely psychotic to me, though. The idea that, like, so many people were incredibly galvanized and, like, ready to be like, you're so dumb. Like, it's insane to me. This is we are fully at the stage of like, you know, Americans are so brain broken. Civilians, even potential hostages. I see so much Iraq war apologia. Guys, the funniest part about this, let me tell you something. The funniest part about this argument, the funniest part of this contention is that this isn't even like Iraq 2, okay? This is the other one that like pretty much everyone agrees was really fucked up. That's the thing. People love the Gulf War even if they didn't like the second one. No, this is the one aspect of the Gulf War that they think is like fucked up. The Gulf War pretty much is you know, it's nothing overall. This is the one aspect this is the one aspect that like everybody recognizes is not great. They think it's valid because Iraq invaded Kuwait. Yeah, exactly. But it's just like, it's still ridiculous. I can't even show you. I mean, but okay, never mind. There is not like, it doesn't show you everything, but good. Because there's like charred humans and shit stuck in between the cars and whatnot. So I have to clear it to make sure that you don't see it. I don't know. I do personally think that this is genuinely a scary prospect that people like the American government itself considers this bombing to be, obviously they're going to say it's not a war crime. They're always going to find a justification for it. But the fact that like even the American government themselves were like, okay, never mind. Maybe not great. And now like liberals are turning around and defending it aggressively is wild. 1,500 tanks. How is that civilians? I already mentioned to you that it is a column of retreating forces and also civilians. I don't think people see it. Bro, you don't have to argue about the details of it. It's a war crime. They're going to go full lawyer mode and argue the specific wordings and shit. The point is that it's immoral. And if it's not a war crime, it should be one and the laws need updating. No, but it is. You can make the argument that it is definitely a war crime. That's the other part of it. Even from the legalese side, I very carefully used my words, which they are avoiding, to make it seem like this was just, you know, tanks that were repositioning so they can attack again and again. Not that like they were retreating forces, as even the fucking Wikipedia page posts. Can you imagine what they say if those are American troops retreating from their invasion of Iraq? Yeah. Except you can never imagine that because America doesn't fight battles with like serious states that have like active militaries, okay? America is the cop in the story. So they don't do, they operate like Uvalde. They don't go in when there's actual people who can fight back, usually, with like a similar level of violence. They only fight when they have air superiority. Anyway. I am Kuwaiti, and those Iraqis didn't deserve to be bombed brutally like that. Yeah. Yeah. This came after a UN resolution, like the retreat. They're making it about bombing retreating military forces when the war crime is bombing retreating military on infrastructure that's being utilized by identified retreating civilians. Yes, it's also in like civilian vehicles as well. And not only that, but the way to justify it is by saying, no, we had actionable intelligence that the civilian vehicles were being, used by Iraqi soldiers. Okay? And that, once again, no, it's not poop on Kai's bed. You made me look. That guy's pro-Palestine too, by the way, so it makes us... Yeah, okay, dude. Liberals are only pro-Palestine as long as Palestinians are perfect victims, okay? The moment that you don't consider a Palestinian to be a perfect victim, liberals will be just as, just as aggro. Ridiculous shit. Kaya has gotten a hold of the poop sock. Yeah. All right. Yeah, by the way, this is the other thing. This was a coalition of British forces that actually protected the retreating ISIS fighters and their family members out of Raqqa. Something to think about. Something to think about. Cool stuff, though, overall. War crime apology hour, baby. Yeah, to Idlib, which in Turkish-backed forces' hands. Yeah, I don't know how we got here, honestly. Like, I know that, like, I mean, I joke about, like, how ferocious and bloodthirsty liberals are for the most part, but, like, at least there is supposed to be, like, plausible deniability usually. And I think that they have gotten increasingly more bloodthirsty as of late. You know what I mean? Like, it's a real mask off moment for a lot of these dudes, you know? It's specific to Twitter, I think, and Twitter drives news media discourse. Yeah. Twitter has definitely gotten way, way worse. Iraqi forces were attacked for invading Kuwait. Iraqi occupation had been long-term adverse impact on the health of the Kuwaiti populace. Okay. You should just go into Iraq and kill them too then. Oh, wait, we did do that. Well, not this Polish fuckbag. He didn't do shit. He's just sitting there jerking off, like I said in my original tweet about America's violence against brown people. You're not even arguing with them. You're arguing the propaganda they regurgitate because the U.S. went crazy trying to cover these things off. If you read further into it, which you properly did, you'd see they literally scrambled together lies of things again and again and again. Yeah. The bombing demonstrated one grim irony of the brief ground phase of the conflict, that a war undertaken to drive Iraqi forces from Kuwait ended with some Iraqi troops desperately trying to leave the emirate while U.S. forces held them in place and destroyed them. The U.S. military officers said their main purpose in pounding fleeing Iraqi troops was to protect allied forces elsewhere on the battlefield by cutting off potential recruitments for the Iraqi Republican Guard divisions north and west of Kuwait. In retrospect, some officers say the doomed Iraqis crowded on the highway, many of whom had loaded their vehicles with loot stolen from Kuwait, probably wanted to go home to Baghdad, not reinforce the Republican Guard. Even this, by the way, even this, still leaves like a level of, yeah, these guys are actually bad guys. Okay? Like, oh, they had stolen loot. None of that, by the way, is a real justification, for the record, on retreating forces after a fucking resolution has come and they're literally fucking leaving. Okay? They're literally retreating, and they're retreating alongside refugees and other civilians. Okay? You can't do that. While the bombing was an act of war ordered by Allied field commanders seeking to protect the troops on a dangerous battlefield, it was also the focus of a public relations campaign managed by U.S. Central Command in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. A campaign designed to shape perceptions of the war's last and most violent phase, which culminated in the near total destruction of Iraq's army in Kuwait and southern Iraq. The northeast of here, more than 400 charred vehicles and dozens of bodies marked the 50-mile... It's not even dozens, by the way. The bodies are, I think, like some estimates were around 300. Some estimates go all the way up to 600. Okay. But yeah, where another fleeing Iraqi, more than 400 barks, the 50-mile stretch where another fleeing Iraqi convoy was destroyed along a second road that connects the Kuwait town of Jahra to Iraq. But the highway of death, as the road near Mutla has come to be known, may be something of a misnomer. It is now apparent that more Iraqis fled in their vehicles and were taken prisoner than were killed by the U.S. bombing of the highway. There are still no reliable figures on precisely how many people were killed in the convoy, but reporters who visited the scene as bodies were being collected say the most they saw on any one place was 40, and they estimated that a total of 200 to 300 Iraqis may have died at the scene. The following reconstruction is drawn from interviews with Kuwaiti witnesses, U.S. field commanders and soldiers in Kuwait, officers with the U.S. Central Command in Saudi Arabia, and pool reports of interviews with U.S. pilots conducted at the time of the bombing. Feverish, fatal flight. Huddled in their homes beside the highway leading from Kuwait City to Iraq, Kuwaitis who had suffered through more than 6 months of brutal occupation listened with amazement to the chaotic sounds of a panicked Iraqi army on the move. In the black of night, tanks and armored vehicles rumbled. Car and truck horns blew. Voices cursed in Arabic. And every so often, there was a crunch of a traffic collision, then more curses and blowing horns. It was Monday night, February 25th, less than 48 hours into a ground offensive the Kuwaitis hoped would liberate their besieged country. Ever since the ground war began, there had been signs that the Iraqi troops were preparing to leave Kuwait. Sunday, for example, they had been seen loading television sets and other booty into stolen cars and trucks. Now the flight was feverish, as if they were racing to get to Iraq, recalled Manawar Saeed, a Kuwaiti Education Ministry employee who lived by the highway. No reliable figures, but Washington Post asserts that the PLO civilians were thieves. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, yeah, that is a subtle way of being like, yeah, they still kind of deserve it. Like, they're still bad guys. If you are a squishy liberal, like a rule follower, right? This gives you a little bit of a permission to like kind of look the other way, even when you recognize the brutality and devastation that these people are subjected to. Okay. Brown guys stealing televisions. Maybe they deserve to be fucking slaughtered, right? Near midnight came the first thunder of bombs. Iraqis on the highway redoubled their panic flight, only to exacerbate the traffic jam. Vehicles poured into the southbound lanes to head north and collided with one another. Hundreds of Iraqis jumped from their cars and trucks and ran off into the night, desperate for a place to hide. Some crouched in a nearby cemetery. Many sought refuges in empty houses. By morning, the highway was a mangled scene of destruction and death. Planes from the aircraft carrier USS Ranger buzzed the convoy again, dropping cluster bombs and whatever other munitions they could hurriedly load onto their attack planes. Marines unleashed 500-pound bombs on stranded vehicles. Air Force F-16A fighter bombers raced north in the bases in Saudi Arabia. There were so many planes striking the convoy, pilots said that the killing box had to be divided in half by air traffic controllers to avoid mid-air collisions. U.S. pilots and Kuwaiti civilians who witnessed the attack were struck by the scale of its destruction. A few felt pity for the Iraqi victims or expressed mixed feelings about the one-sidedness of the bombing, but most say they thought the Iraqis were getting only what they deserved. I think we're past the point of just letting him get in his tank and drive them back to Iraq and say, I'm sorry. U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel George Patrick told a media pool reporter that Tuesday as he rested between missions against the convoy, I feel fairly punitive about it. A retreating enemy is still an enemy, lol. Brother, this happens in war all the time. This does not mean that it is a totally moral and justifiable thing to do. You are opening up fire on an entire column filled to the brim with not just actual soldiers, okay, but it does have retreating forces, but also civilians as well. It's over at that point. They're done. They're packed up. They're going home. You're literally getting your rocks off by firing into them. That's it. There is no reason for that bloodshed, okay? That's the whole point. This is not fucking Call of Duty. Navy pilot Swigert, speaking to a reporter on the Ranger as he reloaded between attacks, said, "One side of me says, that's right. That's right. It's like shooting ducks in a pond. Does that make me uncomfortable? Not necessarily, except there's a side of me that says, what are they dying for? For a madman's cause? And is that fair? Well, we're at war. It's the tragedy of war, but we do our jobs." Okay? I did not realize that there were this many people that actually still considered that to be a legitimate defense of this was mounted. Okay. The entire conversation is poison from the start. The concept of soldiers being reduced to legitimate targets in the first place is dehumanizing. If we're truly anti-war, we need to deconstruct the entire concept of reducing humanizing the tragedy of war. Yeah. Kuwaiti civilians living near the highway exploded, felt none of the pilots' ambivalence. These people who left Kuwait at the last moment were the security forces of Iraq, the people who really controlled the city. A Kuwaiti marketing executive said that they were the most brutal, most vicious people in Kuwait. We have no pity on them because they had no pity on anybody, shaping world perceptions. That Tuesday morning, while bombs exploded on the highway, this is like America going to people to like justify this action, for the record. Okay. So, if they were on the other side of the boundary, it would be considered. Here's the point. These are retreating forces that are very deliberately trying to get back into Iraq. The distinction here is, are they considered out of combat or not? A UN resolution 660 has come. There have been numerous instances past that point where there's like a point of no return, right? People are very obviously going into Iraq. Why can't you bomb them when they're in Iraq? Can you bomb them if they have already made it past the point of going into Iraq? The answer is no. That would be officially, legally past the point where they are absolutely out of combat. It would be a violation of the Geneva Convention. While they are retreating, if it's a tactical retreat to go back and fight and resupply other forces, then they are valid targets. Okay? Technically. The issue is, it's very obvious that these guys were retreating alongside refugees and other civilians, many of them directly in civilian cars. Okay? This was not happening with like exclusively tanks and military gear and military combat gear, and everyone that's dying is like directly a part of the military. Okay? That's it. There is a very real argument here that this constitutes a war crime, like from an international legal definition as well. Many loudmouth liberal morons have no idea the gruesome atrocities committed by everyone that led to the Geneva Convention. You stupid fucks are not playing a video game. Yeah, I mean, they don't care because when has America ever cared about? When has America ever cared about war crimes? We don't care. We do it all the time. There is no justification for it, and it still doesn't matter. Anyway. Yeah, I said the same thing. If Russia did this to Ukrainian troops who were retreating, you would I know for a fact that they would call it a war crime, which it would be. But their answer to that would be, well, Ukrainian forces weren't on Russian soil. Okay? Technically, they're not invading Russia and then running away. It still doesn't matter. Okay? It doesn't matter. Retreating forces that are out of combat, that are seeking to be out of combat, are not fucking fair play. Anyway, so look, Baghdad's pullout order posed. Oh, so this is the other part that I forgot. That Tuesday morning, while bombs exploded on the highway, senior U.S. military officials stationed far away at command headquarters in Riyadh wrestled with an unexpected problem: how to counter Iraq's surprise claim that the troops attempting to flee north from Kuwait were part of an orderly withdrawal from the emirate designed to comply with the United Nations resolutions. Surprise! How do we deal with these people that are actually retreating following an order? As the Iraqi vehicles rumbled and collided in the darkness on Monday night and early Tuesday morning, Baghdad radio announced that Iraq's government had ordered all of its troops to withdraw from Kuwait, ending months of defiant occupation. Baghdad's pullout order posed several problems for the U.S.-led military coalition. Continued allied attacks raised the specter of a one-sided slaughter of retreating Iraqi troops, possibly complicating U.S. political problems in the Arab world. Perhaps more importantly, a successful Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait would deprive the allies of a chance to humiliate the Iraqi president Saddam Hussein, destroy the remnants of his army, and prevent him from posing a continued military threat in the region. By Tuesday morning, with allied ground forces rolling into Kuwait and across southern Iraq, the total defeat of Iraq's military had become a clear but generally unstated U.S. war aim. The aim was politically sensitive because the United Nations resolutions under which the war was organized did not go beyond the liberation of Kuwait. They got pot shots specifically for their own personal interest, one of which was the humiliation of Saddam Hussein, to attack retreating orders after a lawful retreat order had been given, retreating forces after a lawful retreat order had been given in compliance with a United Nations resolution, Resolution 660. Okay? Now, why did I go through all of this? Well, two reasons. One, because it once again shows that liberals are profoundly bloodthirsty psychopaths. Okay? And they also are very confident in the way that they cover this shit. Like, they make it seem as though they are absolutely correct in their defense of America's bloodthirsty and psychopathic violence. Okay? It's ironic that he called me a bootlicker. I'm confused why people are so dick-hard to defend a 30-year-old American atrocity. So fucking strange. The other reason why I'm covering this extensively, okay? The other reason why I can't believe they cited Wikipedia to go against your claims. Yeah, Wikipedia, which literally reaffirmed my position, okay? But the other reason why I'm talking about this is because sometimes I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind because I'm literally correct. I am correct 100%. I'm both morally correct And I'm even correct within the legal framework that we supposedly follow, which we don't. And that's what's really frustrating. It's frustrating to be right, both on the moral front and also even on the legal boundaries that we have created. And yet, people are so passionately saying, you're wrong. Okay? Like, there's two different fronts to argue this on. Is it valid? Are these valid targets from a moral perspective? I don't believe they are. Okay? I don't think they are. Is it valid from a legal perspective? I don't think that's the case either. And that is what's frustrating. Why does it matter? You just disagree with certain things. Why does this matter? When has any country cared? Question mark. Brother, why should I ever cover anything then? This is, this directly contradicts what my mission is. My goal is to get people to open their fucking eyes and be a little bit more empathetic. I should just stop then. This is what's very, very frustrating. The level of propaganda within America is so saturated and ubiquitous that it's important to make public aware of it and educate them on its pervasiveness. Only then will you move hearts and minds. Yes. I think I just need to keep doing it. And I will continue to keep doing it, but it does definitely take a mental toll. You know what I mean? It kills me a little bit to see people, try to put a community note on anything they possibly can. It's so funny. Like that they originally. Community note the reply with an irrelevant point, which still reaffirms enjoy your community note. I hate these animals so much. They have nothing to look forward to other than fantasize about America during war crimes, the victims of colonial violence with funds that could instead go to paying for schools, hospitals, and roads. Real leftists and anti-war advocates are with you, man, even if they get drowned out, Twitters and everything. No, I know. But you have to remember, okay? You do have to remember that this kind of sentiment is like broadly expressed on Twitter. And it certainly does, it's certainly frustrating. Because he's saying like, the Iraqi forces were attacked for invading Kuwait. It's like, bro, they literally they're retreating, dumbass. The account isn't Polish government funded, at least not anymore. It used to be. How long did we see community notes of the Breitbart articles as the receipt? Yeah. U.S. community notes, 70% of the time have U.S. Freedom Burger Institute as their only source. In hindsight, it is clear that these troops were totally routed and didn't pose any threat to the coalition forces at this point in the game. Also, it should be emphasized that they were retreating. However, retreating does not equal surrender. If they didn't surrender, then they were enemy combatants. Moreover, retreating or falling back is considered a tactical movement. What's your take on that? It's not. It's not a tactical movement or falling back when it's very clear that not every part of the convoy is directly military equipment. Not every part of the convoy is like armed military personnel. And beyond that, they're following the lawful order issued from Baghdad to retreat, like to go back to Iraq and end the occupation. Okay? It's a tactical movement if they are using main routes to reroute and resupply troops in other positions. It's not a tactical movement if the people that are using, the people that are bombing the retreating forces, even themselves personally understand that they're fucking retreating to go back to Iraq. Okay? I didn't send the tweet yet. There were civilians on the highway, man. Why are we rewriting the highway of death? I don't get it. It just don't. We are rewriting it because I said it. And if I said it, it must be wrong. And also, it's like America did it, so it must be right. This mentality is profoundly egregious, profoundly bloodthirsty, and it definitely does frustrate me because it spells trouble for the future of our politics. It shows me that the chatter is right. Retreating is considered a tactical movement. Still bad for the record, guys. That distinction is coming on the heels of following a lawful order as well. Okay, it's crazy. Americans love America's use of violence is fucked. The news accounts posted the last Iranian Shah. We should tell that news account posted the last Iranian Shah. We should tell you everything about what they believe in. Yeah. Yeah, they were tactically retreating out of Kuwait and into Iraq. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah. For the record, that perspective on the highway of death, for those of you who don't know, was incredibly damaging. Okay? I think withdrawing is the word you're looking for and not with retreating. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay? I don't care about the distinction without a difference in that situation. Okay? They are leaving the battle. They are not leaving to go to a better position. Anyway. Read a fucking book, you moron. Lamau, bombing retreating military forces is not a war crime. And I am a bootlicker for not agreeing entire column full of civilian vehicles seeking to alongside personnel. How do you spell personnel? Oh, personnel. Shouldn't considered a valid military target, especially. Brother oversimplified with an epic. Yeah, he said, Lamau, bombing retreating military forces, not a war crime, you bootlicking authoritarian clown. You think retreating invasion forces are to be treated like non-combatants under the Geneva Conventions? That's absurd. Read a fucking book, you moron. Which book am I supposed to read? Mein Kampf? The fuck is this guy saying? Yeah, the book you should read is just Hitler. Libs just use words they don't understand like hogs. The highway of death was wrong. Perspective was a pretty mainstream liberal stance in 1991. How the fuck are liberals today in favor of it? Did we regress morally as a society? Yes. That is basically the whole point. Hope this isn't a tweet. No, this is from like Oz Katerji, Ukraine correspondent, British Lebanese conflict journalist and filmmaker based in Kiev. Okay? It's so odd that all the fucking NATO freaks always demonstrate how absolutely bloodthirsty they are at every opportunity they have. It's so strange to me. Okay? Don't get farmed for attention. I mean, this is a pretty big account and also has a decent amount of fucking likes on this tweet. It's not some random 50 like dickhead. Okay? I love the notion that I'm a bootlegger for not agreeing with the stance that an entire column full of civilian vehicles alongside military personnel and equipment shouldn't be considered a valid military target. Bootlegger for not agreeing with the stance that an entire column full of civilian vehicles alongside military personnel and equipment should be considered a valid military target. Hold on. Hold on. Successful. By Tuesday morning. Here, I'll just show the radio announcement. Yeah. Look at this. Look. As the bombing proceeded Tuesday, the U.S. responded to the Baghdad radio announcement by playing down evidence that the Iraqi troops were actually leaving Kuwait, emphasizing that Iraqi forces had to abandon their weapons and armor to avoid Allied firepower, and later arguing that Iraqi troop movements out of Kuwait were not a voluntary pullout, but a retreat under fire. Just chatters telling you not to post annoy you like you're literally a professional tweeter? Sometimes. You know? They just lied about it. The attack was not necessary to achieve military objectives. Exactly. I love that Tuesday morning while bombs exploded on a highway, senior U.S. military officers stationed in headquarters in Riyadh wrestled with an unexpected problem: how to counter Iraq's surprise claim that the troops attempting to flee north from Kuwait were part of an orderly withdrawal from the emirate designed to comply with the United Nations resolutions. Surprise, they're retreating. Here, I'm gonna just clip this part. What is it? Control Shift S or is it Windows Shift S? My Windows key doesn't work. What the fuck? Why is my Windows key not working? Huh. That's odd. Let's see. Oh, it worked. Okay. Okay. No, stop. Okay. I'll post that in the. I don't know. I actually kind of don't know how to deal with a lot of this stuff because they're so insane. Withdrawing from their occupation, should it be considered a valid military target? It'd be as this is why fascism is so successful. This is why fascism is so successful under a decline in material conditions. You cannot debate people out of this framework. They will support this endless bloodshed until their social and economic alienation is alleviated. You cannot win, sorry to say. You're trying to debate lure people away from supporting a fascist movement. I agree. Like, it's very, very frustrating. I think you might disagree with this, but I do think some of your more insane haters need to be kind of exposed for what they are. Less sway when they're embarrassing to be around. I think so too. What is this new version of the capitalism shirt? Ooh, this is sick. I love that. Yeah. Here, I'll just say this. I think this is fine. All right? I mean, I feel like this is fine. What's not fine, however, is forgetting to run the top of the hour ad break, which I forgot. So I'm going to run now. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. That's the real war crime. Retreating forces in this chat got hit with a top of the hour ad break now. 5 people will read this. Okay, don't be defeatist, okay? If I get 5 people to read it and change their perspective, then that's awesome. I see that as a good thing. Dude, Matt got so many likes on this. Yeah, Dutch is a weird ass language. Anyway, one of the best things with your to do with your empathy-based approach to analysis is that you're helping an audience learn how to kill the fascists in their head. Keep growing, bro. Yeah. Anyway. I love the notion that I'm a bootlegger for not agreeing with the stance that an entire conflict of civilian vehicles alongside military personnel and equipment withdrawing from their occupation shouldn't be considered a valid military target. This is the same ideological rot at the core of every reactionary movement. They're not arguing because your point is wrong. They're arguing because your point breaks in the conclusion they've already arrived at, and that conclusion is soothing. They're basically mad because that point makes their brain hurt. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I don't know how to deal with this. Like, I don't know what the most effective way to deal with this is beyond just being like, you know, Russia doing this to Ukraine, you would not be fond of. You know what I mean? Like, and no other, there's not a lot of like other versions of this story. Okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. Should be considered a valid military target. They were complying with UN Resolution 660. Oh, went over the. Yeah, if here's the thing. If Taliban shot American planes out of the sky while America was withdrawing, they would be screaming war crimes. Yes. The problem is that there is no like there's not a lot of like instances that you can point to. There's not a lot of instances that you can point to where like America is fighting a military with like at least some level of like equal power or more power. You know what I mean? That's it. Found an old ass article from 1992. Yeah. Kill them all and let God sort them out. This is like from the Crimson, Harvard Crimson, critical of the obviously involvement of the United States of America. You want to be UN, but doesn't care about UN laws, Lamont. I love the notion that I'm a bootlegger for not agreeing with the stance that an entire column full of civilian vehicles alongside military personnel and equipment withdrawing from their occupation should be considered a valid military target. This was controversial at the time. Wait, how many? This was even controversial then. Okay, there you go. Gonna be to call you a Saddam Hussein apologist. He doesn't actually care whether it was a war crime or not. He believes Iraq deserved war crimes. Yeah. Yeah. the most liberal guy you know defending the highway of hell. Okay? Like hey, what's up, guys? I'm a liberal. I believe in a rule-based international order. And today I'm going to be defending the highway of hell. Okay? And then these fucking losers go, ooh, you've been community noted. And then the community note gets deleted. Or the highway of death, not the highway of hell. Sorry. The highway to hell, I guess. The highway of death is the correct name. The only equivalent instances of something like the highway of death I can think of are all perpetrated by the U.S., nuking Japan twice, firebombing of Tokyo, bombing of Dresden, My Lai massacre, etc. Yeah. I think NATO people want America to be more vicious and excuse anything America has done. They want Bush to come back and invade Russia. Yeah, it's really fucked up. Look at this. I was a Marine infantryman in the Desert Storm. We showed a lot of restraint. It was a free fire zone against an army that had just sacked and raped the country. We could have killed so many more. Fun fact, they are only brave in mass against unarmed men and women. brother, you're an American Marine infantryman. You are literally the most like pound for pound. Like you're what are you talking about? You just described what you do. What do you think the American military does? This is why so many people unconditionally support Israel's actions as well. Why? Because Israel is doing the America playbook. God damn, I don't want to be like one of those, crazy guys online who says like every American is a psychopathic fascist. And it takes like a little bit of scratching of the surface to uncover the blood-curdling fascism underneath. But oh my Lord, dude. Israeli president, if Israel wasn't there, Europe would be next because the barbarians want to get all of us out of the region.
The truth is that we are fighting a war for the entire universe, for the free world. I always say if Israel was not there, Europe will be next because these barbaric jihadists want to get all of us out.
Israel is closer to, what he considers to be a jihadist, okay, than Hamas is.
The region and want to get all of Europe out of its place as well. And the United States is next too. So this war is something of an essential element.
This is why so-called socialists who support NATO and bitch about you having cringe and yikesy foreign policy takes will always have been bloodthirsty, hawkish liberals in denial. They adopt the aesthetics of socialism to appear more radical, and it sucks that so many people in this community still fall for that shit. Yeah, it is very frustrating, especially because, like, I would go so far as to say one of my major differences from, like, the average American political commentator is specifically on this front. On the front where I unfalteringly and unflinchingly will tell you exactly what something is. If America does a war crime, I'm going to tell you that it is a war crime. And the same even goes for other nations as well. But of course, when other nations engage in war crimes, America already considers them as such. The difference is, I mentioned that as well. But having said that, when I mention that, all of those same squishy liberals who do become bloodthirsty monsters at the first sight of a justifiable war crime in their eyes will completely avoid seeing that. That's why there are so many people that still to this day believe that I'm like pro-Russia, okay? Or unconditionally in support of China no matter what China does. This just looks like an implication of white supremacy to me. While you might be white passing enough for your day-to-day, your name being Hasan and being Turkish, I think genuinely emboldens people to do this. I don't think white American leftists get the same poor treatment and dogpiling you do. I don't know. I'm not, look, I'm a profoundly privileged guy, okay? I am a profoundly privileged guy. I'm not going to sit here and act like, here, I'm going to rate this. Oh, fuck. It keeps going away. I don't know why I can't see the community note. Like, it literally goes away before I can rate it. How do you request it? No. The Iraqi forces were attacked for invading Kuwait. Sources do not support note, incorrect information, opinion, or speculation, I guess. Misses key points or is irrelevant, and argumentative or biased language. That's what I'm going to use. And also, sources do not support the note. There you go. It's like, it literally, that community note in and of itself, basically, this statement, okay, is a personal opinion that I hold. It is not relevant entirely to the first point of contention here, okay? The Iraq retreating forces are not the victims of colonial violence in that circumstance. Okay? That's not the point I'm making at all. I'm talking about a broader point here, which everyone with a brain cell can understand. I hope. Okay? So the fact that he's like, well, actually, these guys deserved it is really stupid, because that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking specifically about that person that wrote that note as another pending note for you. It's funny because like this one I thought originally got community noted, but I guess they took it. They took it down. It's also ironic because this has nothing to do with like Yemen, unless you're talking about like Yemen is going to get war crimed if they keep doing what they're doing. Like Visegrad tweeted this because he wants Yemen. The author claims that the Yemeni kid is a terrorist. Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, this is just saying like fuck around and find out, dude. It's a Nazi platform now. The only reason these notes will be applied or not is if they make Nazis look stupid, not what is true. Yeah. All right. I just looked. There are 8 different community notes in the queue for your first post. Yeah. I guess you could just like brigade it into fucking claiming that it's false over and over again, and then celebrate that brigading even if it falls apart.
Largest cruise ship ever built in just 9 days will be carrying nearly 10,000 people around the Caribbean. What do I mean by largest cruise ship ever built? Let me give you some comparisons just for scale. You know this guy right here, very handsome man. He's about 6'1". He's a little guy, though, compared to the great blue whale of the sea. That's a 100-foot mammal. And that is little compared to the Titanic, largest ship of its day, 883 feet long. But think about this. The icon of the seas makes the Titanic look tiny, nearly 1,200 feet long. And Chris Van Cleave got an exclusive ride on this massive ship as it prepares to set...
Nothing funnier than a fucking 15-minute city, baby. The monetization of posting on Twitter gets suspended if you cash too many notes, so they think they're depriving you of revenue by brigading your shit. That's hilarious. They think I fucking gave my payment information to Twitter. Are you on crack cocaine? Are you out of your fucking mind? I don't trust Elon Musk as far as I can throw him. If you think that you are depriving me of some kind of revenue, the $36 that I'm going to make off of a hit tweet or whatever, you're out of your fucking mind. Okay? It is hilarious. Anyway, getting back to the real point here. This is a walkable city. Americans only like walkable cities if they are literally paying for that privilege. What do I mean by this? They like it if it's Disney World or Disneyland, or they like it if it's a fucking flowing island. Okay?
Sail with passengers. It's on a test cruise now, and he's joining us off the coast of the Bahamas. Chris, the way I like to think about this, it's like the Empire State Building lay outside and floated around the Caribbean. Good morning to you.
Well, good morning from the Bahamas. You know, there used to be a saying in the travel world that cruising was for the newlywed and the nearly dead. That is not the case anymore, particularly as Americans are spending big on experiences. Royal Caribbean answered with something truly huge. This ship is a destination unto itself that also happens to stop at a lot of really cool places along the way, and it is paying off big time for Royal Caribbean, because if you want to get on the Icon, you may have to wait until 2026.
Welcome aboard the Icon of the Seas, a $2 billion floating resort. At nearly 1,200 feet long, she is the world's largest cruise ship, with 20 decks, 2,805 staterooms for up to 7,600 passengers, who can enjoy 7 pools, including the biggest on any ship, the world's first onboard water park with 6 water slides, theaters, a
Bro, why are we doing this? What the hell is going on? Americans love walkable cities if you pay for it. And it bulldozes endangered reefs everywhere it goes. What is this? Why is chat so anti-cruise? It's disgusting. Cruises are, one, ugly and awful and a petri dish for you know, all different kinds of viruses that you are going to catch. But beyond that, it's just like another gross abundance that can easily be pushed aside, especially when they are a gross abundance that is incredibly costly on the environment. The amount of damage that these things do to the environment is so massive. It does not justify its existence. That's it. I don't know. Well, yeah, cruises in Europe emit more emissions than all the cars in Europe. It's like, it is really, really strange that like there is a massive multi-billion-dollar industry related to keeping, massive multi-billion-dollar industry that is just simply not worth it by any fucking metric. And beyond that, like there's real commerce happening with vehicles, okay? This is nothing. It's purely for funsies. And there are better substitutes. Yeah, I mean, okay, fair. People that say, why are you trying to take away jobs from the Pinoy gang is correct. When I found out that 25% of every ship like is manned by Filipinos, that's when my mentality on this shifted a little bit. 100%. It's like the number one industry. Yes, Swagapinos occupy 25% of all ships. Like they work only 25? What do you mean, dude? Real cost of cruises? You know what?
It is almost the end of vacation season.
To all my Swagapinos out there, your penis is worth more than that, okay? I promise. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Casino and more than 40 places to eat and drink. Include the crew, and you're at nearly 10,000 people.
Over the process of building what we bill as the best family vacation in the world, and providing something for everyone, it slowly, through that creative journey, got bigger and bigger.
Why is bigger better?
It's not about size, it's really about iconic experiences.
Jay Schneider is Royal Caribbean's chief innovator.
10,000 people sounds a bit like going on vacation with the...
You know what I just realized, and this is like straight up? I think Filipino people are the only people I don't like immediately make fun of. Like every other group of person on the planet, I have either made fun of directly or indirectly. Filipinos are the only people, Swagapinos are the only people I don't make fun of at all. Much respect. That pause didn't helpful. This is so distasteful. You should talk about more about worker exploitation. How have you made fun of Jews? Do tell us. How have I make jokes about everybody. I mean, I don't make fun of Jews, but I do make fun of Israelis a lot. We did the Chabad tunnels. There was a whole ass video. Swagapino is considered making fun. Fight me. It's a term of reference. It's a term of respect. You never make fun of Africans. That's so funny that you say that because immediately it goes, Africans, you know, the nation of Africa. Every fucking white guy on the planet immediately goes, yeah, why don't you make fun of Africans? First of all, I make fun of the North African region regularly and countries within it. I make fun of South African people also. But I do love when bruh, I'm African. Well, I don't know if you're like a Elon Musk style African, because, you know, one, you hit the lull, okay, which immediately I feel like that's like white behavior, white person behavior. And secondly, who the fuck says I'm African? What does that mean? I will never understand this when people say I'm African, or why don't you make fun of Africa? His BFB is a black guy though. So I think my man's got American brain. That's not true, bro. You don't make fun of Arabs? What do you mean? I make fun of Arabs all the time. What? What do you mean, bro? Yeah. What's wrong with being African? What? That's not what I'm saying. It's like I think he's just American. I think Flying Oblivion is just like a black American. That's why he said I'm African. Because I feel like it's very Ameri-brained to say I'm African.
Entire town. We have purposely designed the ship to give more space for people.
I'm not
we
making fun of
believe
them, though.
even at 7,500 guests, it won't feel to you like your entire hometown has joined the ship.
While the average stateroom for a 7-day Caribbean cruise costs about $3,500 for 2 people, they've...
Look at this guy, Osama. Not only do you make fun of us, you also deeply insult us by claiming your food. I'm sorry, motherfucker, but shawarma, turns out, is literally Turkish. Okay? Suck on that, Arabs. Okay? You feel me? Don't come at me ever again with that. I didn't even know that myself. I thought shawarma was originally the Arab version of doner, right? Turns out it actually is literally just Turkish. It's just Turkish. Okay? It's just Ottoman. No, it's not Greek. No, it's not Greek. Oh my God. Now you're going to make everybody. Let me tell you something. When you say there's nothing that turns like conflict between Arabs and Turkish people quickly away from the actual main point of contention and directed directly at you, like claiming that a food that is like from the region is Greek or Israeli. Okay? Especially Israeli. Everyone gets mad at the Israeli thing. But like if you say something is like Greek, immediately both all the Lebanese people, all the Syrian people, all the other like Arab people will be like, that's fucking bullshit. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I saw the Israeli feta concept. Like, listen, here's the thing, okay? It's a part of it's a, come on, man, don't put us with the Israelis. See? Isn't like every Mediterranean food from Greece? No, Greek has its own food. Greek food is you know, it has like there's Greek cuisine. But yeah. The Ottoman Empire, at least as far back as the 17th century, stacks of seasoned sliced meat were cooked on a horizontal rotisserie similar to the jaw kebab. The vertical rotisserie was introduced no later than the mid-19th century. The town of Bursa in modern-day Turkey is often considered to be the birthplace of the vertically roasted doner kebab. Okay. Bro, you're so food nationalist. You claim Italian food is Turkish food? No, I would not. Greek and Turkish food are different. They just have main dishes they share, which causes all this fighting. This is true. Also, it's like, in my opinion, kind of watered down. It's like a watered down Turkish food. Greek food is still good though. You know, I still fuck with it. All jokes aside, I mean, all food is great. I've told you guys, there's a Israeli couple out here that makes fucking absolute bangers, like Bavel. Like, I don't give a shit. Good food is good food regardless. Make them stop this culinary revisionism. One of the better Italian restaurants in Los Angeles is literally owned and operated by an Israeli couple. Bestia. They also happen to have 2 very good Middle Eastern Mediterranean restaurants as well. Bavel in downtown Los Angeles and Safi's in Hollywood. Safi's has probably one of the best doners I've had in America. You only say that because you don't respect how good the Greeks are at seafood. This is fair. I don't eat seafood, which is probably what it is. That's like definitely a big part of it. What? Yeah, sure. Hold on. What do you
had
want?
no problem
Why?
selling this ultimate family townhouse.
Oh, it's
3
not-
stories with room for 8. The table is a touchscreen loaded with games and a slide good for kids of any age.
And here.
It goes for up to $100,000 per trip. The Royal Loft is more for the high roller without kids. 2 bedrooms,
know, bro.
private
What
hot
the
tub,
fuck?
and a huge balcony can be yours, starting at $40,000. Cruise critic, editor in
Rob was
chief,
sitting here
Colleen
because he was
McDaniel.
hungry, it turns out. He
Bigger
was
is
waiting for
better
his
for a
fucking
lot
food
of people, right?
that he
It
ordered on
means
my
more
phone.
people can experience something. It means that there's a lot more amenities and activities on board the cruise ship. But it bigger is also better for the cruise lines, right? The more people they can put on a cruise ship, of course, the better business they do, the more money they make.
It took my breath away.
When Kevin Curran saw the grandeur of this new enormous ship and that giant dome,
Like, what news? Like, why are they doing this? Is those newsworthy coverage? I'm from where people don't really distinguish where in Africa we're from, because we usually all West African and Muslim. What? Where I'm from, I'm Senegalese, bro. Where I'm from, people don't really distinguish where in Africa. Wait, what the fuck? Why didn't you just say you're Senegalese? That you're from Senegal. Yeah, no, it is definitely a PR. My point is like, it's just odd that they're just like doing a straight ad for a fucking cruise ship and making it appear like it's newsworthy without any sort of qualification that this is not news. It's just a fucking ad for the Royal Caribbean cruise liner.
dome of windows up front, he knew he had to be on Icon's inaugural cruise from Miami later this month. The Oregon resident has been tracking the ship's construction for a year and a half.
The more I watched the videos, the more I understood this was something special.
Cruising is surging in popularity. Last year, passenger volume outpaced pre-pandemic numbers, and this year is expected to hit a new high of 36 million, as spending on experiences has climbed 65% since 2019. From the bridge, Captain Hendrik Loy is overseeing what amounts to a 3-day test drive to the Bahamas.
What do you get out of one of these shakedown cruises?
There is still fine-tuning that needs to take place.
And we had to test out some of the signature attractions.
What?
The Crown's Edge has you test out some of the signature attractions.
Oh, that's dead. You're dead. You're so dead. I worry about you because you like cruises. No, it's not on. Here, it's on now.
I don't like cruises that much. I think, like, I've been on one in my life. But, I mean, that seems cool.
That's nuts, bro. What is it? Like, is the element of, like, actually being murdered and having no like legal recourse? Is that what makes it better?
I don't like heights, so I would never do that. I'm just saying, like, I can see that being cool. Like, we can debate cruises and, you know, the industry of cruise lines and you know their worker practices or whatever, right? Labor practices. Sure, debate it all day long. I'm just saying that looks cool.
No, it doesn't.
The Crown's Edge has you dangling 154 feet over the ocean. And would it be a vacation without a water slide?
Over the Grand Canyon, like the slide that's on top of LA.
Now,
Like,
we did
I
get a
don't
lot
like
of
that,
questions about
but people
COVID
do.
with so many people on board. Royal Caribbean says they have worked with health experts to roll out new health and safety protocols on board. There's a heavy emphasis on hand washing, and each of the individual staterooms has its own individual filter.
Guys, they have a heavy emphasis on hand washing. We're good. You know what's funny? COVID is the least of your fucking problems at that point. It's literally a hotbed for all matter of different diseases.
I don't think that COVID's the main issue. I think it's like, oh, if the next thing comes up, we're screwed.
I mean, I don't think they give a shit is my point.
Oh, the cruise lines know, but it, like they gotta sell it.
Filtered air system, so you're not breathing the air of the people that are in the neighboring rooms and things. The ship is also greener, they say, than its predecessors. It uses liquefied natural gas. It makes its own water and treats its own trash. And guys, from the adults-only pool, I can tell you that the bar is already open.
Hey, that's starting early.
How do we sign up for this story?
Yeah, I think you got to do a lot of hits from airports around the country before you can get that assignment.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Chris, I think it looks very cool. I really do. I love that.
There was like a John Oliver segment on like paper play, like news stories. That's literally just the ad.
A hole in a plane, government investigations, aircraft being grounded, $12 billion.
I didn't personally put this on.
Can you pick another topic?
No, because it's on the docket and I want to watch it. Okay, don't go. All right, we'll skip it for now and then I'll cover it after. I did talk about Boeing quite extensively today.
I'm sure you did.
Alec Baldwin is indicted again in the Rush shooting.
With major breaking news into CNN, actor Alec Baldwin has just been indicted by a New Mexico grand jury on charges connected to that fatal 2021 shooting on the set of the film Rust.
Yeah, CNN's Josh Campbell joining us now on this, along with legal analyst Areva Martin. Josh, first to you, tell us what we know here.
Yeah, so once again, Alec Baldwin.
Alec Baldwin indicted. Boeing is a major fuck up. This feels like deja vu. Yeah, man. Time is a flat circle. Everything that happened will come to be once again.
Criminally charged once again. Obviously, we had been reporting earlier on after that fatal shooting in 2021 that the actor had been criminally charged. Those charges were then dropped. Prosecutors at the time said that that was because new evidence came to light in the case, causing questions about a piece of evidence. A law enforcement source at the time told me that that was because they learned that the weapon that was used in the shooting had been modified in some form. And so, again, those charges had been dropped. Prosecutors at the time said, though, that if they gather new information that determined culpability on the part of Alec Baldwin, they would then possibly refile charges. We're learning today that did indeed happen. A grand jury in the state of New Mexico returning this 2-count indictment. I'll read you the 2 charges specifically. Count 1 is for involuntary manslaughter, negligent use of a
ongoing.
I don't know. But I do remember the DA on this was like so insanely like
negligent.
No, the DA, November 20th, 2021. The prosecutor on this case, immediately I locked from day one. I was like, yeah, this person is like a careerist and very clearly trying to frame this for like right-wing audiences because she fucking went on. She literally went on Fox News to like defend her position. And with the evidence available at the time, it was just ridiculous. It was like, I don't know what the new evidence is that is like reopening this or or actually indicting him, but the OG in the OG case, the evidence that they had was completely ridiculous and absolutely took away the responsibility from Alec Baldwin and placed it gently on the hands of the coordinator. Like the person that is tasked with
the armor, I think.
Giving the person that's supposed to be like tasked with giving Alec Baldwin the weapon to begin with.
Like the producer.
The armor, the weapons producer, and the armor himself or herself, and then also I think like the guy that is supposed to check it too, right?
Firearm. Count 2, involuntary manslaughter without due caution or circumspection. Now, the original prosecutor in the case told me that as part of this lengthy investigation, authorities had determined that there was this culture of unsafe practices on the set.
Oh, they're
of
hinting
that
him as the
movie with
producer.
past reports of accidental discharges.
This
it's
is
worth
fair.
pointing out that actor Alec Baldwin all along has indicated that he did not pull the trigger on that weapon. He has maintained his innocence.
Fair
We
enough.
just
I'm
got
just
a statement
saying,
in here to
this is a
CNN,
long
a very
time.
short statement from Baldwin's attorney saying that they look forward to their date in court. But again, the breaking
And
news
if it
now,
wasn't Alec
actor
Baldwin,
Alec
it was just,
Baldwin
like, some
once again
random
now criminally
art
charged
film,
in the fatal
would it
shooting
be,
on the
like,
set
this
of the
big of a
movie
deal?
Rust in 2021, which killed
Like
cinematographer
this
Helena
long,
Hutchins.
multi-year long saga.
And Ariva, how are you reacting to this?
Well, these are stunning turns of events because, Brianna, we know that Alec Baldwin probably thought that this case was completely done.
I was in New Mexico when this happened, and you're right. The DA was framing this in a very reactionary way. I know very few people who worked on the film as set hands, and I can definitely say there were some lax standards. I said it at the time. This thing got so much more annoying to me when I learned there's a bunch of Polish guys using their country's only computer to post this stuff. It's like someone who lives in Mississippi rooting for the Yankees. Yeah, 100%.
When I first saw this picture, I thought it was King of Hammers.
King of Hammers.
Yeah.
What's that?
It's like a off-road event that's
Oh.
going on right now. It's like Burning Man, but for like off-roading Republicans.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
There have been rolling blackouts in Warsaw and Krakow because these guys keep using the computer. Whenever they miss a day of post, it's because the president had to make a phone call. Dude, it's funny because
somebody said it's like Baja but with crawling. Yes.
It's funny because like every time I like dunk on Poland, which is like low hanging fruit, there's always going to be like some Polish people in the chat being like, no, you don't understand. Our government is no longer as far right, which probably is true. It seems. But I'm not going to believe it until I see the leaders of the Visegrad account get publicly shamed and tried for spreading misinformation and making Poland look bad. Okay?
Once the other prosecutors who were assigned to the case dropped the charges against him, we know that he's gone public talking about the case. He has maintained his innocence. So now to be recharged with some of the same evidence and the same gun, the same issue that.
Yeah, Visegrad is a South African Polish guy, which makes it so much worse, that lived in London, I think, which is like triple fucked. None of which is American though. So why are you jerking off to like America's crimes in general? Like why are you fantasizing about America doing war crimes to other countries? You know what I mean? Like what's it to you, dumbass? God. Makes me so mad. What the fuck is going on? Oh my god, there are so many fucking I wish every time I turn on Twitter there's like at least every time I turn on Twitter there is at least like 15 fucking weirdos. 15 fucking weirdos that are like, I'm actually a neoliberal I'm actually a neoliberal market socialist revanchist or whatever. And then they're just like sitting there. They're like fucking sitting there being like, I personally think, you know, we have to cut the tall trees being the Yemeni population. Or I think that in every prior conflict, America was always morally righteous. Someone on Twitter is unironically shitting on me for America's invasion and destabilization of Afghanistan and Iraq, it seems. At this point, it's like, what are you? You're an animal. You are a fucking animal. Hayvan. Hayvan oğlu hayvan. Anyway.
The prior prosecutors
it is a straight up fucking 4chan poll. Your haters pointed out something I had to side with them on. When you were talking about the highway of death, you forgot to mention how they were only interested in rolling the top of the hour ad break. Come on, dog. It's 4:52.
Did you not roll the 4 p.m. ad break?
It's 4:52 at 8 minutes before. You suck. It's fine. I deserve it. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I deserve it. Is your brother an off-road guy? If so, let him know. I'll hook him up with a free upcoming training and tour in Death Valley with my dad's company. He said sick.
With respect to the gun at issue having been mishandled or somehow damaged by the FBI, it's going to be interesting to see how this new team of prosecutors are able to establish the evidence that will be necessary to get a conviction in this case, because you still have this gun that was somehow mishandled by the FBI, which is a central piece of evidence.
The interesting part about this, to me, Ariva, is that officials have not been able to determine how the live ammunition found its way into that .45 caliber revolver it was manufactured by this Italian company that specializes in the kind of reproductions that are used on films like Rust. How does that potentially complicate the process of proving in court that Baldwin is guilty of 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter?
It's going to be challenging, Boris, because the prosecutors will have to prove willful disregard. And you are right. Not only have the investigators or prosecutors not been able to determine how live bullets or live ammunition.
I actually don't understand. I actually do not understand what the new information is. Like, did they explain it? Like, what is different about this case from the last time it was deliberated on at least a little bit and they dropped it? They just chose to bring it back up. Fuck it, YOLO.
Ended up in the gun. They don't even know how live ammunition ended up on the set. That's still a very unanswered question. They have not been able to, even though the armorer, who has also been charged, she's set to go to trial starting in February. Apparently, she has not provided any information to law enforcement about how that live ammunition arrived on that set. Look, we know that people should not be killed in the making of a movie. This was a tragedy that should have never happened. 2 people have been charged, and now with Alec Baldwin, a 3rd person being charged. Clearly, someone is responsible for the death of Miss Hutchins, but the investigation seems to have been so shoddy that it's not clear to me that anyone will be held criminally responsible.
Yeah, Josh, how much can that endanger things when you have, at least in this kind of legal?
Do you think the movie will be Kino? I think the movie's gonna suck. That's the worst part about it. This, I guess, other than the murder, or well, the involuntary manslaughter. I would say, like the fact that someone died is the worst part. But then also, it's like it's not even good.
Legal accounting here. So many people held accountable, and it's really unclear which one should be.
No, it's a great question. You know, I posed this to prosecutors early on, and they said that they will conduct.
Send that Zionist piece of shit to jail. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, I don't think that that's a standard we can apply. Okay, I don't think it works like that. You can't be like, oh man, this guy's a Zionist. You go to jail. A lot of people are going to jail then. Okay, like. Which, fine. Okay, let's incarcerate every person who is pro-Israel, including probably your mom and dad. But having said that, I don't really care about that as much as I care about like what's going on in this individual case, and it doesn't feel like there's enough juice here. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
This investigation and hold accountable anyone that they believed was responsible. But it's worth pointing out, after those initial charges came out, we heard from numerous legal experts who were quite stunned, actually, saying that, you know, we can understand charging someone who, you know, was responsible for a live round being in that gun, but there's just been this question about an actor, someone who was told on set, allegedly by one of the prop masters, that this weapon was, quote, cold, that it did not have any type of ammunition in it. That person then handed it to Alec Baldwin. And so this is going to be, I think, a central part of Alec Baldwin's defense. Two parts. First, you know, should an actor be responsible for then checking the gun and then knowing the difference between a live round of ammunition and a so-called dummy round? We know that there was a live round of ammunition in there ultimately. There's also the question about the integrity of the gun itself.
Yeah, and the answer is no, chatters. That's why there's a whole ass person that does that, which was my argument last time this came up. No, that's not how this works. He was not just the actor, though. It doesn't matter. As a producer, he has a level of responsibility for like the lax safety. Sure, that's fine. But if you're fucking asking, or even as a director, but if you're saying like as an actor or even a director, like he went in, took the gun and shot it. No, a lot of you have never been on set, it seems. Okay? There are so many rules and so many regulations surrounding who gets to do what on a set, especially a unionized one. Okay, union workplace. There is a reason for why there is an armorer to begin with. If there was no reason for an armorer, like if the guy's job wasn't to directly ensure that there is a level of safety, okay, then there would not be a job for that. Like someone could just like bring their own gun to work. Like if there is a pyrotechnic accident, you yell at the the technician that is the licensed technician to actually fucking deal with the explosive material, the flammable material. You don't yell at the guy who is I don't know, like misusing it or is either or redirecting it or something in a situation. I don't really know how this would fit. First you say pilots aren't responsible for planes. Yeah, responsible for planes falling apart. Now you're saying actors aren't responsible for every single thing in a movie production. It seems like you have a real issue with personal responsibility. It's true. That's what it is. I just hate personal responsibility. And I don't want to see my favorite actor, Alec Baldwin, get hit with a little dose of it. You know what I mean? I hate that because I love him personally. I think he's sick. My favorite.
Itself, as Ariva was just talking about, whenever the FBI was brought in to conduct an analysis of this gun, they did multiple tests on the weapon. The central question there was, could this gun go off if Alec Baldwin did not pull the trigger? Of course, he has claimed all along that he did not pull the trigger. What the FBI determined through their testing is that gun could not have fired unless someone actually pulled the trigger. Now, as Ariva mentioned, the gun did get destroyed during the course of that testing. I read through this lengthy report from the FBI analysts in Quantico. What they indicated was, we're talking about an old gun. This isn't a prop gun. This was an actual...
Oh, no. Oh, no. Conservatives are going to go crazy on this, dude. Oh, God. I think you need to arrest the DA. There, I said it. You need to throw the fucking whole ass prosecutor in jail for doing this. I'm sorry. Oh, God. Reopening this and then also turning around and saying the FBI accidentally destroyed the weapon. The irony is, every single gun nut knows how easy it is to fucking break. Maybe not fully, but like break an older weapon. Accidentally come the fuck on, man. I mean, dude, why? You have to think, why would the FBI do this? Are they just like, did Alec Baldwin actually want to kill the director of photography? And if so, why in the ever-loving fuck would the FBI hide the truth? You are defending the FBI now? No, this doesn't mean I'm defending the FBI. There's a difference between the FBI rizzing up and grooming an autistic 16-year-old Muslim into attempting to do an act of terror so they can fucking arrest and apprehend, versus being a part of this like massive cover-up where Alec Baldwin somehow, for no discernible reason, killed his own director of photography in broad daylight by cooking up this crazy scheme, knowing full well that the FBI would come in, swoop in, and defend him and destroy the murder weapon.
functioning weapon that through the course of multiple rounds of testing, the gun pieces inside the gun ultimately failed, causing destruction. And that's what Alec Baldwin's team seized on, saying, look, the gun itself, there were problems with it. But, I went back to law enforcement, to, the prosecutors asking, and they indicated that no, at the time that the weapon was used on that set, analysts believe that it could not have been fired without someone actually pulling the trigger, which I think finally is why, as you look at these charges, this all seems to center around negligence. I mean, it's right in count one, negligent use of a firearm. If you are someone who is in possession of a...
I don't think it's super crazy to investigate the guy that was holding the gun that killed a lady. No, I don't think that's crazy at all. There's a difference between investigating someone and then indicting them on involuntary manslaughter charges. Especially after like the first, especially after the first time, like bringing that back up 3 years later, I think it's weird. Thanks for the technical details, Gunweaves. No, I think you're pro gun control until it's a big Hollywood liberal. That's crazy. Dude, I don't care if Alec Baldwin literally gets thrown under the fucking prison for anything else. The point is, if you're going to ask me what I think is going on here, it smells like a prosecutor who is trying to make a name for themselves. Okay? a Hollywood set, ironically, despite the fact that Alec Baldwin did accidentally shoot and kill his director of photography, Hollywood set does have rules and regulation. Of course, when there's a gun, there's still a likelihood, as is the case with any situation, where you can accidentally kill someone. Right? But overall, if you're talking about regulation, there is a shit ton. There are a shit ton of rules and regulations surrounding a set. What's the story? I'm under the impression that he thought there were blanks in them or have gotten this messed up. Yeah, I didn't even know he said he didn't fire, which I think is weird that he said that. Yes, that is how Brandon Lee, Bruce Lee's son, died on the set of Crow. The entire point is there is never supposed to be a live round in the gun. Okay? That's it. There is never supposed to be a live round in the gun, especially on set. You can't do that. The entire purpose of the armorer is to ensure that this does not happen. There's additional checks of safety that need to be put in place, or that is put in place that was not followed on. The people that did not follow on those checks are the responsible parties here and should be punished for it.
Functioning firearm, and you point it at someone and you manipulate that weapon, whether that's the trigger or the hammer on the gun, and it goes off and someone dies, are you responsible? Prosecutors here saying ultimately yes, or I should say a grand jury coming now and saying yes, that Alec Baldwin should be indicted on those criminal charges. Of course, we'll wait and see what happens next in the prosecution. There was always this question about, early on whether Alec Baldwin would plead to anything. His team was adamant that he wasn't pleading to anything, that he determined or believed that he was innocent of these charges. And again, that statement we just got from his attorney say that they look forward to having their day in court. And then the final point I'll mention, as Ariva centered on, which is just so important, is that we're not talking about a separate group of prosecutors from the original team that filed charges. This prosecution has had all kinds of issues. At one point, there was one person who was brought on to the prosecution team. It turned out she was a Republican legislator in New Mexico, a legislator in New Mexico who was also working on the case. The Baldwin team cried foul. They're saying, look, this probably...
No, the prosecutor wasn't clearly biased and politically motivated evil lib. The prosecutor is a Republican, in my opinion, and is politically motivated because Alec Baldwin is perceived as an evil liberal who has said a lot about gun laws. I think it's because he's anti-gun and then shot a gun and killed someone, which is of course ironic because yeah, dog, that's the reason why he's anti-gun. It makes sense to be pro-gun laws because even in the most remote circumstances where there's heavy regulations surrounding a controlled environment, you can still end up having an accidental discharge that takes a life. That's kind of the whole point of why we need gun control. But unfortunately, Republicans straight up cannot see past the first point, which is Lemao, ironic that you want gun control when you killed someone with a gun. Oh, God. This is probably my most libbed up take, straight up.
A scathing new report on the Uvalde school shooting is leading to new demands from the families of the victims. They want criminal charges for what prosecutors call the, quote, cascading failures of the police response that day when a gunman killed 21 people at Robb Elementary School, including 19 children. Lilia Luciano has been covering this tragedy since it happened, and she is back in Uvalde today. Lilia, you've been digging into that report. Good morning.
Never in the history of man is a device as haphazardly assembled as this affected such change in the world. Fukuda Tatsuo, son of the former Prime Minister Fukuda Yasuo, and grandson of Seiwakai founder Fukuda Takeo, indicated that he will seek the dissolution of the Abe faction created by his grandfather. Fukuda Tatsuo will probably lead charges by the mid-level and junior lawmakers today in the Abe faction. General meeting seeking the dissolution of the faction. Oh my God. Its options were narrowed down yesterday after the PM's announcement. So it seems Fukuda Tatsuo wasn't just leading the charge for disbanding the Abe faction by speaking out at the meeting later tonight. He and around 20 Abe faction members submitted a resolution to faction chief Xiaomanyc calling for disbandment. I don't think it's the most successful political assassination in all of history, but it's definitely up there. That gun didn't kill a man, it killed his idea. Yeah, it is kind of crazy that this man achieved every single aim that he had and subsequently more than he thought. Now, of course, it wasn't just the man, and it certainly wasn't just the gun, and it certainly wasn't just the cause. There's also a third thing that no one is really considering that played a big role here, and that is anti-Korean racism in Japan. A lot of people are forgetting the Japanese are subservient to American interests, but they still very much don't really like Koreans. So Americans fucked up by tying both Korea and Japan with one unique cult. A cult that was, of course, Korean. That is a major player in this conversation that we don't think about at all. It's kind of funny that, like, racism, you always think, oh, racism bad. Well, it turns out, what about when racism is good? What about the one hyper-specific instance where racism is contributing to the dismantling of a cult that has seized political power, like a CIA-backed cult that literally has dominated not one but two countries at the same time. Think about it. It's also good to be racist against Turkish streamers. Yeah, I mean, if you want to make money, it's great. Fucking call me a cockroach Islam defender all day, every day. And, like, you know, people will look at that and go, wow, that's really good liberal discourse right there. Can I shit on you to get a hit tweet? Honestly, there's been a lot of hit tweets that are defending me recently as well. So maybe you'll get a hit tweet but for defending me. Think about that. Like a lot. Yeah, anti-Korean racism in Japan is, of course, unacceptable. I'm joking. And it also comes with, like, a lot of war crimes that the Japanese refuse to admit or acknowledge. However, I guess there is a silver lining after all, that it ended up completely unwinding a cult. Hasan, we have been fighting so hard in the trenches on Twitter, you don't understand? The left is defending you more. Liberals are dunking on you more. Yeah. But, like, liberals dunking on me are dunking on me from the most, like, fascist framework that you've ever seen. Like, liberals are like, hey, I know you think this bombing was bad, but have you considered that it makes my dick hard? And there's, like, not really any much, like, there's not really anything else I could do. at that point. It's like, damn shit, that sucks, dude. Hire someone to block or mute trolls like Pokey does. Yeah, but I like the discourse, especially when it's like coming from guys like this that don't understand my point. Leftist, I'm a small bean argument must be encoded on a genetic level. Like, tell me you missed the fucking point entirely, you dumb fuck. Why don't you go back to working for your fucking wife beating, domestic violence doing, cop fucking boss, dipshit? Did he beat your fucking brain too? There's a different guy, right? This is like, or is this the guy who beat his wife? Someone explain to me, is this the guy who is the one who is the wife beater, or is he working for the wife beater? Because I don't know anything about this guy, and I honestly don't want to know anything about this guy. But I thought that he was maybe working for the wife beating cop and not he is the wife. Oh, he's the guy who beat the wife. Okay. He is the wife beater. He beats the wife. He beats the wife. Okay. Allegedly. So he is the wife. Yeah. Anyway, my point was, I'm not saying leftists are small beans, dumbass. I'm saying objectively, left holds no political power. Shut the fuck up. That's it. Yelling at fucking leftists who demonstrably have no fucking political power or no political capital whatsoever is so stupid and so utterly unproductive. Okay, but if you do think that leftists are so powerful as a voting bloc, then fucking start smiling and dialing and get Joe Biden to change his position on aiding and abetting a genocide. Don't give him clout. He's an insufferable debate pervert who's incredibly dumb, more than you think. I mean, they all are like that. All of the fucking debate perverts operate like this. They're just like, the dumber the better. As long as I am aligned on things that, as long as I'm aligned, as long as liberals believe, or as long as they are aligned on shit that everybody believes, like, even if it's wrong, it doesn't matter. Liberals always can just be as bloodthirsty as possible. This guy's an ex-cop and a Warhammer lore creator who only makes videos about the white super soldiers. Safe to say his politics are ass. Anyway. This is fun. Strangest kayfabe about the two-state solution discourse is the U.S. is the assumption that what liberal Israelis and Americans mean when they say they support a Palestinian state is not at all what any of us would generally understand as a state.
Do you think that Prime Minister Netanyahu will change his mind on an opposition to a two-state solution, sir?
Yes, give her the right one.
Oh, dude, we're going to West Wing it, dude. We have a bloodthirsty, fascist, genocidal monster named Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay. Let me tell you guys, hold on. I'm going to debate him, and I'm going to suggest him such a beautiful Palestinian state that he's totally going to be on board with it. Okay. Nice. Anyway. Let's get back to the Uvalde DOJ shooting. I have no statements on JPEGMafia linking up with Kanye, who's literally wearing a Burzum shirt. Okay, for those of you who are asking. That's it. Are you seriously going to debate BB? No, man. I'm making a joke about Brandon. It's like, yeah. Yeah, I got no takes on that. This is Skinny White Boy 911. Heard you like Burzum. Yeah, friend of the show, Peggy. Look, you know, I'm not gonna say anything. Okay. Please debate Millet. Yeah. Just use Fantano's take on it. What did he say? Oh, perfect. What did Anthony Fantano say? I agree with whatever he said. The shirt of a neo-Nazi band? No, they are Nazis, yeah. Oh, well, not they. The guy is the main guy. Varg is a Nazi. I guess the guy he stabbed might not have been a Nazi. I assume it's. Peggy has talked a lot his whole career about how much he loves Kanye. Burzum is just one guy, Varg Vikernes, and he's a Nazi. No, I thought Burzum was like the guy he stabbed actually had leftist tendencies. That would make sense. Varg's child was in the school I was teaching in here in France. That's crazy. I'm sure he's not. His child is not, you know, like him. Peggy saying he's been a Kanye fan forever would make this less disappointing if he didn't rap about hating the alt-right and literally Varg on like all of his albums. Yeah. JPEGMafia linking up with Kanye is the pitchfork version of Bernie's response to Israel. That was Mayhem. Bergam is Varg's band. Oh. Burzum. Varg's daughter, she dates a black guy, so yeah, she is not a Nazi. I said Bergam because Bergamania still lives inside of me. Tell Peggy to stop. He's a whole ass adult, man. I'm not touching that at all, okay? Anthony the Fantano. Peggy already told you all his heroes are cornballs. You were constantly talking about how problematic Kanye is because of these Nazi-related shit he's doing, but when your favorite left-wing rapper who literally dissed Varg hang out with Kanye who wears a Burzum shirt, you're completely silent. Come on, don't act like you didn't see. Still interesting not to criticize Peggy for hanging out with Ye when you've been so outspoken about yes bigotry and other people who support him. I think these guys just hate Anthony Fantano specifically because he like rated their favorite album a lower score than they wanted him to. And now they're just like, actually, I personally don't give a shit about Kanye or JPEGMafia. I just want Anthony Fantano to look bad and suffer. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's an interesting conversation to have with him, asking him about like what is going on in his mind in that situation. Like, what does he choose to gain out of that? Specifically because he was trying to link up for a minute. And I know he like obviously idolizes Kanye West. Kanye got more clout. Yeah, except here's the thing. I feel like JPEGMafia, Peggy has had a lot of opportunities. I feel like he's had a lot of opportunities for clout, but his whole thing is that like he doesn't care. You know what I mean? It's not like he is it's actually funny because it was Kanye who wanted to link up. So if you met Kanye West, you wouldn't take a picture with him? I don't think I would meet with Kanye West. Like, I don't think I would have the opportunity to, but I wouldn't like, it's not something I would seek out. And I don't know. He has a 10-minute compilation of him glazing Ye in interviews. You really think it's interesting? You just want drama in the feed. I'm gonna presume you listen to Peggy's lyrics and aren't so stupid. You need the 180 explained to you right now at this very second in the Bird app. I'm writing a Bruiser Wolf review. Yeah. Peggy was mad dissing Kanye on the timeline like a week ago, arguing with fans. He's trolling, promoting his new album. He's a rapper. People need to chill. Bad jacketing Kanye is dumb lip shit. Bad jacketing Kanye? Are you fucking insane? What are you talking about, bro? At that point, it's like, yeah, no, he's like 1,000. Bro, he said Hitler was a good guy. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that's nuts. Okay? There's a difference. What do you mean bad jacketing? First of all, the fact that you used the term jacketing implies that, like, your worldview is so fucking far removed from anything Kanye has said at any given point. What are you talking about? Bad jacketing with the jacket got a swastika on it. Yeah. Like, this is why I talk about like Western world anti-Semitism versus like anti-Semitism in other parts of the world and philo-Semitism like we dove into yesterday. Okay. Kanye West 100% knows better. Like, it's nuts. A bad jacket, but it's a Hugo Boss jacket. Yeah, it's a jacket made by Hugo Boss, you know, at a time frame that it's not, at a time frame when it was inappropriate. Yeah, and also, like, Kanye wearing the Burzum shirt in that situation is quite literally an extension, a continuation of him being like, I'm a Nazi. What are you going to fucking do about it? So that's, like, pretty funny. Because, like, even in the photo, he's literally flexing, dog. What do you mean? It's not because he's, like, a super fan of fucking Burzum. It's because he knows that Varg is a Nazi. That's nuts. Bro, he said, I love Hitler. Come on, guys. Please, please, please. It's funny because both me and Anthony Fantano are both Peggy fans and friends. Yeah, JPEGMafia himself is like, I think, also shit on Burzum too. He's a mentally ill troll, but let's be honest, became a soft target for libs who want to exercise their pent-up racial aggression. You can criticize his words and actions while still recognizing how inappropriate a lot of the treatment is. No, I would say that about Kyrie, but I would not say that about Kanye. There is a very real, okay, no, listen, here's the thing. That what this chatter is saying, I assume you're black, by the way, because this is like very much, this is like a correct take that I rarely ever hear from liberals, but not applied to Kanye in my honest estimation. Okay, here's the thing. Liberals do like going heavy-handed on black people, exercising the same kind of bigotries that you see from white people because it almost sometimes feels like it gives them a permission to shit on a black person. A concept that actually sometimes black liberals even play into by writing articles about like the aggressiveness of black men or how homophobia is a problem within the black community for straight black men and we have to talk about it. This kind of argument, this kind of dynamic, absolutely. I'm Jewish and white. Oh, never mind. That was weird. I'm shocking that you're so tapped in to this dynamic that I'm talking about as a white Jewish guy who is defending Kanye West's anti-Semitism. But okay, Black Dar is off. Yeah, this is a 2 for 2 today that I was wrong. But anyway, here's the point. Okay, Kanye supporters are actually crazy. I think so. There is a very real argument for how hard sometimes liberals like to go. How hard sometimes liberals like to go on black men in particular, as a way to just as a way to you know unload maybe some other racial hangups that they might have. Okay, can you elaborate further? The greatest example I'm giving you is when people talk about homophobia, the homophobia of black men. Okay, it's almost like a liberal way of reigniting the violent black man, the aggressive, violent black man racial stereotype, but from a liberal perspective. Okay? Something I've talked about quite a bit. Oh, black men are homophobic. Black men are anti-women. You know, black men are this. Black men are transphobic. This kind of shit. That's why I think like that is a good example for Kyrie in particular. You know, wrong place, wrong time. You call that liberal? Yes. Yes. Because Republicans, conservatives don't fucking care about black people not being woke or whatever. They just say black people are inferior in many different ways. Liberals, on the other hand, who claim to be progressive or whatever, will oftentimes greatly overemphasize homophobia in the black community as though it's like a unique subsect. Okay? Here, I'll give you another example. In reverse. Not in reverse directly, but like people that fucking say that all Jews are Zionist. Okay? If you look at the demographic breakdown of Zionism versus anti-Zionism amongst the Jewish population in the United States of America, despite the fact that the Jewish population obviously is heavily propagandized to by, like other Zionist groups, that demographic breakdown is nearly identical to the rest of the American population. Okay? Think 51% of Jews in the United States of America that are under the age of like, I think 35 are anti-Zionist. That is an almost identical percentage, maybe a little bit lower, but almost an identical percentage to that same demographic across the board for every single non-Jewish subsect of the population in the United States of America. Obviously, it gets higher if you look at like different Muslim groups, right? Anti-Zionism versus Zionism, but it's not that far off base. So the underlying assumption that like all Jews are Zionist is a little weird. It's a generalization that comes across, in my opinion, as like a touch, maybe on an ill-informed. Okay? And also beyond that, as far as like, wait, what? I'm not defending Kanye West. I wasn't defending Kanye West at all. I was actually specifically talking about like the conversation deviated away into like how sometimes back when the Discord server had the BIPOC channel, many black folks were the most vocal about homophobia in the black community. Just saying. Oh my God. Yes, you're talking about the BIPOC Discord server. Okay, you're talking about Discord. What percentage of any American is actually using Discord? Like, let alone black people. Anyway, the concept I was defending, of course, was not even about Kanye West in particular. It has nothing to do with Kanye West. I was just talking about a concept that chatter brought up about like how sometimes liberals will masquerade as progressives while simultaneously really laying into black people and making it seem as though like homophobia is a unique problem to the black community, or anti-Semitism is a unique problem to the black community, or whatever is a unique, any form of bigotry is a unique problem to the black community. And the reality is it's not. It's not at all. It is just another way to, I guess, try and reinforce some kind of anti-black narrative. But having said all of that, for Kanye West, no such, the pile-on, I don't believe is valid to say is happening to Kanye West. Hasan, do you play League? Oyasumi Lumi says, Mons, can we ban this guy? I agree. Apparently, and I can't wait to watch this shit, Kanye West apparently made a 40-minute apology video to Jewish people, which I think is dope. I'm sure it'll be fucking insane. We are in agreement, and I want to emphasize that I wasn't at all trying to defend his anti-Semitism, just that black celebs are under a microscope for that sort of thing. All these chatters saying I'm a guy and a Kanye stan are way off base. Well, you know, we do see a lot of, we used to see a lot of dick riding of that sort back in the day. I think many of the Kanye West fans have just kind of dropped it at this point. Look, I've said this already. Folks. If his next album, Vultures, is a banger, everyone will forgive him. Every single celebrity and every single athlete and every single person that contributes to society in some way, when their output is good, people will rush to immediately save them. That's it. I am a firm believer that you don't really ever get canceled unless you just stop making good hits. The same goes for even someone like myself, okay? Valid or not valid, attacks don't actually fucking take away from my commentary. Okay, or eat away at my audience or anything. What takes away from my commentary is me relentlessly focusing on it and making mid content. That's just the truth, which I do feel like I sometimes lately have done that. I hope that Peggy can change Kanye and be a guy. You got canceled by Fox News a few years ago and ain't made a banger since. Yeah. Georgia just ordered hearings about allegations. Oh, God, I don't really. Dude, the news is so mid.
And we are covering a growing.
Every morning, I wake up and I look at the news and I'm like, I'm going to cover this, I'm going to cover that. And then I never feel like it. I'm just skipping all this shit. One secret white guy versus Asian.
I'm Asian.
I'm Asian.
I'm Asian.
I'm Asian.
I'm Asian.
And I'm white.
Hi everyone, I'm Leanne. I'm fully Chinese and I was born and raised in Hong Kong.
Let me guess, is the white guy gonna LARP as a Japanese man? Oh, it's Xiaomanyc! Oh! It's him! It's White Boy Swagga! Oh my God, they did it! They did the damn thing! That's the guy! Chatters! That's the Chinese speaker guy, dude. What the fuck is your problem? Dude, oh, this guy's fucking awesome. This is my guy. Okay, I love him. When I went to Japan and I made jokes about Connor all the time, being like, oh, white boy swag. This is the archetype. This is the guy. This is the prototype. He's the one I'm talking about. He's the one who invented the genre of like white guy orders fried chicken in perfect Mandarin, shocks everyone. Like, he's the guy.
A fun fact about me in Cantonese is which is
His Mandarin is so heavily accented that if they had even a single Mandarin speaker in the group, he would have gotten outed instantly. Really? Didn't even recognize him? Bitch, I don't know what he looks like.
I did Chinese dance for 13 years.
Hi, my name is Caleb. I'm Korean. 저는 한국 사람입니다. aka I'm Korean.
Fun fact.
That was the fun fact.
that
I'm
was
Korean.
His fun fact was that he was Korean.
Kumusta ka? Ako si Cami. My name is Cami. I broke my 4th finger at Chuck E. Cheese, so if I ever get married, it's gonna be crooked. My future husband, get it right.
Hi everybody, my name is Kevin. I am Chinese American, and 关于我自己一个小 fun fact 呢，就是我是一个很不喜欢吃香菜的一个人。I only started learning Chinese in the summer after high school, and I spent the year.
Dude, he is so swagged out. He is so fucking swagged out. Dude, only in America, baby. I love that as the United States of America, we are so fucking far. We are so stuck up our own assholes that like it is genuinely a profound feat when a guy named Kevin, okay, who is just like, he just looks like any random guy from Arkansas can just pop off with a perfect accent. And it's like, that is a unique, shocking feat for America. I mean, I think he's dope. I love this guy.
In China and had just an amazing time. And the more that I learned, the more that I wanted to learn. And so I ended up getting really good at it. I really don't like eating cilantro, which is the worst for if you're Chinese. Like, I mean, everything has got cilantro in it.
Kevin seems kind of suspicious, just the way he kind of
Get his ass, Caleb!
sounds. Bro sounded white.
大家好，我係傑仔。
Hasan, no, a lot of Asian Americans find him to be super cringe. Wait, what? Yeah. What do you mean? Do people not hear the words that are coming out of my mouth, dude? He is white boy swagoo, okay? Like, that's why he's the GOAT. First of all, he's a content creator. So I don't really give a shit overall. Like, I don't think he's like hurting anybody or anything like that. I have no like serious anger towards him. But I do find it pretty funny that like, you know, for a lot of Americans, it's like, well, you look American. You're like a white American guy. I can't believe how sick your use of another language is. And that's what's awesome. And many people also low-key kind of fucking agree with that too, for the record. Let me tell you, if you are an Asian American of any variety, you probably look at that and you go, what the fuck? Why is this so sick? But guess, you know who does probably love him unironically? The dudes he talks to overseas. Because like, as a Turkish person, I totally understand. Like, as a Turkish person, if some white American guy that you have absolutely no fucking clue knows how to speak your language just dropped out of nowhere a Turkish bar that I wasn't even aware of, I'd be like, that's crazy. Okay? That's crazy because it comes across as like appreciative. You know what I mean? Like they look at that and go, damn, that's sick. Like we expect Americans to be dumbasses, and many are, who are just like not even remotely interested, who are not even fucking remotely interested in like learning our culture, learning our language. Here's a guy who went above and beyond. Sure, it's a trick, and in many instances, like not, I guess with the exception of like, Cantonese, but a lot of the other languages are like kind of, it's a gimmicky thing, right? But I think the juxtaposition of him being like a permanent, looking like a dude who is a perma monolinguist makes this content. Does that make sense?
我好中意食皮蛋碎肉粥同乾撈麵，所 So that means, hi everyone, my name is Ryan, and I really like eating preserved egg and minced pork porridge with dry instant noodle.
Oh, what's your ethnicity?
I'm Chinese American.
I forgot I am 100% Filipino.
Speaking of Filipino, mabuhay. I am Liara Huat. I am a proud first-generation Filipina. Nandito ko para mag-represent yung Pinas at mapatunayan na Asian talaga kami Pinoy. I'm here to represent the Philippines along with Cami over there to prove that we're really Asian.
Hi, I'm Anusha. I'm South Asian. I'm from India. A fun fact about me. Nanijot kaltidde chikwaisali vaisakta martoitu. I learned swimming when I was a kid, but then as I grew up, I forgot how to swim.
I have a question for everyone. What is the first thing you do when you enter someone's household?
Take off your shoes.
Indians are Asian. Shut the fuck up. Come on, dog. Indians are Asian, question mark? Come on, dude. What the fuck? I either this guy is joking or he's the most American man or woman or MB that I have encountered. Yeah, imagine a white dude doing a fake Indian accent to blend in. Well, the reason why they brought him on is because they brought him here because, like, he doesn't just do a fucking accent. He's not pulling a Russell Peters. Like, he literally speaks the language. But yeah, they didn't bring in Nick Mullen, dude. They brought him.
Good. Green flag.
Some people don't take off their shoes in my household, and I'm like,
I don't know how. It's just disgusting.
That's a little rough.
oh, also, do you guys have home clothes?
Okay, bro, you definitely got the shoes on in the household. Okay, come on.
Like, do you guys?
Oh yeah.
Do you have home clothes?
Home clothes?
Yeah. Do you
Like,
not change into like
You don't
home
like
clothes?
my mom would always
Yeah,
make
like
us
comfy
wash
clothes.
when we
I
get
need
out
you
of
to
the
shower
house.
before you get in the bed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what is the P word that any Asian kid wants to hear from their parents?
Proud.
Cocky.
I'm proud of you.
Still waiting for that day to come.
Y'all been
I'm glad that they showed the graphic. Okay. That could have been. Bro. I mean, these are American Asian folks. So maybe, like I've said before, we don't know what the P word is here in America. I feel like that's not a thing that like American racists are up to date on. You know what I mean? See, there's plenty of people who are like, I don't get it. I've talked about this before. In countries where there are a lot of Indian or Pakistani, generally like South Asian immigrants, there is a robust culture of knowing exactly how to be racist to them in ways that are still indiscriminate, of course, considering every single Indian or Pakistani person to, under the banner of the P word, which is Pakistani, but shortened. Okay. As I've said. Now, obviously, the guy was talking about Pocky, the snack, like the or pokey. What is it? What is it called? Like the sticks. He said it right. Sorry to interrupt this broadcast. What? But Charlie called you out for using soft giving, which is going under fire right now. What? I use Tiltify, brother. Drama baiters? Yeah. I assume. Pokey? Is that how you say it?
to Kumon.
Nah.
Kumon, the math. Oh my god, you were real one.
SAT prep.
You were
Chinese
real
school,
one.
though.
SAT prep? Oh, Chinese school.
You guys go to Chinese school?
I went to Chinese
Yeah,
school.
every Saturday.
What's your favorite subject in school?
Math.
Biology.
Okay. Hit me with some like extracurriculars, because I did like Tahitian dance, I did cheer, gymnastics.
I did fencing, Chinese dance, swimming, saxophone, piano.
How do you got
Definitely
time?
not.
She's literally
Definitely
Barbie.
As a Filipina, obviously I sing.
Do you tinikling too?
Huh?
Tinikling. You don't know what
Hindi ko
tinikling
pa alam. Ano yan? What is that?
With
Oh,
the
yes,
sticks.
with the sticks, and you
Red
like,
flag.
Yeah,
no,
red flag.
That's the mole right
no,
there.
guys. Oh my God.
Vote her out.
Damn, look at him, bro. He's like, that's the mole right there.
Ryan. Shout out Alhambra, but that's all I heard.
A tie.
Oh, word?
And the tie is between Ryan and Caleb.
Oh, damn.
So going back to it, so I'm Chinese, so my ancestral heritage lies in South China, but my parents actually immigrated to the US from Vietnam. I've never had to prove how Asian I am because I grew up from a very predominantly Asian community in the San Gabriel Valley.
All right, so I'm Korean. I grew up in the Bay. There's a lot of Asian people in the Bay. Daly City, huge, Filipino community. But I just kind of grew up, speaking Korean. So 저는 한국 사람입니다. 나는 여기 미국에서 공부했고 이렇게 여기 태어났어요. 미국에서 태어났어요. 근데 한국말 진짜로 지금 못하거든요. But 한국말은 할 수 있어요.
Okay, don't walk, Ryan. We'll get you.
I was upset. I have never had to prove that I was Asian, but I guess I'm not Asian enough.
嘿，大家好，我是小马，记得要点赞这个视频，还有要订阅 Jubilee. Now let's get back to the video.
I feel like Asian YouTube was a huge thing for the Asian community in
Ryan,
different places. Oh yeah, who y'all watch Wong Fu right here?
Guava juice, my fellow
guava juice?
Pinoy.
Okay.
And you remember Fung Brothers?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Did y'all remember Michelle Phan?
Yeah.
Makeup.
Community channel.
Community?
I was
Jubilee.
Oh yeah, Jubilee.
Oh, Jubilee.
When they used to make short films.
Subscribe. Okay, guys, I want to know, what is your favorite part of your culture?
Oh, the food. So much.
I want to say food too.
Indian food slaps.
I've been missing it so much.
I think food is a kind of obvious answer, but I think really just like, being proud of what China has been able to build and become on the world stage. Every time I go to China with my family, it's just beautiful, like to see this.
Bro, maybe I don't know enough, straight up Chinese people, but at least the Chinese people I've talked to are not usually willing to pop off as openly about China because they're legitimately worried about how it will be received by the American population. They might actually believe those things, but I feel like Chinese people don't simp for China openly as much in America. You know what I mean? His wife is Chinese? No, I know. I'm saying they usually say it's not as bad as people think. That is what I've heard a lot. Unless you're first gen from mainland.
Cities and how everything's developed.
My personal favorite is honestly the people. They have instilled hospitality. I mean, every Filipina is a nurse.
I gotta be honest, I'm not a nurse. I'm sorry, Papa.
I was gonna say I like Hong Kong because of how international it is.
Did you go to international school in Hong Kong?
No, I went to a fully local school.
You sound really American.
I mean, it's something that I get on a day-to-day basis. My friends tell me I sound American. My white friends tell me that I sound whiter than them. And I'm like,
do you have a least favorite thing about
your? Oh, I mean, I grew up in the Korean church. A lot of gossip happens over there, so there's always a little thing about the.
Bro, he put the Chinese lady on the back foot. That's crazy.
Korean church and stuff.
Piggybacking off of what they had mentioned, we call it mga chismis. They're just gossips. They speak behind your back, and a lot of times it will be to family members.
Crazy.
So I think while we do have a great heart, sometimes we're not as kind to each other.
My least favorite thing, I think is colorism sometimes, and the beauty standard is, you know, a lighter complexion is more beautiful, more gorgeous. But I love the skin that I'm in.
I don't know if like in Korean or Filipino culture it's the same, but like in Chinese culture, people can be super direct about your personal appearance. Oh, 你胖了, like you're fat now. All
I
of a
got
sudden,
fat
or
shamed
like
by my
where'd
mom
you get all those
yesterday.
pimples from?
I don't want to get cancelled for saying this. A lot of it is still like patriarchal, and it's so normalized. Like, you know, you see someone walking by, it's so okay to like fat shame.
I kind of respect him for not doing, when he's speaking English, for not even remotely doing an accent. Like, he literally only just, he very specifically does not do an accent at all. I'm going to be honest with you, I would be doing it. I would be doing it. Okay? I would 100% be doing an accent. I would straight up do, no, it's not tasteful yellow face. I mean, it's just like, at that point, he just speaks the language, okay? He's being very respectful. I would, on the other hand, just fucking try my very hardest, okay? Can you even do one? Not really. I can't really do one. I mean, I only do the Japanese one, like, and that's like not even real. It's just like Japanglish. Most Asian Americans don't have an accent. We grew up here. Yeah. That's
them,
also
or
true.
like say, oh, they're so dark. Why are they here? Like that happens a lot.
I mean, there's like a lot of first geners in here. That's what it is. That's why, like, that's because most Asians were born and raised in the States, don't have an accent like the children of almost every other immigrant bro. Guys, I know. I also know that I am a unique case of someone. I am a unique case of someone who literally fucking doesn't have an accent despite being, you know, first gen fob. So much so that many of you forget that fact and like receive me in the way that as though I have like been here since day one. You're not that special? No, I think it's, I mean, okay. Yep, chat's trying to outwoke you right now. I know. Technically, you're not a fob, but you live the fob's life. No, I mean, I grew up in Turkey my whole life. Doesn't get more fucking fob than that.
I'm gonna go back to it. I think Kevin just sounds more white.
Damn, Caleb is on it.
Caleb, from the very beginning, I was like, I gotta get him out. He has to leave.
Ah, damn. Damn, I really want to.
The one guy.
Gas is expensive in California.
So please raise your hand if you want to continue playing the game.
So at this point, I'm the only guy in a group of girls. So I felt like I was in the hot seat, and then I was thinking maybe the only other person who people could be suspicious of was Leanne. Leanne, do you speak Mandarin?
I do speak Mandarin. 我会讲一点点。
哦，你也会讲。
Yeah， 我也会讲。
哇，1、2、3、4、5。
听起来有点地道，好像很地道的样子。
Oh, 地道.
Yeah,
no,
地道.
I'm not 地道 at all because I learned Mandarin at school. It was like a prerequisite. So my mother tongue is Cantonese.
I speak multiple languages. That's a part of growing up.
The thing is, like, you can always learn.
It's crazy that they just like cut out the Indian girl. They're like, nah, you're Indian. That's fine. Like, we believe you. like I speak multiple languages. They're like, yeah, fine. Okay.
A language.
Yeah, I feel like Chinese
Like,
has
that
a lot
is
of,
true.
you know, demand. Chinese is a language that a lot of people want to learn or is in demand. So I kind of had an idea that it would be someone that spoke Chinese. That would be the mole. Maybe it's Kevin. What do you call your parents? Like, how do you refer to them?
It's a very personal name, but I call my mom Mimi and my dad Bobby, which
That's
is
my
like,
Chinese name. Mimi, like kitty.
Sometimes I'll call him Chinese, ba ma. To be honest, like a lot of times in English, my dad actually doesn't speak great Chinese.
Mommy, and then my grandma is mamiol. I don't call him like tai, like tatai.
No, you're good.
Wait, why did you say my dad doesn't speak great Chinese? Wait, what? Why did he say that?
What did you think I said?
What? Oh,
I mean, I'm sorry. Tai is like short for tatai, which means.
I gotta be honest. I don't call my folk that. I go mom, mummy. Mom.
At one point, I was actually suspicious of Kanye. I don't think she was that fluent in her own language, which I understand. It's like you don't have to be fluent in your like native language. So who do we think is the hottest Asian, like Asian race?
I would say Chinese, but you know, when I ever see Bollywood movies and like the Indian actors in those, I mean, some very good-looking men and women, yeah.
Can I give a shout out to Dev Patel?
Dev Patel. Shout out.
But I also started watching K-drama.
What a wild, that's a sick question, dude. That's crazy. Like questioning the top of the hour ad break. Don't question it. It's coming for you. Unless you subscribe for $5 or for free, in which case you're going to go, oh, wait, what? There's a top of the hour ad break? I didn't even see that. You can see it coming, but you can avoid it by subscribing. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. I don't even know what I'm saying.
I was gonna say, Korean men are so attractive.
Filipinos.
Yeah, okay,
Chinese,
technically
yeah.
speaking, Miss Universe, we have 4 winners from the Philippines, and I hope to be Miss Universe one day.
Oh!
Kevin, we love you.
Kevin, you're so Chinese and I can feel it.
I can feel it.
I can literally feel the entire China behind you.
Please raise your hand if you want to continue playing the game.
I knew for a fact that every woman in this little box was Asian, and I knew that from my heart. This is the destination, so end it here so we could all win.
All right, this is going to be a power.
This guy does the same thing as Xiaomanyc, but in Turkey. Going forward, TikTok links are fucking ineligible for poop stocking because there's no thumb. It's fake. It's lame. It's just bullshit. Like there's no way to pre-see it. It's silly. I'm just not gonna click on any TikToks if you keep doing it. Shadows are so dumb. I'm just never gonna click on your links anymore. If you do that, you're desecrating the bond. The real goal is to get me with something that, yeah, it's just, oh God, I'm never going to click on TikTok.
I voted not. I
voted not either.
There's still someone.
Just say who.
Just say
who
who.
do you think?
It's either the other two.
But,
like me and you, Kami.
But Kami is like, she's Filipina. She's my sister.
Can she like
trust.
feel me or something?
Liana said, like you learned a lot of different things in school. As humans, I don't think it's possible to do like 30,000 things just because like the stereotype is
are you
that we
talking
do
about
everything.
me? I didn't do the
What the fuck is
at the
going
same
on
time.
in the
That's all
chat?
like the
like,
extracurriculars I
overall.
accumulated over the years. Like in fencing, I did it from grade 4 to 5, and then saxophone I've been doing since I was like grade 3 to like last year.
Also, I feel like Kami, because you've been talking a lot, expressing your views on Philippines a lot, like you did your research on it.
She feels like my cousin. So like, honestly, I think it's Leanne. I think
I don't know what I need to do. Like I'm fully Asian.
It was another tiebreaker. The people who have the tiebreaker, Kami and Leanne.
I'm here to state my
Okay,
case.
wait.
I'm Asian. I'm Chinese.
at parties.
Yes.
What is
Karaoke song. I Have Nothing, Whitney Houston. I don't really need to look.
I feel like Kami.
Ask me any questions about my like Hong Kong, my culture, my heritage.
I feel like those will be too rehearsed if I ask.
I have never had anybody question how like Asian I am.
I know this is a bit traumatizing. If this becomes another tiebreaker, we eliminate 2 people.
Oh.
2 people eliminated.
Oh.
I was like, girls, like, what?
That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
I
dude.
mean, I was a little offended because I never had to prove that I was Asian. But it's all fair game.
If the lights turn green, that means you have voted out the mole and you win. If the lights turn red, that means the mole is still in the box and you lose. You have won the game.
Woohoo! Wait, can I give you a high five?
Yeah.
Wait,
No.
wait.
Oh my God.
Caleb, I knew it. Oh, shit. I'm Xiaomanyc.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 我是讲中文那个 YouTuber 对。
Yeah.
对。
Yeah. It was kind of crazy because I actually seen his videos before. I think it was a really good surprise.
廣東話點解識講少少啊？冇嘅國語校。
Wait, Dad actually
TV.
watches you
On
on
TV.
YouTube.
Yeah.
I think I've seen him.
Yeah, you might have. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah. My real name is Ari. On YouTube, I go by Xiaomanyc, which is my Chinese name. I lived in Beijing for a year. I learned, Mandarin pretty good. I speak some Cantonese too, actually. I've been living in and around Chinatown, New York City for many years. My wife is also from China, so I'm a full-time language learner. I've studied probably over 50 languages at this point. Spend my days learning languages and then going around speaking to people in different languages, and they get surprised.
I'm so happy. Oh my God.
Xiaomanyc, that's the guy, dude. Fucking white boy swagoo. Shocking everybody, okay? You ever watch this dude's content? No. Not really. I've only seen bits and pieces of it. I do like it, especially because, like, as I've said, it's shocking to people that a white dude, a white American, went out of their fucking way to learn a language. Yeah, they're always titled something like "White Guy Shocks Server with Perfect Mandarin." You know what I mean? We watched like some of his TikToks, I think. But overall, I do think, what do black people think about white people? Oh, this is awesome. Overall, I do think that like it's mostly like Asian Americans that don't really like it too much. And for the most part, I think like foreigners, they find it fucking sick that, a dude that fucking white, like white Americans hail him as a superhero because to white Americans, it's like, damn, dog, you know a different language and like you're a fluent speaker. That's like some superhero shit, right? So I think like Asian Americans get annoyed at that, or just like people who are not monolingual are annoyed at that for understandable reasons, because that's a normal thing. What the fuck's wrong with you guys? Why do you hail him as a hero? Right? But as far as dudes in other countries, I think dudes in other countries usually like that kind of thing. Yeah, foreigners see it as flattery, I think. 100%.
A school that was predominantly black when I was growing up. And when I first saw the first white kid.
Does he have a Turkish video? Wait, hold up. White people constantly get praised for doing things people of color do daily. Okay, wait, does he? This is definitely, there's truth to that. Hold on. Does he have a Turkish video? I kind of want to judge his Turkish. I'll tell you if it's impressive or not.
I guess I'll try out the bagel.
Yeah, well, if you
Joanna.
Wait, why is he giving people simit and ayran? I don't understand.
Joanna.
You're like,
Motherfucker said Turkish bagels and yogurt. It's fine, I guess. It's like a decent way to describe it to Americans. I'm not gonna. Okay.
oh! 3, 2, 1, what's going on, everybody? My name's Xiaomanyc, and back with another.
Chinese people hate it. Xiaomanyc used to upload to Bilibili when he was doing more cultural stuff. Then he started doing white boy speaks perfect Chinese stuff. He stopped uploading to Bilibili.
Video today. Yo, if you guys are new to this channel, what we do here is bring food, culture, celebrities, fun stuff from all around the world to total strangers here in New York City. Good restaurant, kind of like a bakery.
Is it Simit Saray?
A cafe called Samit Sarai. The new
Okay, that's terrible accent.
new Turkish bakery here in New York City, and so I went and checked it out, and it was actually really, really good. So they have these like Turkish bagels and all kinds of delicious things, and so you know what I thought it would be really fun to do would be to bring these really interesting Turkish bagels called simit, which are really popular in Turkey, and bring them here. Bring them here to people in New York City to let them try for the first time. Because you know the cool thing is in New York City, bagels, little round pieces of bread, are really popular here. So I thought it would be really interesting to see what people in New York City today would think about these really interesting, unique.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. If he keeps his energy for like other stuff, if he's keeping his energy for all these other fucking languages and cultures and stuff, I'm gonna be honest with you, is like. I was wrong. Okay. He got better. This is pretty old. This is like very old. This is from 2019. Does he speak Turkish at all or no? I don't know what's happening here.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, so this is like a Turkish bagel.
Laoshu has some Turkish.
From here. Yeah. Yeah. Nasılsınız? Bugün nasılsınız? Ben yalnız biraz Türkçe konuşabiliyorum.
I mean, his Turkish is not good. It's ass. But the fact that he's speaking Turkish at all, I think, is what's impressive to a lot of people. This guy passed away, right? Yeah. Has videos of him speaking Turkish to hater? No. I'm being super honest. Like it's very obviously super broken Turkish, like a very clearly foreigner speaking Turkish a little bit. He openly says it. He says,
Türkçe konuşabiliyor musun? Nereden öğrendin? At home, just by myself.
Nereden öğrendin? Yeah. It's always the same shit accents, and they use the same sentences every time. Or if a random white American came to you speaking Turkish, you would praise him. Yeah, no, like if a foreigner, like obviously foreigner person comes up and speaks Turkish to me, that's hella impressive, no matter how shitty it is, right? What? Turkish, but you grew up in America. I'm Turkish. I grew up in Turkey. I came here when I was 18.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a difference there, I think.
His Turkish is way better than mine. We talked a little bit. We can talk here. Benim çok bozuk yani. Biz konuşuyoruz. Anlamıyor beni. Dediğimi anlamıyor.
Her şeyi anlıyorum ama konuşuyoruz dediğin zaman mesela.
Benimki değişik biraz Türkçe.
Konuşuyoruz.
Street Turkish.
Yeah, you use like slang, which is interesting. Konuşuyoruz is slang. Like
yeah,
it's like shortened.
I changed the words up how I like it. Yani benim dilim biraz değişik. Definitely.
Yeah, because your tongue is not used to rolling in a way.
Yeterli de konuşmuyorum, o da var. Yani kimden...
When he speaks Turkish like how like a deaf person would speak English. I don't know how else to describe it. I'm sorry if that comes across as ableist, because like some of the sounds just they're off. Like if your tongue is not used to, that's so mean. No, I wasn't trying to be mean at all. Like it's, you know how like people with hearing disabilities that can still talk, like oftentimes like they train to be able to speak, but there's like still a little bit of a distortion in the way that your tongue rolls, because I guess like if you don't they prefer deaf. Okay, my bad. Like I don't know how to describe it. I think you just like constantly need to hear what is coming out of your mouth in order to course correct, I guess. As a linguist, you're right. His vocal cords aren't trained enough yet. That's why. No, I don't even think it's his vocal cords. I think it is. I think it's more so his tongue. If you don't have muscle memory in your tongue for certain for certain like sounds, I guess. It's softened. He is tonally deaf. He is muting the sounds instead of pronouncing it correctly. Yeah.
Annemden konuşuyorum, babamdan konuşuyorum, ailemden. Ondan başka yani fazla Türkçe
And
yok.
also beyond that, he is speaking in like a very if you don't hear sounds as often, you don't have that like auditory connection to the phonemes and stuff. I don't know what it's called, but yeah, it's a very uncommon sound. For example, I did not know this, but a lot of Americans, especially monolingual Americans, don't know how to roll their R's. Because notice how I said R? Okay. In the Turkish language, it's not R, it's re, re, which is why normally if I have to use a sound where I can roll my tongue, I can do it very easily, right? Americans can't do that. Like when an American tries to roll their R's, they'll go R instead of R. We're going to have to put subtitles on this.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know. It's more like a lisp. Your mouth is just not capable of moving the way it needs to make the word you say. Yeah. Tarik's Turkish is like a person who came to Turkey to live for 2 years and just learning Turkish, while Hasan is basically the most Turkish ever. Would love to just listen to them speak Turkish because it's such a cool language. Tarik doing exactly what Puerto Ricans do with Spanish. They just chop up words and phrases and hope you get what they mean, lol. I'm more impressed by the fact that Hasan doesn't have a hint of an accent when he speaks English and he gets his points across like a native speaker would. I know he probably spoke English when he was growing up in Turkey, but there's a level of language proficiency you're only likely to get at when you start speaking the language really young or around other native speakers. You know. As someone who spent over 2 years in the U.S. as a child and lives in Turkey, I'm always amazed at how well Hasan can speak both languages and switch instantly between them without any issues. I'm also a native in both languages, but because of how different tongue movements, like Hasan mentions, it's always a struggle, especially when you immediately switch. Hasan does it perfect. It's very impressive. Most people don't understand this. Most Americans don't understand this. Why don't you have an accent? I do not have an accent in Turkish, and I do not have an accent in English, in American English. Some Turks will cope and say that I do, but most honest Turks will openly admit. I guess like maybe a little bit, like just a little bit of Turkish accent I have when I'm speaking Turkish, partially because I just don't speak a lot of Turkish unless I am out in public with my brother and I want to talk shit. So because it's otherwise very rude, especially if I'm around a lot of American people, to just, you know, not talk to them and hide it. Say Volkswagen. I have a problem saying it. Yeah. Oh no, I meant like I don't have an accent in English unless there's certain words and sounds like W. W is not a letter in the Turkish language. It's not rude to speak your native language. What do you mean? Yes, it is. It is rude to speak your native language in a setting where you're literally surrounded by, like, if I'm in my house and I have American guests, I'm not going to speak in Turkish around them because, like, I mean, it happens. It happens because, like, my dad doesn't speak English. So there's certainly, he refuses to, by the way. But I do think it's like it comes across as like a little rude to the person who doesn't understand it. It's like you're excluding them. You know? Anyway. You have such a strong accent. What the fuck? Your English is so heavily American accented. Yes. Some Chinese speakers call it expat accent. What is that? It's like the tonal system in Chinese. You can tell 90% of non-native speakers this way. It's like the tonal system. Huh. Yeah, I don't want to exclude people. In an intimate gathering, guys, I'm talking about like an intimate setting, not random, like out in public. Your dad's like Stav's dad, right? He just refuses to speak English even though he can? Yes. My dad literally wrote his PhD at the London School of Economics in English. He has perfect command over the language. He has a doctorate in economics, okay? He fucking speaks English. He just refuses to, which I think is really funny. As someone born and raised in America, my first language is Spanish, but I learned English before school. I still have a Mexican accent when I speak English, although I work really hard to hide it. So the fact that Hasan has no accent is insane. When I was really, I don't know why I did this, but when I was like a child, I was obsessed with trying to perfect my accent. That's it. I got really fortunate that even before I had any idea, any notion of what I wanted to do with my life, I basically decided that I'm going to have a perfect American accent. That's it. Explains why all of your accents are spot on. I also am fascinated with accents in general. I don't think that my accents are spot on, though, but thank you. I don't practice it enough. Does Moran have an accent? No, I don't think he does. I do believe that a big part of that, also a big part of that comes from the fact that I was a marabou. And I still am an marabou. What is more American than hogs? I'm fascinated by them because I'm fascinated by America. I'm a marabou. Isn't it weird how the Dutch don't have accents when they speak English? Yes, they fascinate me. That's the only place on the planet where I've seen like a sizable percentage of the population that I met speak perfect English with an American accent, and it blew my mind, and it like freaked me out. It freaked me out completely. Yes, brother. For those of you who do not know, first of all, Dutch itself is like so weird as a language. It just sounds like broken English, and German is just so, it seems so ridiculous to even have as a separate standalone language. Okay. However, I mean, yeah, this is Dutch. We hebben een serious probleem met de politieke ontwikkelingen MBT de dwangwet en ik hoop dat de komende dagen kan worden opgelost. I mean, that's crazy. You just made that shit up. Stop. People praising Hasan for not having a Turkish accent, and no one praises black people who teach themselves to have a white accent. If anything, they are mocked. Wait, what? Another case of a white man getting praised for shit POC do daily. Do you know how many black people can sound white as hell? Where's the celebration of that? What? I can't tell if you're like memeing or not. First of all, I don't expect praise. Okay. Secondly, what you're describing is code switching. And I feel like it's a little bit different than like an entirely separate language. Bait used to be funny, yeah. Anyway, this guy's the best Chinese I've ever heard from a foreigner. He's got the Beijing accent down too. Is it a poop sock?
看了网友们的留言，很多人问我中文为什么说的那么好。简单回答就是脑子好。最早我为什么学的中文？那是90几年，那时候没有人学中文。
Wait, white people have an accent? I mean, kind of. Yes. Loveland saw this the other day, not a poop sock.
就是。
The fuck? That's like they're racist if anything. What do you mean? Why are they? Why is that impressive? He's just using chopsticks. Like what?
怎么了？
筷子用。你很厉害，会讲普通话。
我会。
哦。这个筷子用也是够厉害的了，一般筷子用不起来。
谢谢。
你在这里待了很久了？
我待了快到5年。
哇。
就2019年来。
哦，那么厉害。你是哪里的？
我是英国人。
英国的。
对啊。
哦，难怪那么厉害。
I guess maybe because it's like he's using it at the edge. Is that why? Also, left-handed is rare. No, his chopstick skills are better than most Asian Americans. Yeah, I mean, he's using it. So the grip on the chopsticks, as I'm sure you guys are familiar. Dude, you know what's really crazy? I didn't even know there's like Americans that never use chopsticks. And it's like, bro, you've literally unlocked only like 50% of Asian food in general if you don't use a chopstick. I swear to fucking God, I'm not being weird. It tastes better with a chopstick. You cannot eat Asian food in general without a chopstick. You eat a fucking fork, you eat it with a fork, it's like fine, it's great. But there's something about it. Like you're missing out on like at least 25 to 50% of the food taste. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like because it like doesn't hold the sauce or something. I don't know what. I'm not kidding. It's not even a joke. 100%. Japanese chopsticks are way shorter than Chinese ones. I got Thai food in Virginia this week and it's served with forks. Come on, man. That's got to be foodtism or something. I don't know what it is, okay? I don't know what it is.
Good.
厉害厉害。
谢谢。
I don't think I've ever had Chinese food without chopsticks.
真好吃。
下次再来啊。
当然。
Yeah, I think it's just that he is like he has an impressive command over the chopsticks, but I feel like it's more racist than anything. They're like, look, it's a black man. Well, look how well he's using the chopsticks. Like straight up, but not like American racism. Everybody before you jump down my throat, but it's like, yeah, it's like, you know, like harmless racism kind of. How is that racist? Chinese people have a fascination with us? Yeah, that's like that. Turkish people do too. "99% of Chinese people react that way. You calling all races?" Yeah, it's like it's not the same. Everybody when we talk about racism, especially against a black person, everybody understands it in like, you know, Klansman robe type racism. Like that's not it. It's more like I've never really seen like a black person before in the flesh type racism. And it's like Turkish people. Like there's not, I mean, I'm sure in recent years that's changed a lot, people were saying, but like there aren't that many black people in Turkey. So the only time you see a black person, you're like, Turkish people literally will be like, oh, that's like an athlete or like a famous person. You know what I mean? Everybody always go, dude, no, the Afro Turks population is like 12 people. I'm sorry. That's like not that I grew up in fucking Turkey and I didn't know that there were Afro Turks in Izmir, okay, in Turkey until I came to America a couple years ago. So no. What did you do when you first saw a black person? I mean, I saw a black person in America first, so it wasn't like unique or shocking to me. Does that make sense? Like, there's probably Turkish people in this chat that found out that there's Afro Turks that are like straight up Turkish from my coverage on it. Not a tourist in Istanbul. I mean, it was probably a tourist. I also had when I was living in Ankara, one of my close friends was oh my god, I can't believe I remember her name. I'm not going to dox her, but I don't remember what country she was from. But one of my close friends in Ankara was the daughter of a diplomat. I don't know from which country. I forgot. It's been so many years. You know? It's like being a Marabou. You knew about black culture in the U.S., right? Yes. Fun fact, Turkey had the first black pilot in the Air Force in World War I. Yes, I know that. Oh, wait. Hold on. That's where I learned. Wait, hold on one second. I can tell you what country she's from. Wait, hold on. Fuck. I actually don't know though. It could be, I mean, maybe she was from Zimbabwe then. Because the first time I ever learned about fuck, I'm not gonna do the sound right. The Osa as a language was from her. So I guess she's maybe from Zimbabwe. I don't remember. That shit is weak. No, she's not. She wasn't South African. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. What do you mean? Dude, I don't know who this is. Why do you fucking come in here and tell me this shit? I mean, I'm not gonna ban you. I'm just gonna give you 1 hour off. Like I don't fucking know who that is, dude. This is the type of racism you're talking about. That's like saying you don't roll your R's. You can't pronounce it. You can pronounce it as Cahosa if you can't do the clicks. Hasan speak Urdu. Benchod, Motherchod. That's all I know. Benchod? So I don't speak Arabic. Kus ummak sharmuta. Kus soktak. Gahpe. Why does he only know bad words? I mean, think about it and you will understand.
Hungary, the land of groundbreaking achievements, innovative inventions,
beer bites,
delicious food, the world's most luxurious mackies, disciplined hard workers, convenient public pools, also known as fish tanks in the local pet shop, one of the most abysmal financial policies in Europe.
Hungarian government officials coincidentally receiving a 33% pay rise after implementing another 300% tax increase on small business. Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban, when asked if he's going to use EU loans to improve his country slightly or just build another $12 million stadium for the most terrible amateur local football.
Europe's lowest IQ public transport ticketing system.
In Budapest, you literally have to stamp in and out of a stub like you're a 1920s steelworker, least old-fashioned Hungarian governmental
Europe's
policy.
cutest metro line, suspiciously close ties to China. Hungary is also the land of paprika. They use this spice in literally everything. I wouldn't be surprised if the parliament building's roof was just glued on paprika. Yeah, they really make a big deal about the fucking paprika here. That damn pepper is plastered all over the place. And alongside that, Hungary has produced many notable celebrities. Houdini, the Ramones, this dude, even Hank.
No way. Magyar Milan? Why
I've been to Budapest twice in the last 2 years. I'm saying that like there's anywhere else to go in Hungary. There's absolutely not. Unless, of course, you go to Transylvania. I'll explain that later. Anyway, Budapest.
Vape.
Vape.
Vape.
Vape.
Vape.
Vape.
Vape.
Anyway, Budapest is actually historically two cities, Buda and Pest, with Buda having the famous old landmarks, some of which are honestly phenomenal. I mean, just look at that roof, look at that castle, look at that bastion, look at that old town, look at those 4 brain-dead Brits on a lad's holiday getting scammed into paying 50,000 foreign for a picture of them holding an owl. And whilst most of Buda is super hilly and suburban, Pest is way more flat, is where most people live, and has the recognizable, famous, imposing Budapest architecture. Before the 18th century, Pest was just a tiny enclave. Hardly anyone lived there since it didn't benefit from the natural height or river defense that made Buda the geographically perfect city, being inhabited even before 1 AD by the Celts. In the 10th century, a bunch of Siberians show up out of nowhere and mix with the local population till they're white passing, aka Magyars. This ethnic group forms 84% of Hungary's population today. Then over time, due to mass rural Jewish and general migration from the surrounding areas into the city, partly because of Austria-Hungary's initiative to modernize their
Austria-Hungary explained the benefits for farmers to move over into a luscious, clean, picturesque, plentiful, traditional farm and work in a carcinogenic steel factory in Pest. Hasan, please reaffirm that Magyars are Turks? No. I will never say that. They are traitors. Okay? No. Hungarians are not Turks. The one group of people that are certainly not Turks are Hungarians. They think they're better because, oh, we're Christian. Oh, look at us. We're so super Christian. It's like you look at the Balkans and it's like Turk, Turk, Turk. Oh, we're super Christian. Don't look at us. Turk, Turk, Christian Turk in the form of Serbs. And then you have Croats, which are also not Turks. Okay? Just remember that. These are the rules. Serbians, also Turkic, technically, even though not Muslim, but still Turkish. Okay? Albanians, the most Turk. No one is more Turkish. I would say almost as Turkish as the Turks themselves. Everyone is Turkish, not Hungarians and not Croatians. Remember that.
Economy. By the year 1900, Budapest was the 8th
Us Serbs destroyed your empire being goat farmers? Yeah, sure.
largest city in Europe, and the flatlands of Pest provided these newcomers with the perfect location for a bustling, modern, well-organized but grimy city. Then both sides grew until it was...
Are Chinese Turkish? No. Built a whole ass wall to not be Turkish. Even though there are Turkic Chinese, obviously, like the Uyghurs. That's a whole different can of worms. But definitely not Turkish in general. Han Chinese, not Turkish. Okay? Built a whole ass wall, baby. Straight up. They were like, oh, these Turks, don't fuck with them. Build a goddamn wall. Build the wall. That's what they said.
Pointless to see them as two separate cities, and they were officially unified in 1973. Now, from our time in Pest, I've come across some notable things about the place. For example, the scams. The scams are everywhere in Budapest. The ATMs, the 20 euro Rostis.
Are Somalis Turkish? That wasn't the case. Somalia increasingly becoming Turkish. By the way, that's not even a joke. That's literally true, though. Like, actually, Turkey and Somalia are aligned heavily. Something to remember. Literally, like half of the, there's a lot of that's just a separate point. That's a more modern situation.
The classic strip club scam, the public transport ticket scams, the carcinogenic gypsy geek bars. I mean, the city taxis in Budapest are literally a fucking mafia that can get away with robbing and beating up naive or drunk tourists due to them having such a monopoly, being so powerful and having so much influence over the government. I mean, they literally made the Hungarian government ban Uber to make sure they still had a taxi monopoly. Thankfully, though,
I do feel like the banning of Uber to maintain a taxi monopoly is pretty prominent in Europe, though, like in a lot of places. Yeah, see, tam Türkler işte İstanbul taksicileri de aynı Uber'i döverek banladılar. Yeah, this happened in Turkey as well.
Though, there is an option if you want to get around Hungary without being scammed out of all your hard-earned cash. Bolt, it's like a poor man's Uber, and you literally have to use this app if you don't want to be ripped off like a certain Filipino dude might have been.
So I arrive in Budapest, the brokest I've ever been in my life, thinking, oh, I'm in a cheap country now. Cheap cigarettes, cheap beer, things are gonna be looking up. I go to the taxi rink, I go to the first taxi I see, I hop in. I don't know how foreign conversion works, so I just see this meter tick up 1,000 by 1,000 while I'm sitting in the back seat thinking, oh man, I got 20 minutes until I get to my fucking destination. And I don't know how much this money is. I still got it in the back of my mind. Oh, it must be cheap. Inshallah, it's cheap.
The best way you can avoid most scams in Budapest is by learning a few Hungarian words. Unfortunately, Hungarian is considered to be the hardest European language to learn and one of the hardest languages to learn in the world. I mean, they literally have a 44-letter long word that roughly translates to for your continued...
Is this a face reveal? Like, is this a subtle face reveal? What's going on? That's weird. Immersion ruined. What the fuck?
Behavior as if you could not be desecrated. Thankfully, though, I have a hack to help you learn even one of the world's hardest languages, the online language learning platform.
I did not. No, it's an ad. I did not expect him to look like that. He revealed it long ago. I did not expect him to look so baby-faced.
italki. italki is an...
Because he sounds like such a fucking freehead, yeah? That it's like you just don't expect it. I don't know. He said she's Swedish so many times.
Effective online language learning platform where you can take personalized one-on-one lessons with native speaking teachers literally anytime, anywhere. The main problem I had with my French lessons back in school is that we focused on learning grammar and writing perfectly, which is important. However, it can be kind of frustrating when you know how to spell boulangerie, but you can't understand or say any of the essential phrases that would actually come in handy. On italki, however, because it's just you and the teacher, you really focus on your speaking and listening skills as well as increasing your confidence through live interactions. With over 30,000 teachers to choose from, it can be a little overwhelming, but italki has made it easy to filter through and find the right teacher for you. Search by lesson, category, or even where the teacher's from. The best thing about italki,
YouTube requires you to show your face to get monetized. First of all, I don't believe that. They're like real life lore. I don't think it's ever shown their face.
is that you can pay for each lesson individually. There's no subscriptions, no commitments, and lessons are priced only from $5. You also get 3 trial lessons which are refundable if you aren't satisfied with the lesson. I wanted to show you a bit of my super useful Hungarian lesson with a letter. We focused on pronouncing different letters. And is that just the length?
Yeah. So with the dot, this is the short.
Differentiating between tenses.
Everything that ends with OK would be this first person.
And how to say phrases informally. So that's the more informal version of thank you. So start your learning language journey now with the link below in the description. And don't forget to use the promo code Geopold. Get $5 credit when you sign up for your first class. Geopold. This code is good for the first 50 users when you purchase $10 or more. So go quick, bro. Go quick. Anyway, when we were in Hungary, this dude literally paid
10,000 Hungarian forint
for a 15-minute taxi. And if you're thinking that amount of cash sounds just ridiculous and made up, it's not. It's just that Hungary has Europe's silliest currency. $1 is equivalent to 348 Hungarian forint, which leads me on to one of Hungary's less conventional tourist attractions. If you've got more than $2,872 in your savings account, you can go around telling everyone you're a millionaire. Super underrated reason to visit Hungary, in my opinion. But if you want a more conventional reason to visit this country, it's the food. I swear I'm not gonna say it, guys. I swear I'm not gonna.
Where are you from?
Hungary.
Hungary? I'm hungry.
I'm telling you though, Hungarian food might not look like much, but goulash, 10 out of 10. Chicken paprikash, 10 out of 10. Langosh, 10 out of 10. Torchny, 10 out of 10. Bro, they even do other people's cuisine well.
Bro, I don't even think I've ever had Hungarian food in my life, dog. That's crazy. Now that I think about it. And I've even had Polish food, you know what I mean? Which is, there's some good.
Budapest, they possibly have the best fast food establishment I've ever indulged in. Pizza Me. They basically got like 7 different types of thin, crispy New York style pizza. You get one big slice for £2. The process takes like 30 seconds. They're open till fucking 5 AM. There's always one down the street and they play the hardest fucking gabba hardstyle techno type music in there too.
What's going on in this pizza spot?
The food in Hungary is so good. Even my Georgian friend Gattsu thought it was amazing. And Georgians are literally used to the best food God has ever created.
Hungarian food is so fucking good. And this is coming from a Georgian, okay? Bro, I remember one time I ate fish and chips in Malta and then I just gave up on European food. However, here's the thing. Hungarians are not European. Yeah, they're white, but when they migrated from the Urals, they brought some good fucking food with them, right? Yo, the first time I tried goulash, I was hungry too, that's the thing. Like, my body went into shock, bro. I ate all that shit. It is the best food in Europe. I don't want to hear anything about like Greek food. I don't want to hear anything about Italian food. Hungarian food is where it's at. And so please, somebody open up a Hungarian restaurant in Tbilisi, bro, because I miss it. If you have a Hungarian restaurant in your city, go and eat there or take a baddie to eat with you.
You already know if the Georgian says the food's banging, it's gonna be fucking solid. I mean, look, this Georgian literally ate a $120,000 banana, okay? They really value their food, I'm telling you. Hungary's also got this drink called unicum. It tastes how it looks, like fucking death. However, I can't lie, this shit is effective.
How it feel to be off that
Still gotta
Unicum?
look out for tourist traps in the cuisine field though, or you might get viciously scammed like a certain Filipino friend of mine might have been.
I go to this Christmas shop where they're selling all these fancy street foods. I'm thinking, yeah, let me try some Hungarian cuisine. I order this fucking potato slop. It was 20 quid. It was 20 quid by the end. Never trust a Hungarian. Never.
Also, you should make sure you don't eat anything dodgy in Hungary. You really want to avoid food poisoning or any other illnesses because the country's hospitals look like this. And the waiting times can literally be a year long. But this is the EU. How could the hospitals be so bad? Especially when the average Hungarian pays such sizable healthcare taxes. Well, mainly because this dude, Mr. Orban, would rather build football stadiums than have a slightly functioning public healthcare system. He has a bit of a problem with hyper-focusing on football and Chinese investment, which is kind of creating some tension with the EU, who he owes us just a small bit of money to. But hey, it's so worth it. I mean, just take a look at these state-of-the-art Chinese buses Budapest has been blessed with. They might occasionally erupt into raging balls of hellfire. All part of the old town experience, baby. Hey, who doesn't love a quick marshmallow roasting opportunity halfway up Castle Hill? Man, this dude is so in touch with his Asian root.
Why do American chuz like Viktor Orban so much? Because he's like anti-woke or something. I don't know. How are you between 25 to 135 billion as a whole ass country's GDP worth a difference? Yeah, he's like, it's pretty funny because he's like, Viktor Orban is a bit like Erdogan as well, an enigma in many ways. I spent half my life thinking I was only a little Hungarian and a lot of Italian, but then found out it was the opposite later on, doubly racist. Literally a racist who has spoken against racial mixing. Yeah, I mean, he's like very fashy, but then also, I mean, he's like a classic, he's so goddamn European. It's like an incredibly European feature to be like insanely fascist, but then also simultaneously just be like rely heavily on the European Union, I guess. But the part that he's like not very European on is that he's like ahead of the curve on being openly fascist. Because European social democrats and neoliberals in general will be, I don't know. I don't, it's like they have a much more polite way of being like insanely racist. He's just like so openly racist.
He's building Europe's first ever Chinese university, despite Budapest's
Macron's like that too? No, Macron is actually a perfect example of like European fascism on the neoliberal side. I would say Emmanuel Macron is Emmanuel Macron in the streets is like Justin Trudeau. Emmanuel Macron in the sheets is like Adolf Hitler, okay? That's the whole point. I feel like, do you guys understand what I'm saying? Like on the streets, he's like, oh yeah, I'm not very racist. Yes, we must maybe take a look at the immigration. But then like behind closed doors, he's like, yeah, we have to kill Muslims. I don't know. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but he's just like a disgusting little freak. But in public, he really polites it up.
They are protesting this by changing the campus's road names to Uyghur Martyrs Road, Free Hong Kong Road, Dalai Lama Road, for example. It's actually opening in 2024 because big Xi Jinping probably slid him a couple rare FIFA cards under the table or something.
Hungary is in 50 years' time expressing their unhappiness when they officially get annexed as Imperial China's westernmost colony. I love this.
Yeah, Hungarian politicians are typically like clinically brain-dead, weird, hypocritical old heads. I think this news headline should probably explain all you need to know.
Oh yeah, dude, classic. The anti-gay Hungarian politician has resigned after being caught by the police fleeing a 25-man orgy through a window.
But how can these obviously crazy dudes stay in power?
Oh, great example. Thank you. I mean, his government called Islam barbaric and said it cannot be compatible with French values. Thank you. Yes. That is exactly what I mean. Yeah. When a French person says it, they say it in a way where you're like, they're being quite polite about how unimaginably Islamophobic they are. See? And then you have Americans who I guess like, he's not racist, he's trying to appease racist voters. It's literally the opposite. It's the other way around. Islamophobic, not racist. I don't understand what you're trying to say here. Emmanuel Macron is running the fucking American Democratic Party strategy that has been a demonstrable failure in the United States of America to a goddamn T by appeasing right-wing elements in France and losing out on the center, completely losing out on the left, and even losing the liberals to a certain degree. And the only thing you end up doing in that situation is like, you're not able to combat the far right elements. You're not able to combat the far right elements that are growing in your country. You've just normalized their position by being like the supposedly sane liberal guy who pushed for said positions. That's it. Okay. Oh, yes. Making the burqa illegal, really just appeasement. Yeah. It's like, I already said this. This is happening in every European country. I've talked about this quite a bit, talked about it quite extensively. Le Pen is going to be the next leader, one hundo P. Macron isn't a fascist, just a standard French neoliberal with traditional French prejudices. Yes, so a fascist. Why is fascism so on the rise all over the world? Well, as the profit rates tend to decline, okay, and we look to squeeze out the what remains, oftentimes from the one, malleable component, labor, to try to endlessly increase profit margins. No matter what happens, you are inevitably going to have more economic instability, more economic volatility, and also, of course, the issues that arise from imperialism, which is also a necessity for the thing that I just mentioned, capitalist exploitation and its continuation as profit rates tend to decline. So then there's going to be a lot of reactionary instability paired up with the economic volatility. There's going to be a lot of reactionary attitudes that rise up. And then basically the neoliberals that have been in power in Europe for a very long time, in order to manage the current crisis that is that they're experiencing under capitalism, will turn to more and more fascist perspectives in an effort not to lose power. And they'll say that they're doing this to save face or to appease the right-wing votes and to appear as a bottleneck against an even more right-wing group from seizing power. Because, oh God, if they do, it'll be so much worse. Yeah, he just accepted publicly to validate the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, saying that the country needs to rearm itself demographically. Gonna flee to Canada, I guess. Yeah, it's really funny thinking about that, especially because, like, yeah, no, he when he came to power, like, the American liberal media was like sucking his cock harder than his much older teacher wife was sucking his wee-wee when he was probably in an age inappropriate and social dynamic inappropriate relationship. And They were just like, they were so on board. Like, they were like, this guy, the liberal savior, he's saving France. And then they did it again in the last election. Okay, why did you remind us of this? I mean, obviously, I'm going to remind you of that instead of the top of the hour ad break, right? They met each other when he was 14. It's normal for France. Yeah. Yeah, French elections always revolved around electing whoever faces one of the Le Pen. Macron was elected without any election promises / program, but at this point, there's virtually no difference between the two of them. And then most bloody mandate internally, both physically with the protests and economically with the gutting of social services. Yes. And then here's what will actually happen. Le Pen, who is a more real racist that can appease or appeal to like the even further right-wing elements that are now more galvanized, that now feel like their policies are normalized by the liberals, can come into power while simultaneously maintaining the position that like they are going to be a populist and actually bring about like some real change to France. They're going to implement some economic policies that are helpful to the real French. But the reality is they're not going to do that. They're just going to maintain the same order as they've done time and time again, as fascists have done time and time again historically. They'll come in and be like, no, guys, the nationalism stuff is whatever. We're socialists. We're socialists. We have national pride, and like we're gonna be the ones who actually fix the economy in the left-wing direction. Don't worry. But then all they will do is further erode and continue the same capitalist stranglehold on the economy while simultaneously really cranking the racism dial a lot more. I love how libs are so confused by your take whenever you bring up, instead of healthcare, we get to bomb random people in other countries, when they're like, we want both. But also, if you mention free healthcare, they'll say it's unaffordable and we will never, ever question the price of dollars and lives in war. Yes. Efendim. Yeah, I'm almost done. I'm running the top of the hour ad break, though.
The old rural population. Sorry.
Peaceful night of sleep in Eastern Hungary. Do you think people will realize that fascism is bad on their own, or do you think something bad will have to happen for people to stop voting for them? Well, all I'm saying is, in the absence of a left-wing force, like an ideological force that genuinely opposes capitalism, I don't know. Because, like, at least last time when this shit happened, there was, and I know a lot of people always say, like, oh, did you know about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Act? Shut the fuck up, dumbass liberals, okay? Who put together the greatest Nazi murder force of all time, okay? Listen, gotta give my man some credit, okay? That Georgian boy did it. He did the damn thing. He did the damn thing, putting together one of the greatest fucking Nazi murder machines of all time, okay, which Americans also participated in. That was pretty cool for America. Good job, America. Oh my God, are you fucking joking? Please tell me. He's not. Oh, gate'i kapat sadece. Kapıyı kapamaya gerek yok. Gate'i kapat sadece. No. Stop. Anyway, yeah, all I'm saying is there's no class consciousness to combat the rise in fascism. How are we going to get through this? Yes, that is all I'm saying. You make up what happens. I know history does have a tendency to repeat itself. And unfortunately, I feel like this time around, neoliberalism has been such a perfect, complementary, fascist adjacent ideology that I don't know. It is completely eviscerated, completely gutted, completely neutered all matter of like genuine proletarian retort.
This rural population pretty much exists anywhere in Hungary that isn't Budapest. That's because it's low-key the only city in Hungary. Budapest has almost 2 million people, and the second biggest city, Debrecen, hardly even scrapes 200k. This is partly because quite a lot of the ethnically Hungarian regions aren't in Hungary. There are like 3 or 4 million Hungarians that live in the neighboring countries, Romania, Ukraine, Slovakia, Serbia, Croatia, Slovenia, Austria. I mean, Hungary within the Austro-Hungarian Empire was actually big as hell. Up there with Poland, Italy, Britain. That was until they lost World War I, along with 2/3 of their territory. Damn, 1918 was a bad year for them guys, bro. And I don't really know too much about what it's
Bad year for a lot of people. It's just, you know, it happens. You know what I'm saying? Not a good time. Not a good time for a lot of guys, okay? It was, yeah, no. No. Oh my God. I can't. Are these guys memeing when they say this? I can't tell if they're memeing. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact is literally the liberal equivalent of saying, I'll have you know, Abraham Lincoln was a Republican, okay? It is literally the liberal version of saying, you know how conservatives say, excuse me, I can't believe you're saying the Republican Party is racist. Did you know that Abraham Lincoln was a Republican? You know what I mean? It's just the same principle. It's like, yeah, I feel like you just, you just don't know anything about what happened after. Yeah. I think they're memeing. It's copy pasta. Yeah.
like in these areas because I've never been, but I got Living Ironically to explain it a little further, since he's literally the expert on this subject, being Hungarian Serbian living in Romania.
Trinon's main problem wasn't that 1/3 of the Hungarians suddenly woke up in a completely different country. Hell, it wasn't even that Hungary lost 70% of its territory to other countries that just randomly spawned into existence that day. Its main problem was that now, if you wanted to go from Romania into Hungary, the view suddenly changed from this into this. Shit, I'd be pissed off as well. Even though Hungary got sliced up worse than a birthday cake at a Mexican birthday party, the regions cut from the motherland still kept their Hungarian roots to a degree, despite the communist dictators' best efforts against that. For starters, throughout Transylvania you can still find so many Hungarian Gothic churches and castles, such as Szent Mihály Templom in Cluj, aka Kolozsvár, and Corvin Castle in Hunedoara, aka Vajdahunyad. Throughout the 16th century,
those castles bang for sure.
The Catholic Church was having an atheistic meltdown, which many historians today call the Reformation. Many Hungarians in particular were quick to adopt these new Christian beliefs, such as the famous teachings of John Calvin, that no matter what you do, God has already decided that you're going to hell. Transylvania in particular became a huge hotspot for the spread of Calvinism/Reformism, as the region came under partial control of the Ottomans, and they simply couldn't be bothered to deal with the issues of the dirty kafir. So as a result, the province became one of the most religiously diverse ones within historical Hungary, with hundreds of Hungarian churches of different denominations springing up throughout Transylvania. In other parts of the kingdom, such as Vojvodina aka Vajdaság and Krisana aka Körösvidék, Hungarian Art Nouveau was the popular style to build in. Thus, the cities of Subotica aka Szabadka and Oradea aka Nagyvárad have such a distinctive look, which makes them look as if they came out of some sort of fairy tale. Many Hungarians across the border accepted their fate and moved on with their lives and became functional functioning members of the new countries they found themselves in. Hell, they integrated so well, one even shot down an American plane during the Yugoslav wars. However, others such as the Seke, not so much. For those of you that don't know, the Seke are a group of Hungarians that live in the heart of Transylvania in the Carpathians. Their main personality trait is that despite being completely surrounded by Romanians and basically sitting in the center of Romania itself, they would rather be tortured by Vlad the Impaler himself than ever spout a single word of Romanian. They're also famous for always carrying a knife on themselves. People in London think they're hot shit for packing a blade. They've never met a Seke. When I first ever met my Seke father-in-law, do you want to know what he gave me as a gift? That's right, a $180 pocket knife. It is pretty sweet though. But yeah, Janos signing out.
The only thing I gotta say about Transylvania is they make these crisps. I tried them in a Transylvanian bar in Budapest, and oh my god, they're the best fucking thing ever, dude. I think about them every day. If someone wants to ship me some of these, yo, I would be so gassed. Anyway, in conclusion, Hungary is an interesting place. From what I've heard, you might want to give the top northeast bit a miss. This is really where you want to be. Personally, Budapest is one of my favorite cities ever, and as long as you can wiggle your way out of scams, you'll have a great time. Go around telling people you're a millionaire, go eat some fucking paprika based food, go bonk the metro, go look up at the roof this city provides. Best roofs in Europe, I think. Just whatever you do, don't end up getting monetarily pillaged like a certain Filipino.
Fucking disgusting.
Yo guys, so much blood, sweat and tears went into this video, I can't even explain. I went all the way to Hungary, then spent like a month editing this shit. My sleep schedule is absolutely obliterated right now. So hey man, I would deeply appreciate a little sub, a little like, a little comment even. More videos soon. Okay, peace.
Worst place to break down car. Struggle to ask for a mechanic, which is a little... No. Here, what's up?
Hey, Hasan.
What?
Buzz mig.
What does that mean? What did you just say? I gave it a lock, even though I have a strict no locking eyebrow policy. Right? Fucking hell. I don't know what Murat said. What did he say? Oh, no. Why do you know Hungarian? It's the language of traitors, dog. Chill. I've already established. Means fuck me in Hungarian. What? Finland featuring wow-mao and Geopold.
Why are they so happy? Is it because they're white? Is it because Finlandia is the best vodka to grace the planet? Alan Wake 2? Every time I talk about
Motherfuckers say Finlandia is the best vodka to grace the planet. That is an insane take. What the fuck? Finnish people are Turks, yes. Technically.
of Finland, I somehow summon all 7 million Finnish people to watch my video and comment Finland mentioned. Well, it's gonna be mentioned a lot because it is, in my opinion, a crazy country with a lot of quirks and features. Anytime I hear something is Finnish, I know it's about to be weird in the best way possible. I have a lot of things to say about this place who, according to some people, may or may not even exist and it might just be water. Finland is a welfare state, which means that if anything, the government got you. Now, that is fake shit. All real ones grew up knowing that their government would not do jack shit for them and even more take from them. So seeing a society where people trust their government to not do bullshit is absolutely insane to me. For me, growing up was 50 Cent. Get rich or die trying. No post-Soviet person has ever had the thought that, yeah, if anything happens, my government will have my back. Yeah, they'll have your back up against the wall. For 6 years in a row, Finland has ranked #1 as the happiest country in the world.
Classic Georgian. Classic Georgian take.
But I think this is capped. They've got one of the highest alcohol consumption rates in Europe and also one of the highest self-ending rates in Europe. When you have one of the highest rates of self-destruction in Europe, it doesn't seem like the happiest country in the world. I think that a lot of that statistic has to do with the fact that if some random person came up to you and asked you if you're happy, Finnish people are more likely to answer yes than other people. Because if you look on this map of 2020 happiness scale, Georgians say they're very sad and Finnish people say they're very happy. However, the self-destruction rate is not even close to that of Finland's. However, they do have a lot to be happy about. A major part of this is security. As I said, in post-Soviet countries, it's get rich or die trying. While in the Nordic countries, they have things that Americans could not dream of, such as one of the best education systems in the world for free.
Yeah, it's like, okay, this is able, so you can commit happy suicide. Okay. Yeah, it's like these guys got the benefit of like being under the sphere of influence of the West while simultaneously tutoring along with the potential to, you know, be very close in proximity to the Soviet Union. So America was like, or I guess like all capitalist forces were like, all right, I guess we'll capitulate. I guess we'll give in to some of these demands of socialization. I think that's, you know, one of the major factors here. It's weird to imagine a world where like that was a real threat because none of us have lived in that world. At the very most of us were born into a world where there was no USSR or was on the verge of collapse, you know, or an illegal dissolution, if you will. So therefore, we have no way of understanding it because we were born into the neoliberal era. Like some of the oldest people, like myself, were directly born into the neoliberal era. So we did not get to experience a world where there was a very real fear that countries might actually start aligning with another power and another economic organization of society. So, you know, we're in the perma-liberal monoculture. But not long after, I was born before the collapse, but not long after, but it doesn't matter because at that point, it's like, it was barely fucking hanging on by threads. We're talking like a lot of these amenities, these social democratic amenities that came not at the tail end of the USSR, but, you know, post-World War II.
Free healthcare, cleanest air in the world, and a short work week. They have a lot to be happy about. Essentially, literally everything besides their weather. They do pay for all these benefits with their very high rates of tax, but to be honest, suck my dick. I would gladly pay high taxes if it meant that I received all these benefits and the money actually went to the country and developing the environment and the people around me instead of buying G-Wagons for my Eastern European politicians. So their people feel very safe and secure. It's literally the same feeling as when you have money saved up. You know that if things go wrong, you can still be good and not die. Their safety feeling was ruined in the past. The Soviet Union wanted to conquer all of Finland and establish a communist Finnish government. Could she really be here, waiting for me? I'm still waiting for real communism.
He is my neighbor, Nursultan Tuliakbai. He is paining my assholes.
So the Soviet Union invaded Finland on the 30th of November 1939. The whole conflict lasted a bit more than 3 months, which is why it was called the Winter War. It was also called the Winter War because it's extremely cold up in this region and they went to war when December was starting. Defeating the Soviet Union was a hard task. You have a schizophrenic Georgian in charge of literally endless people. And to say Finland was at a disadvantage would be an understatement. Finland had a population of 3.7 million people at the start of the war, and the Soviet Union had 170.5 million people. They literally had like 30 tanks, bro, compared to the Soviet Union's 6,000. They were severely outnumbered, outgunned, out-airplaned.
Don't ask who we allied with against the Soviets. I mean, there's only one or two at that point, right? I mean, there's only one option at that point, it seems. Do not Google Finnish Airforce flag. Okay, guys, they took it out in like 2016. Okay, they took it out in 2016. Okay. You guys are being a little aggressive with this whole situation. Nice. Oh, no, not 20. Oh, it was 2020. It was 2020. Oh, my God. I thought it was 2016. It was 2020. Oh, my God. That's crazy. Like nobody looked at that and went, that what is that? No, I've covered it before, of course. I've talked about it a lot. People get really mad about this when you bring it up, by the way. Some Finnish people get very defensive. Yeah. No, it's so funny because people will go, "Oh, this predates I wasn't it was a Swedish guy, I thought. Yeah. This actually predates the Nazis using the swastika, and it's like, brother, you got it from a Swedish guy who was a Nazi. Like, what do you mean? It doesn't matter. Like, yeah, no, it's pretty funny. Until 1945, his planes bore a blue swastika on the white background. It was not intended to show allegiance to Nazi Germany, though the two nations were aligned. Yeah. While the symbol was left off the planes after World War II, a swastika still featured in some Air Force unit emblems, unit flags, and decorations, including on uniforms, a spokesperson for the Finnish Air Force told the BBC. What is a swastika? But, yeah. Prof. Teivanen told the BBC that swastikas would be seen on Finland on buildings dated in the 1920s. In Finland, there's this idea that it's a random decorative sign, which to some extent it is. The famed Finnish artist Akseli Gallen-Kallela first used a symbol in painting in 1889. The Romantic painter went on to use the swastika as parts of his design and the insignia of the Order of the Cross of Liberty. He used the oh my God. I didn't even know. What the hell? He used the cross with much smaller hooks, so the visual similarity of the Nazi symbolism was much less pronounced. That's still the official flag of the Finnish president? What the hell? Oh, yeah, here, this is the guy. A Swedish nobleman called Count Erik von Rosen. The Count used the swastika as a personal good luck charm. When he gifted a plane to the nascent Air Force of Sweden's newly independent neighbor in 1918, he had a blue swastika painted on it. This Tulin Type D was the first aircraft of the Finnish Air Force, and subsequent planes all had this blue swastika symbol on it too, until 1945. Supporters of a continued use of the symbol point out that there were no Nazis in 1918, so the Air Force's use of the swastika has nothing to do with Nazism. Except, the thing is, they did align with the Nazis. So it makes it kind of weird. Also, however, while Erik von Rosen had no Nazi associations at the time of his 1918 gift, he did subsequently become a leading figure in Sweden's own National Socialist movement in the 1930s. So even the guy that brought the swastika to Finland was just a straight up Swedish Nazi. He was also brother-in-law of senior German Nazi Hermann Goering, and according to Professor Teivainen, a personal friend of Hitler. Yeah. You don't understand. He had no Nazi affiliations when the Nazis didn't exist yet. He just happened to also then have Nazi affiliations when they did exist, including Adolf Hitler. Anyway, it's funny, but irrelevant to the main point of contention. Let's continue.
Planed, out-tanked, out-fucked, out-everything, bro. They had to go up against one of the biggest armies in the world in temperatures as low as minus 43 Celsius or minus 45 Fahrenheit. You would think that the Finns got their ass kicked, right? There's a reason why Finland did not become a Soviet satellite state. Because they fucked their asses.
Let me help you. Listen.
It was like...
Classic Georgian man.
Like hydrogen bomb versus cuffing baby, but the cuffing baby won. Looking at the casualties seems like a meme, especially when you consider that this was one of the most powerful armies in the world at that time. Then the question arises, how did the Finns destroy over 3,000 Soviet tanks while practically having no tank force of their own and basically no anti-tank equipment? They figured out that if you jam logs and crowbars into the bogie wheels of the tank, it becomes immobile. Then their alcohol company started making the delicacy of Molotov cocktails and bundled them with matches. It's like the energy drink and vodka bundle, but Finnish edition. They got to the point where one typical Soviet attack lasted 1 hour, and in that hour they would lose 1,000 people and 27 tanks would be immobilized on ice. This was the winter war because it was extremely cold. Karelia is freezing, and at the beginning of the war only Finnish soldiers in active service had proper winter equipment. The rest would literally just wear their normal winter clothing and put some sort of insignia on their uniforms. A very cool thing is also that the Finns used to dress in all white, almost as white as they actually are, in that snow, which made them virtually impossible to see. So they would literally ski across the snow for the war against the Soviets, which were dressed in khaki uniforms for most of the war. This forested, rural terrain with no roads was used by Finnish ski troops against the Soviets to a massive success. This war ended in the best possible way it could have. Finland lost only a very, very small part of its territory, and they inflicted insane damage to the Soviets. Remember, this war was between a country of not even 4 million people going up against 170 million with vastly more equipment.
It's definitely an L to lose to a bunch of dudes skiing, okay? I'm just saying. It's obviously there was some other shit going on, but that's definitely come on, dog. They're skiing. It's like the fucking the Karachi police force, you know what I mean? Come on, they're rollerblading. It can't be that hard. Throw a pebble or something.
There's also this Finnish dude called the White Death, who's regarded to be the best sniper ever, who killed over 500 Soviets in this war. It was like, Finland must go. Who must go? And the USSR dissolved. Point to the USSR on a map. This is a Finnish victory.
Stalin, give me the thug shaker. Give me the thug shaker, Stalin. Josip trakia tamashe, Josip. Josip trakia tamashetko.
It's really funny that this is the angle still, but then we spent the rest of the USSR's existence on appeasement and working with them. Like the president who was good at it was the most liked president ever. Yeah, no, he's a little bit. Listen, as far as I understand, this content creator is Georgian, so his perspective on this is a little bit, you know.
So after all this business and Russia's reputation for invading literally every neighbor they've ever had in Europe, the Ukraine war started and everyone started grouping together because getting invaded by a schizophrenic alcoholic disturbs your peace and nobody wants it. Finland had this woman, Sanna Marin, who served as Finland's prime minister from 2019 to 2023, and she literally got Finland into NATO. Lego Batman gift. All this talk about NATO expansion just to expand NATO even more and group everyone more against you.
Insane amounts of Vladimir Putin L's, by the way. This is unironically correct, 100%. He is right about this. Just a incredible, absolutely phenomenal W for NATO, a phenomenal W for all the generals. It's like the greatest thing you could have done for America. It was like such a gift. I mean, straight up. Yeah.
You because of your imperialism. Russia literally gave all of Europe a common enemy. NATO would literally not exist if Russia was not known for trying to annex its neighbors. So I congratulate Finland.
I don't agree with that, but
Finland on getting in because now they're guaranteed to not get invaded by Russia. Getting into NATO as a country bordering Russia is like being a frog in a lake, right? You're just chilling, just eating your bugs, and then this schizophrenic fucking idiot always wants to kill you. You're just a frog trying to have your Finlandia in peace, and then the Rukuis comes and gets your back. The schizo doesn't want to deal with Rukuis, so he stops trying to kill you. You guys get what I mean? Essentially, joining NATO is literally the only way a country has a guarantee.
America doesn't really get anything from NATO though it's a giant money pit, brother, the notion that America doesn't get anything from NATO is the funniest thing I've ever heard in my entire life, or almost as funny as NATO is peaceful. And both of those things are just completely fucking unimaginably false. America's empire is NATO. NATO is like the basic official consolidation of American empire. It is, in the most reductive terms, a protection racket that the mafia holds, but it's the best. You said it was a money pit, and you're not wrong. But where is that money being cycled in and out of is something that you should also consider. What is America's number one industry? What is the most important industry in the United States of America? Where does the money go, chatter? It is a money pit. Where does it go? Yeah. Gaddafi would have formed the United States of Africa if Hillary Clinton did not wield... Okay, dude. Gaddafi truthers are so fun. Yeah, dude, totally. No, definitely. That's why. They were like, Gaddafi, your wheat's too strong. Your bitch is too bad, Gaddafi. Gaddafi, stop trying to form United Nations of Africa, Gaddafi. They'll kill you. And then they killed him. Your hoe's too bad. Your hoe's too bad, Gaddafi. Your monetary policy too risky. They'll kill you, Gaddafi. And then it happened. Anyway. Yeah, no, I mean, Gaddafi is an interesting figure in and of itself. Yeah, his swag was too different and they killed him.
That they'll stay safe from a Russian invasion because they've invaded every one of their fucking neighbors in Europe. And people complain about NATO expansion. Bro, we don't care about these motherfuckers. We just don't want to go to war. They're over here trying to jack me off with sandpaper and NATO offers me a latex glove. Like, which one do you think I'm choosing? Like, us Georgians went through 3 wars with Russia before talking about, okay, maybe we should try joining into NATO since they keep going to wars with us. And then we went to another war with them. I want to get a hand job with a latex glove, not sandpaper. How hard is this to understand? When I said anytime
It's a fair take.
hear something is finished, I know it's about to be weird in the best way possible. This is what I mean. Alan Wake 2 is a video game mixed with movie type of sequences starring real life actors. The creators, Remedy Entertainment.
Why does he think their governments just want peace? Oh, you were joking. NATO never did any wars. Why does he think their government wants peace? No. I mean, if I'm a Baltic state, it certainly makes infinitely more sense. Especially if I close my eyes and think of it as like not a buffer state for the more important European states that are actually like the really important NATO allies. You know what I mean? If I close my eyes for a brief moment and I'm Polish, I can imagine like NATO is actually there for me and not simply protecting me on the boundaries of me being basically landmass between a more important state like Germany. You know what I mean? Like if I close my eyes, it feels like I'm actually important in the process and not simply like an area to resupply forward operating bases. The reason why I have a lot of smoke for Poland recently is the Visegrad tweet, because like his tweet about the highway of death really fucking brought something in me, like a deep anger and resentment inside of me, inside of my soul. Okay? Anyway, just, just the notion of like masturbating to American imperialism as though you're part of the team, dog. Yeah, no, definitely. Look at us. We got, look at us. We got it, dude. We got it. We're so, your Ottoman epigenetic memories activated. Well, that too. Okay. I don't discount that anger, but you've been shitting on Poland for days now. Okay, well. I won't. Oh my God.
Oh my god.
Fiona just bullied her ass, dude. That was crazy. Anyway. We're not all like Visegrad 24, bro. No, I know, Polish chatters. Sorry, let's continue. But yeah, as far as NATO goes, I'm no fan, obviously, for real historic reasons that I perceive to be very good reasons. It is the very same things that we've talked about with respect to what were we talking about earlier? Like liberals doing war crimes and then saying that it was actually very good. That's just like the NATO position overall. However, having said that, Vladimir Putin's actions in Ukraine were so perfect for NATO expansion. Why? Well, because he simultaneously showed that the Russian ground forces are both belligerent enough to, invade Ukraine, a nation state of 44 million people, but also not so strong that they can immediately implement air superiority and full control over it. They were never going to be able to like fully annex Ukraine regardless. Not going to happen. That would have been a counterinsurgency. There would have been a permanent counterinsurgency. It would destroy what remains of Russia. However, they definitely did it in a way that was so like haphazard and so bad that it also gave confidence to other surrounding formerly neutral nations to Russia, the confidence to join NATO without ever even thinking about it. Because what the fuck's he going to do? He's too busy with Ukraine and he can't even do shit there. What is he going to do? Is he going to come to Finland? Okay, sure. Yeah. I'll single-handedly bring NATO down NATO if chat doesn't calm down. Do it, Bluebird Daily. Yeah, air superiority hasn't caught up with AA defense mechanisms. Only third world countries can you establish air superiority. Yeah, I mean, that's like an NBA team dunking on a kindergarten at that point. And yet, by the way, air superiority is not the end all be all, as we've seen. So sometimes the kindergartners, if they just like stay long enough and grow old, end up kicking the NBA team out of the courts. So that's kind of what they need to do usually. That's literally what is happening over and over again, nonstop.
Reason why I knew this game was from Europe was they showed a naked dude and his dick was uncut. All these American developers showed their dicks cut. What's up with this? I looked it up and Remedy Entertainment was Finnish. You get to find out a lot more about it in the game because there are some characters with the heaviest Finnish accents they could get. I swear they had a casting for the heaviest accents in Finland.
Hey, I can't seem to find my way out of here.
This guy's awesome.
Can you point me to the exit?
Totta helvetissä. Of course, Tom. The work will instruct its maker. I was gonna get something from the basement for you, but you can get it yourself now.
I understand NATO sucks, but does it need to reform or should something replace it? I mean, I'm a bit of a truther, like Yanis Varoufakis, that the European Union could be reformed inevitably to like not churn out neoliberal capitalism, but instead, I guess, some semblance of socialism. But no, NATO is not a thing that it's like reforming the police. Like, no, you can't. That's not happening. That doesn't mean that like there isn't a necessity. Well, NATO is a little bit different than the police as well, because there's a need for, some semblance of law and order. NATO, on the other hand, no, it has one use and one use only. You can't reform it. Like, guys, just don't Google, Western German involvement in NATO, if you want to understand what I have to say, or Google, I don't know, Operation Gladio or something. I am not a police abolitionist, no. But yeah, reforming NATO is like reforming the Third Reich, which is a good take, actually, because lo and behold, a lot of the Third Reich guys may have made their way into NATO. Just saying. NATO, Nazi Arming and Training Organization. Yeah, I guess what we did with NATO was we reformed the Nazis and turned them into like Nazi plus.
The more cooks, the worse the soup.
But the funniest thing to me was the fact that the main characters are supposed to be American, but their actors are Finnish, right? And because they had such heavy accents, the actor is a Finnish dude, but
I wonder if our Georgian friend knows about that. Probably, I'm sure.
Voice acted by an American dude to fit.
I think that's why he didn't like suck NATO's dick as hard and literally said it's like the difference between getting a hand job with a. It's the difference between getting a hand job with a latex glove and getting a hand job with sandpaper. That's why he said that.
Also, I think that if the main character was constantly speaking with a heavy Finnish accent, it would make the game a lot more enjoyable because...
Guys, listen. Post-World War II, come on, stop supplying that the Nazis ruled the world. Really? The supplying narrative that the Nazis ruled the world? Brother, I'm a firm believer that, and I just talked about it earlier as well, that neoliberalism just simply gave more breathing room for a more reformed fascist administration, a fascist organization. Fascism will inevitably come once again in order to organize the crises that we experience under capitalism. But also, yeah, it's just, what is the take? What's the famous statement? It's like, Nazis lost World War II, but they won, but Nazism won, like fascism won. I mean, come on, think about it. Okay, Nazis might have lost World War II, but fascism won is definitely a prescient take when you consider the fact that there was a fucking SS Galicia division Ukrainian Nazi that got a standing fucking ovation in the Canadian Parliament like literally 3 months ago or 4 months ago. Okay. Why did he get that standing ovation? Not because everyone's like secretly a Nazi or whatever. Okay. In the Canadian Parliament. It's more nefarious than that. It's more banal, but more nefarious than that at the same time. That was a misunderstanding though. No, the misunderstanding only stems from the reality that those Nazis happen to be anti-communist. You cannot chalk that up as a misunderstanding if it's a deliberate attempt to pump your numbers with a bunch of anti-communists and anti-socialists. Who are the biggest anti-communists and anti-socialists? Post-World War II. Who were the best anti-Nazi and anti-socialist fighters after World War II? Because guess what? Countries had partisans. Countries had resistance members. All of those guys were labor union people, trade unionists, socialists, communists, and anarchists as well. Those guys fought against the Nazis and the fascists. The fascists that lost, however, were put back into power after World War II by, you might have guessed it, countries that involved themselves with NATO, whether they wanted to or not. So that's it. That's the whole point, is that because those guys were the best communist killers out there, America was like, well, the real war is against communism. Let's go. Let's use the best communist socialist killers. Let's use them to our advantage. They're just standing there, not doing anything.
His cool accent. They also delve a lot into Finnish and Scandinavian culture, including an extremely weird but cool whole-ass musical in the game, which became a fan favorite, and then they performed it live.
Okay, but the UK is in NATO and are the most anti-Nazi of them all, country of them all. I'm sorry, what? All right, I can't even finish this video. I gotta go. I have dinner. I have a boys' night. But that was funny, chatter. Thank you. That was sick. That was a good haha meme to end it on a funny note. Yeah. Bro, I'm not even kidding. Like, given how much I feel like Hitler was such a weeb for the British royals, like I feel like there was a very real like non-appeasement but a direct alignment that could have happened. He just said Italy was anti-Nazi. No, he didn't. He's joking. I mean, when you think about the Tory party, the conservatives, they put a statue up of like, what was it, Margaret Sanger recently, a couple years back when Jeremy Corbyn was, or no, not Margaret Sanger. That's the birth control woman. What was the name of the fucking the first British, not Margaret Thatcher, no, the first British, Nancy Astor. Thank you. Margaret Sanger is the eugenicist abortion woman. No, Nancy Astor, who very famously said stuff like, I mean, who was the first lady of British politics, first female MP technically, because I think there was an Irish woman or something that was an MP, but like she refused the position. I don't know all too much about fucking British politics in general. Or no, işesin bırak. But as I was saying, yeah, they put up a statue of Nancy Astor as the first lady of British politics. Famous for quotes like, what was it? What did she say? Not only an appeasement fan, but also beyond that, things such as, what did she say? She said something along the lines of like Hitler had it right about the Jews, things of that nature. She expressed her views. Okay, according to Edward Renahan Jr. in the 1930s, Astor wrote to the U.S. Ambassador Joseph P. Kennedy, showing she was able to overcome her anti-Catholic bigotry in a few individual cases about her opposition to launching a war against Nazi Germany. She expressed her view that Hitler would have to do more than give a rough time to the killers of Christ, adding, "Who are we to stand in the way of the future?" Indeed, she felt Hitler could be a solution to what she regarded as the world problems of Jewish people and communists. Kennedy concurred, though cited fears that this approach would be opposed by the Jew media in America. That's why I always like to joke and say that, like, if things were like 3 to 4% different, both England and the United States of America could have very likely ended up on the side of the Nazis in World War II. You know, but there was a Chad in charge who did a lot of stuff that wasn't Chad-like to the Japanese, for example, but you know, did some cool things other than that. Some good ideas and some very bad ones. That's all I'm saying. I'm talking about FDR. Not to hype him up too much, obviously. Anyway, that's all I got for today, boys. Let the beard grow, Habibi. I'm growing it. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Okay? Bye-bye. More fun stuff tomorrow, I promise. Peace.
All the chatters trickling in has so people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord that your prop gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Airforce. The whole left at your fingertips, on it at your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3-4 fucking years of this and plenty more to go. 90-day fiancé, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, the sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again, the sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat fights. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in our life. JCS react, law frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monsters streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.